Okay, I gotta go back and have a look at this. What were they doing to me on the main broadcast? What are they doing to me?
Toronto. It's time to find out. And the next chapter of VCT Americas saga starts.
I need to close Hitman 3.
Today. Welcome back to day one of stage.
Can you answer my previous question? I don't know what your previous question was.
Los Angeles, California. Oh, feels good to be
Okay.
back.
Here we go.
That's what it's all about, baby. Okay.
All right, what were they yapping about? What were they yapping about?
Yes, I'm feeling bad for them. Okay.
Oh, this is some TENS highlights of Waylay.
Okay, our B holds were here, we had it, and now we don't have it anymore.
The options away. That meta had one option. Now we have options.
So let's talk about this. So Ascent, massive changes on this map, and Bren, you would say very much needed changes.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
I play a better Waylay than TENS and Primi here. I gotta be honest with you.
Being able to lock this down with just a 3,300 credit weapon, it's just ridiculous.
I'm a better Waylay than TENS and Primi in that opening game.
The map was being played the same way for years.
I know.
You didn't use your saturate at all? And?
I'll never forget
And?
doing First Strike, and then Pansy was commentating, and then someone busted out the Odin, and I'm pretty sure someone was egging her on in commentary. It was DDK. It was a great time. So yeah, for sure. I remember that
Okay.
fondly.
What,
Dusty tomes.
The dusty tomes of First Strike.
Where's Epic
Now,
Pen
of
gone?
course, folks, we've got a new agent. As we
It just
talked
didn't
about lately,
launch.
that could be
Oh, there
seeing
it is,
some play
there
this
it is.
week. We saw it earlier in other regions. Maybe we see it here.
Why do I feel like the broadcast is quite
Imagine Brent
low
starts
volume?
talking about Sylvan statistics at Bangkok.
Hi, I'm Ender here with June.
Okay, I do already know what Waylay does, so I'm gonna skip this. Oh yeah, Kankan was also playing a lot of Waylay.
Every single bank one
Champ points, okay. Champ points, good, good.
that we're gonna make here.
Hot
We'd
takes.
be up here shooting our mouths, yapping about what we think is gonna happen, but today we decided to turn that power over to our amazing co-streamers. First up, oh, everyone loves him. It's Shanks. What do you got for us, Shanks?
What's up, Valorant community and my friends at the front desk? My hot
that's us.
take is that FNS will be leading NRG to a trophy this year. Whether it be Americas, whether it be...
Isn't Shanks paid by NRG?
FNS and NRG will be lifting a trophy this year. Yeah, I know we didn't start too hot in Split 1, but from what I've been hearing behind the scenes, NRG have been looking great. And I do think we will be winning a trophy this year.
The term "we didn't start too hot," Blood thinks he's on the team. That's too funny. And also just the airport background.
All right, rate the take. Yeah, I'll say pretty spicy.
I'll
I'll go
pretty
pretty
spicy.
I'll go pretty spicy.
At this point, I feel like it's extreme.
He is on the org though.
Show your work.
I don't feel like that's
it's
too out of
extreme
pocket.
heat at this
I think
point.
that's on the.
I
I think
was
that's
so
reasonable.
high on NRG coming into this year. And maybe I'm overreacting to what happened.
I don't think
in
that's
kickoff.
extremely hot.
But
I think it
what
might
happened in
happen. I think
kickoff
that's hot.
has soured my taste.
I think it's
still
hot
the
that they'll
best.
lift a
I think
trophy
we'll
this year
continue to
because there
do
aren't
well
that
in
many
NRG.
really
I think they'll
available
begin to
in a
play very
year.
well,
But
and
I
have
think
great results.
I think
Winning a
it's
trophy,
feasible that NRG could win a trophy.
It's a toughie, for
If you're
sure,
talking
for sure.
Americas
All
as
right,
well.
Let's go ahead and see.
Im still
what some
said
of our
that
other
Ardy has
co-streamers have
decided to
say. This is
sign
one
with
from G2,
Vitality
Tammy.
instead of Edge.
Yeah, artist signing with one of the Chinese orgs would have been amazing.
Yeah, that works.
My VCT hot take is that Joggable is the greatest duelist in NA, and he solos everybody else. It's not even close.
The greatest duelist in Americas. Insane take. What? Mild take?
Serve me some mayonnaise on that. yo.
Mild take? That is an insanely hot take.
I'm Peppa.
That's an insanely hot take. He's up against people like Aspas? Against Zekken?
That's boiled water.
What? That is not a mild take. They're just jaw glazers.
Here's TCK.
Cloud9 is just going to stomp every single game because our roster is getting pretty well together, and I don't think we really have a reason not to believe Oxy is the best duelist in the world. Yeah, let's go. Cloud9 is just going to win every single game.
He says with his Cloud9 banner in the background.
I mean, is there one for volcanically hot? Is there one for literally wrong?
The Oxy is the best duelist in the world.
And I think that if Giacomo exists and Aspas is alive, you can't do that. So.
Dude, these Americas, this America's broadcast, crazy.
Best in the world. Now, if you would've
When
said
Kang
Best
Kang
America,
exists,
I'll take the take
when
seriously.
Durka
Because
exists,
Oxy has the potential, but the difference between the best duelists in the world and great duelists is how they get set up by their team. And currently, the way the Cloud9
This
play,
segment is bro, it's
they're-
just
from what
content
I saw them in
creators
kickoff at
blaze
least, I don't
your
think that they
org.
set up Oxy
I
well.
mean,
Don't
yeah,
think
it
they
is,
play
but
great. He's
in
left
theory,
Liverpool quite
it
often,
does
honestly,
set up some
because he's
funny
playing solo
clips,
duelists. Now,
which I
we've
think
seen
it
a
has.
blueprint for double duelist comps. Maybe that could be different. Maybe it could come. That's why I put like the pretty spicy. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't know.
I almost did pretty spicy. I get it. I'm not against it. It's just hard to get him in that conversation because Cloud9 probably won't be good enough to get the international events where we can see him against.
Hey, did
Combine.
Faye, thanks for the 100
I
bits.
feel like we were so quick.
You know what I mean?
Are you
just
willing to
put
put
mild on
Chichu in
Hammy's
a
take
top
for
3
Giacomo, that
coming
it
into
just made sense.
Toronto?
I mean, depends how he plays in stage 1, doesn't it? But, like, he should be in the consideration.
Loves this guy. It's Tarek. What
He
you
played
got for us,
amazingly
buddy?
at Bangkok.
Alright, my hot take for the season is that Cloud9 is going to qualify for their first international this year, so y'all better not let me down.
I mean, that is... Where are these takes coming from? That one is... I think that's pretty spicy. It's not impossible, but it's pretty spicy.
Pretty spicy. Honestly, I think they got a shot at making champs. They didn't make any roster moves. That means something's going well. We're on the up. We're on the up.
I'm wearing blues.
I'm not mad at
I walked outside and everyone's like, "You cheering for Cloud9 today?" I was like, "I guess." Here I am.
I don't think C9 are going to qualify for a global event. I think the competition's too high, but I do think it's possible. Like, 4 out of 12 teams are going to go. So it's like a whole third of your orgs are going to champs.
That wouldn't be a hot take from him because he's.
But I just don't see Cloud9 doing it.
Everyone's doing like Zekan's the best duelist in the world. That type of.
Yeah.
C9 are regular season merchants. Yeah, that is
Hey,
very true.
You did good, kids. All right, you did good. All right, let's do it again next time. Yeah, well done. Pat yourself on the back. All right. Now all weekend we're hosting a block party outside here at the Riot Games.
I like that segment,
Hey
though.
guys, I'm at the VCT Americas. If you some
They're showing off the different... Wait, what are they doing? Wait, what are they doing? Are these the explosive rubber ducks from Hitman?
Battle between Cloud9 and NRG, and then
What are they
later,
doing
two
here?
teams that performed very well at kickoff. It's going to be KRU Visa going up. Yes, that's right. I'm
Oh,
so
they're doing the group stage predictions. Okay.
Except Furia in this bracket. Eu diria que o Dark Horse do campeonato aí poderia ser até a gente.
The Dark Horse of the League, Loud. Who the hell is the Dark Horse of Americas?
Que a galera também joga bem pra baixo, mas é time perigoso, tem que tomar cuidado.
Dark Horse means a team that nobody's really like thinking about or knows much about. Not just a team that people are shit. People think are shit.
I think Omega is gonna have closer matches.
I don't really know who
probably
the Dark Horse would be.
Than in the other group, at least. I think that group's really close.
Acho que os dois grupos estão muito fortes. Não tem como
Ironically, C9?
Todos os times aqui são muito
I
bons.
mean, possibly. I think there's plenty of teams that you could talk about being dark horses. Like, I think that... I actually think that KRU might be a bit of dark horse, but I think a lot more people are talking about KRU just being a genuinely good team. I think Loud might be a bit of a dark horse, because people didn't think they were good at the beginning, but we've already seen them perform to an alright degree at kickoff. I think EG and C9 no one's really expecting much of, so... But then again, apparently a couple of people are expecting quite a bit of C9.
But it's hard to say because Alpha has like Kesna and Zekin as well. The league is just so stacked.
We are so with you on that one, Valen.
So confident Loud are going to be better than KRU this year.
You think Loud are going to be confident better than KRU this year? I don't think so. I do not think so. Bust 3 down. Thank you for the 3 months. It is possible. Like, the Loud players have been successful before, but they haven't.
Essentially, a lot of the reason some of these maps.
I don't think they've got a good roster for like putting it together consistently. I think it's just going to be based on individual ability. I don't really see the team structure being good. By the way, I'm still like miles behind live right now. I should really skip this.
Where's Verno? You're supposed to be on the pod, bro. We are more than likely going to remove Verno from our starting roster, and there are plenty of reasons for that, most of which have to do with, actually it has to do with in-game and out-of-game
It's crazy,
stuff,
he punched
more
Finesse.
just the goals in-game a lot of the times just don't feel like they align.
Just fucking gave him a haymaker.
Issues, like underlying issues that obviously you guys,
Warlord
as
Peanut, thank you for the
fans
3 months.
and, you know, spectators don't see. I'm like completely against changes if they can be avoided, but this one honestly couldn't. When there are multiple players, like if it's a unanimous decision to do something, you kind of just have to follow
I managed
that.
to get
And
Loud
there were just
second
too
in
many
Americas on the
instances
VLR
where it
podcast,
felt
so
like,
NGL,
even with
my
the success
faith in
that we were
Loud is
having, there were still a lot of
astronomical.
underlying issues that just caused a
What?
rift between him and the rest of the team.
I don't understand
and
what
I
that
think
means.
It made us
I managed to
unhappy,
get
it made him
Loud
unhappy,
second
it
in
was unfair
Americas
for
on the
him and for
VLR
us,
podcast.
So we decided to part ways.
I'll tell you one thing though, with the way those hoodies were, we got to check the temperature in that room, make sure it's not too cold. You know what I'm saying?
You could not find 3 pro players that wanted to be.
Did you know the Verno punch Finesse rumor came from a VLR user called Uru Kitten? I think it's so funny that people actually believe it.
47. Why? Because both of them punched people XDD.
Which means that we got Brock and
He's taking a fiber wire to Finesse.
here and there. You can see
Nebula Karina, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you very much.
You have a lot of experience with this guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's
Dude, Brock is a fun player to watch. He's a really fun player to watch. He's so good in clutch scenarios.
VCT. He has been top of the billing, always on great rosters, mostly with that Shopify/MoistX Shopify, which they were called before.
I didn't realize there was a VLR podcast.
Of making it to Ascension.
I feel like everybody is trying to do Valorant podcasts
was
now.
on that team. They both were. You're wondering, how did they not make it? I mean, they barely.
It's not that lucrative, guys. I promise you, it doesn't make that much money.
And just to touch on the one point as well with Mike coming into this roster as well.
I should know.
In terms of team environments, Mike is going to add a lot to NRG with FNS-led teams.
Unless you've got big sponsors that want extra
An
content.
analytical coach alongside him. Not a head coach who's going to be trying to call the shots and really, you know, maybe butt heads during the moments, but someone who's going to be adding
Yeah, I think
addition
Mike's
onto
is
their
going to be
protocols, the existing ideas and
like
adding that depth.
a
Mike
good
gives
fit
you
in
that
terms of his
as a
style
coach. So I think
for
that you have a
NRG.
really dangerous combo potentially coming in for NRG at the beginning of stage 1 here.
Yeah, well, I know a lot of NRG fans want.
Honestly, podcasts in general can be really lucrative, but podcasts on YouTube make a lot less money.
Roster. We got Brock standing by with Dryad ahead of his tier 1 debut.
Podcast CPMs are much higher than YouTube CPMs,
Welcome to VCT
but
Americas. How are you feeling
people who
about your
sell ads don't really understand YouTube podcasts, so they still price them like YouTube videos.
And something that
even
we
though they
talk
have
about
much
when it
higher
comes to
retention.
NRG is the level of experience that your teammates
So when
have,
can
the
we
level of
expect
respect that they
Platchat
have.
to be
So what is
sponsored
something
by a
that you've
Gotcha
learned
Game
with this roster and the time
XDD?
that you've had
Dude, if any gacha game wanted to sponsor Platchat, we would do it in a heartbeat.
Is very good. I think it's the most efficient, I think. So that's something I learned, like just the way to practice. Yeah.
Just a way to practice. We'll see if it turns into a win. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Hey, and that is a big deal, right? How you practice.
Is it hurtful to say
Brock has to feel
Dryad
pretty
is
comfortable
short?
as well because he
I
actually
mean, I
has a
don't
former teammate
think
on this
that's
squad, as we
hurtful. I
talked
think
about
that's
earlier,
accurate,
in
but
Mata. So you got this
I mean, it would be
dynamic
hurtful
duo
if you
that's gonna be able
phrased
to
it as an
work together here,
insult.
Brendan. You
It's
also got a
hurtful if you
coach
mean
that's
it to be
great, an
hurtful.
analytical mind, exactly what everything needs. It feels
Who you got for
like
this sideshow?
NRG
Yeah,
has
I'm going for
all the
NRG.
pieces that they need here.
Yeah, and I've got no qualms.
I picked up I picked up Finesse and Som for my fantasy roster. I'm hoping that they win this.
How much for a fan-funded donation pool for TMV to oil up on Platchat?
You would have to ask TMV about that, wouldn't you? Can't ask me about that.
Consistently, that's a huge difference. I got no issues whatsoever with the firepower of this team. It was always the ideas, and hopefully they'll begin to solve that.
Yeah, Mike's was a coach on Envy for a short period of time.
Phenomenal.
Not for a long
Highlights when
period.
he played Neon on one map, dropped a 30 bomb there, and even that game we were talking about where Zeppo took over.
Aramco Platchat sponsorship? I don't think we'd be down for that.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of work ahead of him here because the pressure is on for this new roster.
Atom is
This
underrated or
their
at least
schedule and what
under-discussed as a
they have
coach.
on
He's
the
one of the most
horizon. So they're
consistent
gonna be
coaches in
dealing
Americas
with
at this point.
Cloud9 first. Then you have Julia. That's going to be your second option. And look,
Yeah, I
here's the
think
thing,
he's
right?
done a
Like,
good
they can
job.
beat
I think
Julia.
in
Coach
general,
without
the
saying they have an
coaching
opportunity
discussion
there.
in
But then you have
Americas
these three
is
matches here,
lagging
G2, Emma,
about
Leviathan. Those
a
Leviathan
year
who are
or a
going
year and a half
undefeated in the
behind reality. Because at the moment, the two most glazed coaches in the scene are probably Kaplan and Zix, I would say. And Ziggs, it's been like a year since his team looked like it was popping on all cylinders. And Kaplan, his team was doing pretty well at Champs again, but yeah, it's been like, again, about a year since Sentinels looked like they were really clicking. Potter as well. Yeah, true. I think that people haven't really caught up on the fact that Josh RT is easily the best coach. And then other people like Atom.
I believe in you. Now, look, here's the deal.
Who else in
This squad
Americas?
has talent out the wazoo. We know that it's all there. This roster brings some heavy hitters themselves, Wyatt. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do, especially because they've had a lot of time to cook.
Absolutely.
Honestly, I'm not
This
100%
is a cool matchup.
about the others,
We're talking about
but
Brock and Mata, heavy hitters from challengers. Yeah.
like
These
Josh
are
and
some of the
Atom
most
for sure
consistent guys
are
from
doing a good job.
challengers that they've brought up. Mitch has
Kaplan, I think, at the moment is kind of
reinvented himself
struggling
as a
to
player, someone who's
find
been
the new
around since the
identity
early
for
days.
Sentinels.
In addition, you know, you have Vic coming
I think a
in,
lot of that is
Mega
on him to try
consistent,
to
really highly
figure out the
respected by
solution
other
there, and I
pros
don't think that
especially.
Senna
They've built
actually
a cool team here. I like that they're sticking
looking
together.
that great
I really
considering the
think they're
talent they
just going
have.
to be on that upward trend.
Yeah, but not defeat Leviathan because that's your.
But they're going on
But
yeah,
Faded? Dude, but Faded isn't in Americas.
Brent, I think that for C9, this has to feel kind of nice because you faced off
Kaplan
against
still
an
got
NRG
them to
team,
Bangkok.
right? Even though they had a different player on there, you got to go into it feeling at least a little
Do you
bit
think that Sentinels looked like they had really good game plans and a functional team system, like the kind of stuff that you would normally talk about being good from coaching?
Overall coaching staff,
I think that stuff is missing right now for Sentinels.
Niels and Ho and Weather are goated.
After Bangkok as well, and now we're getting into the thick of things. But there's one extra element that the team is always going to
Neilzino
have.
and Weber are goated? Well, they, I mean, the individual players seem like they're struggling on Heretics right now, but we need to watch more of them.
He is genuinely a player that you can build around.
Can you go back to Wyatt flaming your Waylay? I didn't see it. I don't know where it was or when it was.
It's funny as well, if you ever watch the stream, this kid is just an absolute class.
I mean, I think if you're talking about in the past, though, Retro, you're literally talking about last year. I don't feel like I've seen them play an extremely drilled good style outside of
maybe like how G2 were doing it, where Jonah P and Trent were
like
playing like the bridge
3 or 4 maps this year.
Jorgamo, but Jorgamo was kind of almost like the bait on the stick, so it was left on initiator players. to
Silly
trade him out.
Sage, thank you for the 2 months.
So
iCarps, thanks for the prime. Wizard Sheep, thanks for the prime as well. No, of course last year isn't a tiny sample size, but I'm talking about who, I'm talking, again, that people's perception of coaches is about a year lagging behind right now.
He's not the one carrying you to wins, he's the one that you're making sure.
Because again, people think about Kaplan as being just like the best coach in Americas, which I don't think is
We're seeing
accurate.
that comparison with 2024, 2025. That was his breakout year. Kickoff, a little bit of a
Why don't we talk
downslide,
about
but
Dubros
I'm
as Sliggy
expecting
as the
him
best
to
active
bounce
coaches?
back.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with both you guys. Oxy's an
Yes.
absolute animal. But for now, though, let's actually go ahead and hear from the animal.
DJ
himself,
Pie
standing
Sauce, thank you for the 2
by.
months. Chibi Tofu, thank you for the prime as well. Thank you very much for the subs, everybody. Let's get it going with America's stage 1.
And Oxy, this is actually a rematch of Kickoff where you won 2-0 against NRG.
I mean, of course we're considering the previous year, but again, like,
jinx anything, so I won't.
Josh was also fantastic the previous year, and he's just gotten better and better.
And something I want to ask you, I don't know if you've seen, but there's this new agent that came out called Waylay, and everybody's talking
We
about
found the
who's gonna
one
be
player
playing
who
it. What do
doesn't
you think
make
about
Will
Waylay?
Triad
And are
look
you gonna be
sure.
playing it?
This,
I think
yeah.
Waylay is insane
Oxy
in pro play.
probably
I think
gonna.
a lot of teams will be playing
Waylay's gonna be
maybe
insane in pro play. I don't agree that Waylay is going to be insane in pro play, but I think she might be okay. All right, my predictions are NRG and Crew. So I'm with Baby Bay, Wyatt, Vansili, Mimi, and Dryad.
No, that is crazy. I actually can't believe that. I mean,
These are the smart people on the broadcast, along with me.
That's taken me out, bro. That has taken me out.
Wow.
Only
Okay,
Bren
well,
going
we'll
loud.
see how this all plays out. What did you have?
I took NRG. I think the first one, very acceptable. That was like a 50-50.
My opinions on Waylay are mostly based on how difficult, like how slow the weapon pullout time is, and how
I'm inclined to agree, I think, as well. But for
limp
Cloud9,
it's looked in China.
there's signs of
It's
life
looked
there.
like
For NRG, I
okay,
think
but it
as
hasn't
much
looked
as I
better
hope
than the
for
other
Broken Mike coming
duelists.
into the system, it's a lot to build up.
Gladiator, thank you for the 42 months.
When you're changing out those pieces.
It's going to be a tall order.
Did you make a
for sure,
Valorant
but
Fantasy
folks, it's
team?
now time
I
for the
did,
first
yes.
day of stage
But
one.
I don't think it's going to make
versus
2G
C9.
more
Crew
fun.
versus
Oh no, it is,
Love.
because I'm
VCT
going to be
Americas
hoping that
starts
Icy farms
right
them.
now.
It's the same with Tejo. Unless it was played in Americas, most people thought Tejo was ass. No, I think Simon and Safe both looked good on Tejo as well. But you're right that at the beginning, like when Na'Vi were playing it and stuff, Tejo looked shit. Oh yeah, Freeing looked amazing on it as well, actually. I forgot about that. Freeing was fucking farming.
You want to talk about style? Better take a look at my man Zekin over here. He's unstoppable. Oh, wait. Alright, man. Watch this. Even if you can outplay him.
How do people think KRU's beating Loud after what we saw in kickoff? What, where they went 1-on-1 and KRU won the second game? Why? KRU literally got further in the bracket by eliminating Loud. But they were 1-on-1 in matches. Like, why? Huh?
I am currently in my basement with my bunny. He is currently a loaf. A very big loaf, but still a loaf. I love him to pieces.
Esse cara é sempre assim? E quem é esse cara com a máquina de fumaça?
Oh man, we just have to put up with this guy. It's all good.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that.
Não, calma aí. Você quer mesmo falar sobre ser o boss? Tipo, final boss?
Wait, poker analogy?
O cara é muito frio.
All in with King 10. All in with King 10 suited? All in with 7-3? Wait, what is going on here? What's the flop?
Quer dizer.
Oh. Why on earth are you going all in with King 10 hearts there? Oh, right. That was a 10 of diamonds. I didn't see that. So the analogy there is that Aspas gets lucky on the river. The analogy is that Aspas decided to call two other players all in with 7-3 when he could easily get counterfeited even by another flush. Like somebody else could have been trying to get him off his equity by shoving with a better flush draw. And he just binked the spade, got lucky, and nobody happened to be doing that. I mean, that's...
Our region is just so strong.
Gonna be a tough.
I mean, the player who played that best was Boostio.
If you're gonna win, though, you're gonna have to play everybody.
With his two pair.
Mas nunca é algo impossível.
He's baiting in poker. That doesn't even make sense.
You thought this was a Valorant cut, but no, it's actually a Balatro promo FC.
Wait, this is nice. Like, I wasn't expecting this amount of edited content at the beginning. It's pretty sick. I don't know why they don't release it a bit more though on YouTube to like hype things up. Maybe they will afterwards. Maybe they'll release it on YouTube like now, as they release it live.
That's tradition. Start of every split.
I like it though.
Every year, play 100 Thieves.
Oh, they did release it. Oh, they released that yesterday. I missed it. I missed it. Okay.
I'm in form again, so I wish you guys the best of luck.
Oxy's in form again whilst playing Waylay.
We learned a lot from Bangkok, just about like ourselves and our team and what we need to succeed. We're gonna carry those lessons, and we're gonna make sure that we are even better for stage 1.
And it is all on Jaw to try to stop this Thrifty from coming through.
Dude, what a game that was. I actually rewatched the grand finals this morning after China.
You know, you guys are gonna love him. He's quite literally the perfect fit.
What a ridiculous game that was, the finals of Masters Bangkok. I couldn't really appreciate it at the time because I was working the desk, but damn, what a game. Did you know that G2 lost 6 finals between this year and last year? What? How is that? That can't be possible. They lost stage 1 last year. They lost stage 2 last year. They
NRG now making their way
lost Bangkok. What are the other three?
Without a doubt. I mean, Wyatt, this is going to be a tall challenge throughout the entirety of the stage, as we had talked about in the pre-show. But if there's a team that can handle it with the talent on that
Oh,
roster,
it's counting other esports.
I'm so excited to see what they've been able to do in this
Fuck
downtime.
off.
In Mike, who long
There's just no need for these fraudulent narratives. There's just no need. We already have decent narratives. Just throw the shit ones away, man. Also, did somebody just say that they're a League fan? That's a permabannable offense in my chat.
I'm excited to see
Hey guys, if you're a League player, say Whoopee League. And mods, ban them. Mods, if anybody says Whoopee League, ban them. Permaban them. There's one. Beyblade Jesus, permabanned. Bells, permabanned. Timely Rain, permabanned. Get him gone. Volume up, sir. Brother. The stream is low volume.
But the big question around
I've got it jacked at full volume.
Supporting, I think, getting the most out of Oxy. We know this kid can fry when he's put up onto the big stage, and he will carry rounds for you as well. But I want to see some level.
Would you ban Retro if he were to watch League? Hypothetically, of course.
You have till the end of this series to get the score right for gift.
Yo, Thinking Man's microphone. Thank you for the 10 quid. Or the $10, I suppose, but thank you. That's very kind of you. Okay. What is map 1? What is map 1?
Hey, at least in the interview, he made it seem like it's a possibility. He said it's incredible.
NRG ban split. Cloud9 ban Haven. NRG get rid of Icebox, which I think is probably Haven's Waylay's best map. So Lotus, Fracture, Pearl. Why does this feel so similar to when NRG played C9 last time? They played, didn't they play Lotus, Bind, and something?
Since these two teams, we've seen them actually play as well.
They played.
I mean, essentially,
did they play Fracture? It was Fracture.
Yeah, we will be seeing Fracture as well.
Oh, they did. Yes, I remember because it was the bloody geriatric moment, wasn't it? It was the finesse Biden moment.
But overall, what I'm going to be most excited.
Okay, so there's exact same two maps since last time these two teams played. Last time Zeppa went on an absolute massacre, and he had a god game. He had an absolute life game. And then Som and Mada, especially Som, were just doing their absolute best to try to keep NRG in it. Here's what I want out of this. Finesse has to get more than 0.5 KPR. So that's a win condition. Wow, Mada playing Neon. Okay. They're playing Neon with the Breach Tejo. Interesting. Okay, I think that's fine. They're playing Deadlock. Deadlock leaves a lot of gaps, but the combos that you're going to be able to get from the Gravnet is going to be crazy powerful. Net is probably going to be the player to watch for Cloud9, because I think the combos that they're going to be able to pull out are going to be the things that could catch NRG completely off guard. But Deadlock is going to be leaving more gaps on the defense for info, and maybe doesn't have the same stopping power in the post plant. But if you put down the sonic sensors, they can be extremely annoying in post plant as well. That audio sounds a little bit weird. The audio sounds very tinny.
Make some noise because our teams today, they've got a great one.
It kind of sounds like we're getting a lot of room audio back into the mics.
Kickoff, but it made some changes and looking to bounce back strong in stage 1.
And there's some history here. NRG, their year got ended last year on that comeback.
Maybe it'll get fixed over time, but it sounds weird.
That's how it ended then. And it didn't go too much better in kickoff either, losing 2-0 to Cloud9, now with a chance of redemption.
And you've got to remember, NRG had sky-high expectations coming in to that kickoff event, right? They'd done so on the Soup League and the off-season events, came in with Verno, but now Verno is out and they brought in...
Okay, I'll get used to it anyway. It doesn't matter.
...of the Tier 2 scene here in North America. If you were following VCT way back in the day in the North American scene, you'd recognize him from teams like Ghost Gaming, but now finally up here on the VCT Americas stage, ready to make his debut.
Pretty cool to see the different approaches.
So yeah, like I said, one of the win conditions is Finesse getting more than 0.5 KPR. One of the other win conditions for NRG is Zeppa not having a life game. So Zeppa is mortal. And then also don't get caught by Gravnet. Don't get netted. Which works as a wonderful pun because it's net playing the deadlock as well.
The primary ability is no longer the wall, so you got to pay 400 creds to grab that one. You don't just get it for free.
Oh my god, pineapples! Thank you for the 4 months.
That grab net is now on a 40-second cooldown, so you get it for free. You can cast it multiple times within a round, and when you're playing comps with so much damage, like
well, it wasn't a deliberate pun. I'll tell you that. Wasn't a deliberate pun.
The deadlock net multiple times around with those abilities is super powerful.
Yeah, she's gonna have the same cooldown on the net as the breach and the Tejo signatures as well. So
yeah, 40-second cooldown.
Big pieces of util that you have ready on a cooldown.
I don't think you necessarily want to be using them all at the same time, though. I think you want to be spreading them out. What sides are they starting on? Okay, so NRG is starting on defense. Alright, so on the attack side, Reach Tejo with the deadlock. I don't think they're going to do very much pushing on defense, but maybe they are. I mean, NRG previously used to do like a lot of big sand pushes, mound pushes, where they would over push. Like, you know how mound is designed, where it looks like this with the circle in the middle, and this is the entrance to C. Like, it looks a bit like this, right? And then it has the box here. So C9 would push like all the way out, like into this area, and then try to continue pushing through, which I think you might be able to do a little bit in a couple of rounds, maybe with the Neon.
Down in the first round of the lower bracket, even though they had won a series up against NRG in that tournament.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Can we start the game? Yeah, somebody must have some kind of tech issue. Bandit OG, thank you for the prime.
Most people thought they would win Bangkok, right? And then they lose to MIBR in the lower bracket, who ends up getting third in kickoff here in Americas. So C9.
Finesse can't remember his password to log in. I could have sworn it was Biden123. Zentors, thank you for the prime. Mada over under average 20 kills a game. I think Mada and Som continuing to fry is important. Also, another player to look at for their fragging is Ethan, because he had a pretty bad kickoff in terms of his actual fragging. Ah, yes. The fast start. Alright. C9 do like doing a lot of these B hits. They also play the post plants pretty aggressively, usually. Vice utility, ready. Not super good from Finesse there in terms of how he was like playing around the smoke, but he got away with it. And now they've immediately pivoted. Some still has paranoia. I'd like to see them flood in off this. I'd like to see them go for it and try to deny flat. Oh, the grav net! Wow, they just keep guns out though. And that is the counter to the grav net. A flawless? That shouldn't have been a flawless. That should not have been a flawless. I mean, Finesse was so close to dying. It was literally 3 HP. And then two players got caught in the grav net and almost died as well. But, yeah. they had like 50 HP between them.
Kind of a miracle that exec
C9 were not expecting there to be wall and thorns here, I don't think.
Call in the assistance of Ethan. Deal with that raise.
Now they're going to expect that once it gets to a rifle round, but I'm pretty sure they were expecting the Vice to be set up on C, because that strat is just not a good one to do if the Vice has already predicted it. But like I said, C9 love going towards B, and I think Finesse read that. So, in my opinion, probably good ante for the pistol round. What the Mada? What the Mada?
Suddenly it's a 3v3 with a couple guns.
Aren't you getting info from Finesse there that they haven't full pushed into Mound? All good. All good.
Players trapped outside of that C space. The spike on the ground
Oxy loves going for that peak, by the way. The blast pack on top of here, I've never seen someone go for that more than Oxy. He'll do that like into a one-way and then use like a flash or a prowler or something, or a horn to get past.
And immediately he's going to turn tail, head back towards B, which for the time is over.
Will we have some comms listenings like China? I'm not sure actually. I hope we do. But I think probably not. They do the comms like after the round where they do the reacts, but they don't tend to do the like full round of comms at the end of the map that China does.
30 seconds left. Has the wall a couple sensors to work with, but those are expensive tools to commit on what was your
Wait a second, the Tory man is here.
I don't think. Old deadlock you would.
Doesn't spot him, and yeah, Brock good for it. Got a little messy for a moment.
That was quite a bit of damage actually.
All things considered, though, Ethan sitting 2
Bro, FNS get a kill, please.
Oh, shut
my
up.
fantasy. Please, FNS get a kill.
You are just immediately onto the content-brained. What will the people care about? I can make another video about Finesse not getting a kill in the entire game. It's a round.
He's in my fantasy team. I need him to...
I thought you benched him.
No, I benched I got 3 MEA players.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have Finesse and Som on my fantasy team, so I really need NRG to win.
Yes.
I thought you were just immediately coming in and be like, Finesse hasn't got a kill in 2 rounds, he must be a fraud.
The individuals continue to do. This time, though, NRG playing a very
that would be funny.
Alright, so this time they've shifted up. So Finesse had Wall B, then Wall C, and now he's got Wall A, so he's staying super mobile. I don't 100% understand why Mada is playing the Neon, but I think it's acceptable. But I don't exactly know the reason for it. I know that he did fry on Neon during kickoff at one point though. And then
for Yoru or Raze?
Raze, I think. But I would be fine with the Yoru if they wanted to run that style. I think it worked really well here when DRX were trying it. But I think there's many options for Duelist. I think both of these comps are like good.
Yeah, I mean, C9 were playing this with the deadlock before even the buff, so... Oh, you gotta save him. Hello?
Nope. Nope, they will not be saving Mada. They will not be saving Mada.
Huh?
C9 are playing really aggressly into backside, and NRG
Bro, cut this guy.
Why are they not trying to break this
deadlock
wall? It feels like you needed to break that wall, didn't you?
I mean, that is... I mean, you can't reveal where you are and not free him.
Yeah, that's a bit weird. That's a bit weird.
He's only hoping for a little bit more damage on the way out of this one. And
they walled up towards stairs, and they didn't. Verno saves him there. Oh god. Yeah, they didn't break the wall. I think Finesse was scared to do it in case he got punished, and then Brock is scared to swing the Annihilation in case he gets punished.
But you just free him and then trade the...
Nobody was playing with somebody else. Yeah, I mean, there was a good deadlock round.
Bro, you're the only deadlock in the game.
Will Finesse get a kill?
Alright, Finesse again changing things up, going back to C like he did in round 2. Som has a Judge, and Ethan has a Stinger.
Even with a Stinger too. NRG choosing to buy down here on the light armors, 5 players, the bad guns. And yet C9 are going to be working into the C side. I really am curious to see how Som plays with this Judge around the Vi's utility, having that slightly deeper wall to even reposition behind and get a close angle.
Been left alone
whoa, where's Brock going? Where's Brock going, buddy? He droned out through B, and then he just started sprinting out B.
Double agent.
You have full A info.
It looks like, where are they, bro? You've got full A, you've droned B.
He they picked up the orb, and I think he just assumed they were about to go into a C hit, and he wanted to get the B flank on them, but he misread it. That is bullshit.
What? Oh, what time are you on, by the way?
37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29.
Pivots into B through door, etc. So they tap the door to threaten the
They have.
You can keep counting. If you
I'm not going to keep counting. I'm not going to keep counting. Don't. You guys were not close. I hadn't even got to 29.
Right now it's still 5v3.
You don't know how close they were.
How is Ethan winning that with a Stinger?
It's NA Stinger is.
There was some bullshit kills this round. There were some bullshit kills. Like, Mada getting 1 is impressive, but getting 2 is ridiculous. And then Ethan actually trading that with a Stinger should... I don't think should ever be happening either. All good, I guess. All good. How is that 2?
Couple of headshots on the collab there as well.
Finesse still with 0 kills.
Did I miss you guess the score?
Oh yeah, shit. Sorry, the score.
He's trying to get 0
13-9
I
is
just
what I'm
need
gonna say.
10 FNS.
I'm gonna
Give
say
me
it's
10, I'll take it.
13-9. That's my guess.
Well, 1 point Andy.
Sorry, I don't know whether that counts, to be honest, because we are already at round 5.
Oh. Yes, FNS gets a kill. Oh, but some gets 3. Good for you.
They didn't smoke up against the wall.
Man, bro, just let Sideshow farm points. Giving some a kill. That's a 4K. That's a point.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's 1 point.
Okay, huge. Maybe they know. Maybe Som is like, let me get the extra point in fantasy, bro. Give me the 4K. Where is the boombot? Where is the smoke positioning there? That is...
Yeah,
that is rough. I mean, it's because it's an eco. I assume that he didn't use a boombot, but that's... Yeah, what are you doing?
He was incredible there, but obviously wasn't enough. Dropping 30 kills in a couple.
How would you feel if you were getting shit talked by Som? It would be like... Oh, no.
Oh! That's bullshit. That is...
Did he clip the wall when he was TPing?
It's just one of those Omen teleport bugs where it looks like it's going in the right place and then you move your crosshair slightly and it like fucking TPs you back into the same corner. Pisses me off when I'm playing Omen.
Billy's Bright Blue Bollock, thanks for the gift of the bold round head bastard. I assume that...
Don't know who that is.
...is a reference to you.
Don't know who that is. Is that an allowed Twitch name? Bald Roundhead Bastard.
Well, someone just, whoever's got a gift sub to my channel.
Oh, look at that. That's a nice breach ult position. Oh, really?
Oh!
It can still count. C9 aren't getting
This is chaos.
That was... I could see it working, but at the same time, throwing yourself into 3 players who can only shoot like once is still going to get you killed quite a lot.
Options to fight into Waterfall if they want, but with NRG playing all 4 players back in spawn effectively, C9 are going to be left.
They still have Paranoia, 2 flashes, and a stun. Well, there goes the Paranoia. There goes the stun.
Come on, FNS, it's all down to you.
I don't think he still has a kill. Oh, no, he does. He got one,
he
in
got one
in that mound fight.
And a grav net available for him as well.
That second sensor doing anything?
Sonic sensor into the grav net's a nice idea. Just didn't catch anyone.
Well, the stun is good though. The stun is so good.
Nice finesse. Let's go, man. He's not looking geriatric today. He's actually getting the important kills he needs to.
He's laughing. He's loving it.
He's laughing because he can't believe he got 2 kills already. He's like, bro, this is nearly as good as my best map at kickoff.
We take a shaky 1K.
While the counter comes in, holding from the
shaky 1K trade. We take that.
That's my former president. Show me the POV here. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's clean. That is clean.
Look, some can't believe it.
You know, it's interesting to try.
Oh god. Monkey Meatloaf. Wait, Monkey Meatloaf, thank you for the gifted sub to Bald Roundhead Bastard. Thank you. Srap, thank you for the prime. I think it can still count C9 and not getting 9. It doesn't look like it at the moment, but
then again,
I think it could be possible.
They always have been, no matter who's on the team.
Well, I think it's because they love fast react calls. Like, they don't enjoy slowing the game down, they like trying to fast react and find their timing somewhere else. Like, if they get stopped on B, they're going to try and immediately pivot C and see if they can get
the most
through.
NA team, I think. Like, in terms of the, like, what I consider the NA.
The, like, puggy, loose
Valorant.
style of Valorant? Is that
Yeah,
what
like,
you mean?
fast, like, you know, oh, let's do this, now let's do that.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I know what you mean. Reactive kind of play.
Yeah, I think I could agree.
That's always been Cloud9.
Net was thinking about forcing a... Net was thinking about forcing that.
Just do it. I mean, not a great start when you got 2 players on 0 kills and Oxley's only 2 and 6. Not ideal.
This chat is now in orange chicken only mode.
The orange chicken strats are going well.
is going to be absolutely brutal for them.
Orange chicken masterclass.
NRG have
I do actually love how much NRG are mixing up their defensive setups, though. They are changing their defensive setup every single round, even though it's working, which I think is a good way of playing against a team like C9.
Especially at the first 6-7 rounds now.
And even though they have looked to exec, it's been very hard to accelerate into finesse because of the setups.
What's the reference? It's Mike's HD's favorite type of food from Costco. The coach of NRG.
NRG head back towards A.
Finesse has the same amount of kills as Oxy? Yeah, well, like the desk was saying at the beginning of the day, Finesse is the best duelist in the world. Finesse has the potential to be the best duelist in the world.
Are you trying to say Oxy's the best duelist in the world?
No, one of the Cloud9 co-streamers said that Oxy is the best duelist in the world.
When do you come back to America? Need to know so I can call ice about the bold Pringles man cosplayer who hates America. Enjoy El Salvador.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, my goat. Oh,
okay, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
It's going to be a stall out on the plan for the moment. Ethan needed that kill. He can't find it.
Ooh, nice from Brock.
Steps up for 2. Now it's even. In the 2 versus 2.
Som's actually got a good position here for a Paranoia for Brock to swing from. Dude, send the Paranoia and let Brock swing. Dude, send the Paranoia, brother. Send the Paranoia for him, brother. Okay, never mind. They just got an angle.
It's so good for NRG.
Oh no, Cloud9.
They're lay around micro.
Brock is looking nice, though. Brock is looking nice.
Swing, just how much to bait. No matter which 2 players it is, earlier we saw Ethan.
Oh yeah, I forgot to run an advert. I'm an idiot.
Brock, new guy on the stage here. But
my bad on that. My bad on that.
After this early little trap play, right? They use the
Magflop, thank you for the prime. X1 Savage, thanks for the prime as well.
Brock on the reswing as
welcome to the Broctagon. The Broctagon only counts if he's in a clutch. That wasn't a Broctagon round. We are missing the beginning of rounds all the time.
Yeah, but don't you want to hear him say Broctagon?
Straight towards the C site, but to split setup. There's actually Vice Util here to stall. Some though, he's gonna be forced off.
Come on, FNS, you've got this.
Oh, that's a nice. That is nice. Thorns perfectly timed. Flash as well to slow them down. Now you can get people into sight. Yeah, Mada's here fast.
Bro, just chill, just chill, just chill.
That's a good position by Zeppa. It's really out in the open, but it's an unexpected angle.
You have to save him some.
No.
Oh, no. They did.
Oh, yeah, they did. Sorry.
Oh, no.
There's so much damage. They've done incredible damage to Oxy and
he's even the tie back to a 2-on-2, and it's another pivot.
Yeah, Vic gonna port back over to the A site, but his teammate is very far away, and NRG have 2 players on a warpath already.
I just sound like Ender is in
this round might
a
end
different
before
room.
Actually gets there.
Yeah.
NRG know the win condition. They're rushing into this one.
Oh, that's so fast.
That'll pull out the missiles. As
Vic
walks around.
Give me a moment when this round's over. I'll say goodnight to you properly.
Trying to win another round.
It was a gift from
Alex.
Alex.
By Vic.
But the flank, no one's looking at Vic. It's so lovely from him, and now Ethan trapped out. 2 1v1s, but they're just too far apart.
Not quite, not quite. All good, all good.
From Cloud9.
Yeah, Vic just an absolute hero for C9 there. After Ethan bails the round out for NRG, he's the guy porting over into A, getting aggressive, TPing onto site too in the post plant. I love this too from Zeppa playing all the way up on high. And then actually his missiles came back in time to stall out the first half of the spike. That was hugely influential to actually get him into the space to allow Vic to go for that play. And keep that round for C9.
Stimmer AFK, spam side sussy.
But again, going for this fight towards A level. And again, securing that space immediately.
Yeah, this time though, Ethan's got the ultimate ready up. He didn't instantly use the fault line either, so if C9 try to exit quick into C once more, they're going to be meeting a whole lot more resistance.
You see how worried they are about the Thorns. Committing a nade to get rid of it. It's still online. There's going to be a wall.
Oh, buddy, come on.
Has to hide from this one. In goes a Rolling Thunder from both teams. It's gonna
oh,
be
that Rolling Thunder cooked them. That smacked them all.
Him, and he and Brock deal with it well. Still trading things back.
The 2 times they've used the Rolling Thunder, though, they've tried to hunt the kills really heavily.
Som is still snuck into the smoke.
Rogue just gave his life doing it there.
Has yet to be planted, waiting for his timing, inching forward.
They don't have. They have one flash to try to fight this plant.
Opting to TP up high instead, but NRG heard that.
Well, there goes the flash. That's your only piece of retake, Utah.
As Util comes back online, this site is an absolute war zone, but it's Oxy peeking forward.
Nice by
finding the first.
Finesse just got deleted by the look of that shot.
But C9 have a very strong post plant. Couple players forward on this site.
I don't really see how NRG get back in.
Late in this round. Ethan trying to get a gap. But he's not finding anything. Spots out the head of the Rays. A swing, a death from him. But Som, could he be the hero? No.
I love those kills. I love those kills.
Yeah, those are the kills you want in
We take those kind of kills for fantasy.
C9 had to work completely to steal that one away.
AQ Rose, thank you for the prime. And YZ, thanks for the new tier 1 sub along with Abby Whift. Thank you very much. Juds and possibly Ang, thank you for the subs as well. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Stage 1, Valorant is back.
Good patience from C9 in the post plant until Oxy found his moment.
Another look at an A fight from NRG. This time they're just contacting down though. And it's the same exact idea from C9.
Oh, it'll be a late start.
Wow, are they're going for Mata jiggles and then they send it? Oh my god, that is so much stun, Util.
No!
Oh my god, wait, he's actually playing that so nicely. And now he's coming back in with the ult! Wait, he's flying. Oh god, that's a crazy shot.
Okay, FNS, it's down to you. You can get these final 2 kills.
No ultimates to play with just yet, but good spot.
Leave them to Som, bro. Leave them to Som.
Continues pushing out of C. They know it's got to be.
I mean, you got them both.
The walk up from Zeppa though.
Yeah, I've got them both. But I want Som to get them so that you don't get them.
But he's worried. Trying to catch a rotate through B.
Finesse, brother. Oh, well, I guess Brog's got his back.
That way, but he's wary of a player in this precise position. The timing. Zeppa turns back, but he doesn't find the shot.
Beautiful awareness.
That's the player neither of us want to get the kills. Go on, Finesse. Oh,
come on, son.
He got stunned.
Come on.
Go on, Finesse. Go on, Finesse. He's blinded.
Come on. He's not even looking at you.
Get him.
NRG so patient, waiting for him to make a
nice song. Let's go.
Stop being such a passive. It doesn't matter if you die. Just fucking shoot. Take a swing.
Was honestly pretty solid.
The idea that Finesse is the only player that you have any like. Yeah, you're rooting for Finesse to frag is just crazy. This is how you've built your team. Is that you're rooting for
He's
Finesse?
on 2. It's round 10. It's round 11. He's on 2.
He still doesn't look confident in terms of his play.
He's not gonna get 10.
He looked fine with his rifling when he's actually taken fights, but he's only taken 6 fights all game.
Yeah.
Ethan's taken 3 times as many fights as Finesse has.
Back to the well for NRG, but Util's very good this time.
I do like that Gravnet. That Gravnet that lands in the middle seems like it would be a decent piece.
Okay, finally, C9 haven't really been doing any lurking. That gets a kill for it.
I mean, that's the thing with C9's comp now with the Deadlock Gravnet. You would think that like their comp would be quite. They're almost playing too fast for their comp, I think, some rounds. Where
like every 40 seconds you'd have some kind of pick.
Yeah, you'd just be like a 40-second comp. And like, yeah, it's predictable, but also you have just very good util.
What the hell is this woohoo? Is that an emote? Has somebody added a 70V emote? And they're through to B. Oh, look at this smoke from Som. He's just smoked in the middle of the site to like fake teleport or teleport into. He baited out the rocket.
It's all up to you, FNS.
Where is he going? Where is Som going? What is he cooking?
Come on, buddy.
Come on, Finesse. Come on, Finesse.
Just 3. I'll take 2. I'll take 2 and a loss.
Go on. He can kill Zeppa.
Make a move. Creeping forward there, but Mitch is good for 3 on the round.
It's never
all good. It's all good. It's all good, actually. Oh, wait. Thank you for the prime. And Shiobasaki, thank you for the 3 months as well.
Rough half here.
I'd say Oxy's been having a lot of trouble, even if you think back to the pistol round and that round too, like these counter flashes on B site. He has struggled to get open.
Why is the caster Mike ass? I'm not sure. I don't know.
One of the toughest comps to play.
But there is definitely something wrong with it.
You're always having breach, Teo, util spammed into your base the second you get into the site.
Let's go. Hey, I front B even when I tapped out, bro.
But Oxy's the guy who
He tabbed out by accident.
C9, so you want to see him getting on, and this is a round to bring the energy back in. Yeah. Annihilation popped.
Brock has the Armageddon here, though.
I do like almost using it a bit like a rage.
What the hell? Dude, they just smoked Mitch on that one.
The spike. Oh, man.
That's such an interesting spot to
Come
use
on,
the Armageddon.
Come on.
Because if you tap the door and it's an Armageddon like this, you can't dodge it.
Wall in Som's face, but that's the spike out in the open. Minute and 10 seconds.
This is my duo. Finesse and Som. They're winning this round 2v3.
Come on, FNS.
They're winning this one.
The duo that came back to NRG together. Trying to close out this half on a high note.
Nice!
Oh, the wide swing!
Dude, the wide swing. He's like a child again.
But Oxy a great reposition just ahead.
Oh, that was filthy.
He got another one though. He got next.
Oh, he did, yeah.
Double these kills. Let's go. We can get to 10.
That was disgusting from Oxy, though.
C9, when they can actually play a post plan out, it went real nicely for them. They're going into the second half.
It's 4 a.m.
Wow,
Som is on the fly.
That's a
dude.
Nice
Look at that
end
Armageddon.
to the half of C9.
Yeah, I think they recovered the half pretty well.
A good chance for them.
Ooh.
We'll have to see what that deadlock has cooking in this second half. See if Oxy can keep this form into the second half of Lotus. We'll find out in just a moment.
7 on Lotus defense, it's GG. I think that should be correct. But if C9 wins pistol, it's maybe possible. I predicted a 13-9 for this one, and I'm feeling pretty good about that, I'll be honest with you.
$1,600 only on Verizon.
Not Ania, thank you for the prime. Deadlock ult should be called Armageddon instead, because you put it on your arm and then you get him. That's not a +2, guys. That is not a +2. That's not...
How do you feel then after one half of Valorant?
Rejuvenated. Like,
I do.
Actually, Americas does not look that shit. I was enjoying what I was watching there. I thought we would come back from watching Bangkok and be like, God, everyone is crap. And to be honest, while watching China, I have been feeling like that.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the games have been pretty rough.
Josh, do this woohoo.
Josh, do this woohoo. I can't even see the image. I don't know what that means.
I mean, by the end of stage 1, woohoo! I would say if you're still shit by the end of stage 1, you're probably just gonna be shit.
Yes. Yeah, probably. Well, actually, we did see some teams turn it around from stage 1 to stage 2. I think it's a bit more random than that. But I agree that you're unlikely to actually do anything in terms of making it to champs. Open up the sky. Thank you for the prime. And Big Man Joshua H and Ultra Real. Thank you for the prime.
Now, I would think against a no info Senti, they're probably gonna take it pretty slow, no?
I've been impressed what we've seen from Net.
The Oxy Sheriff
the ultimate came into
for regen.
on the defensive side, I think is really.
Yeah, I would imagine they're gonna let Cloud9 run into them.
He's gone for the shield.
Yeah, like get on those lurks, FNS. Get some nice easy free ones.
Because also the Gravnet could potentially be a nasty extra tool for the Rubble fight, so I'd be very cautious about going Rubble. Because they have enough util with C9 to Rubble fight twice. Like, instead of just doing a delayed Rubble fight, they could literally throw out, like, Grav and Nade first, and then put Stun and Salvo afterwards. And that would be a
The
nightmare.
breach in the tail wouldn't even have to be that close either.
No, they could both be playing B.
And yet C9 have not over-rotated.
It would make C extremely weak, because it would only be Vic with Paranoia holding that.
Play pretty light over towards C.
But if you're C9, surely you're running some. But like you could, if you're C9, you could run like Deadlock, Nade, Gravnet, and have the Salvos and Omen Breach on C for a trap play.
You could, yeah.
25-30 seconds, if I caught that right.
NRG have full contacted into the C.
I think it's a mistake for C9 to let them get in this easily. Do we have a flash for this? Stun for this? They leave.
Narrowly escapes with his life. Now paranoia.
Okay, but now you have no util, and you need to be fighting CT. So this is a bit tough for C9.
Wow.
What? Finesse hits that.
You're damn right, my goat gets another kill.
Instead, still, goal accomplished. Time bought.
Oh, that GravNet catches too? Yeah. Brock just sniped him.
Picks up a double. And now it's
Dude, Brock and Finesse are hitting some important kills.
Here's a player directly below, but there's just too many angles to deal with.
Dude,
kind of been having a game for NRG.
Brock is playing well in his opening game. 14 kills. Looking like Trent.
What do you think of Brock over Venom first impression?
I mean, he looks like Blue Steel's older brother.
Breach feels relieving.
I think Brock is going to be good for the team. I think that Verno should have been good for the team as well. It's just that they couldn't make it work for some reason. Probably some interpersonal reason.
Getting ready to keep those ults on rolling.
But Brock is also a really good player and should fit the team really well. I mean, I'm high on NRG. I think they're going to make a comeback and be like making it to an international event. But we'll still see. It's very early days. Very early days.
It was just the lesser weapons, but still a nice setup to clear that space.
It's kind of a monster buy from NRG. 2 Phantoms, a Stinger, and the Ghost they held on to.
Finesse, with the Ghost, you go in, son.
Yeah,
you
that's
go
actually
in to
Finesse. It is your turn to walk through the smoke or walk through blue door. Mada could as well with the Stinger.
And in just a moment, this fight, getting ready for the slide on through his
Nice,
you, son.
Nice.
Now you, son.
And he's heard Net leave.
NRG. They really only carry about keeping 3 players alive.
Keep going, keep going.
Does he think that's Finesse? That is so, dude, he's cooking. He's actually cooking. Like, he genuinely looks... He looks decent. He looks decent. Like, he is actually playing the game of Valorant.
See if he can't get a cheeky kill on the exit.
You know,
he's at a 0.5 KPR. I set some win conditions for NRG at the beginning of the game, and one of them was that Finesse has to get a 0.5 KPR.
This buy sets energy up.
And Zeppa had to not have a life game. And I said a third one as well. Oh, you had to avoid getting gravnetted all the time.
And that's where we see them do a pretty good job of funneling orbs into Ethan.
For sure.
Wanibos and Yoka, thank you very much for the subs.
Tracking for the rest of this half, especially with C9 trailing, you know, they're going to need to get some value on this deadlock pick out of this team. But like, how much are they looking just to like fight in the early rounds with the net?
What are we doing? He got the fan. No, stop him!
Well done.
They were just looking at him.
Were they just fucking whiffing
They were
bullets?
just looking at him.
What's going on?
No!
And that Phantom is out of Finesse's reach.
I swear to God, they just looked at him throw the Phantom off the map. They just stared at him while he threw the rifle off the map.
But look at the reinvestment. NRG are buying into this bonus.
Violet Umbrella, thank you for the 4 months.
They were always going to buy here. Really, they've just lost 2,900 credits from it.
So Mitch is the closest to an ultimate,
but even then
but
got it banked up pretty nicely for
they're
themselves.
not quite there.
Shouldn't be too big of an issue. But yeah, right now Ned is
New UI? Yeah, it was at Masters Bangkok as well though. But yeah, they built it for Masters Bangkok.
Toss out that net and catch someone out.
Faking the A control and immediately going into B. Ned is caught in a corner.
I mean, you can't really go fast here.
Good luck.
But I think it's fine, right? All they did was use their refreshable utility and 1 flash from Ethan. Oh no, they used Paranoia as well. Yeah, okay, so the Paranoia is pretty big. Paranoia and the Mada Wall is pretty big.
Yeah.
They're gonna feel confident in their A
replay.
Right. Okay, how about we've got C9.
The thing is though, when you know that they fought Rubble and you saw the deadlock wall B, don't you just realize that C is mega weak?
He's one and the same.
Because what can they possibly have on B that you're C that you're worried about?
And they still have an embed up on A.
Good job from NRG baiting.
I'm just
they could have both senses there, I guess.
The bite of this A fight is so much reduced from C9.
I just don't give a shit about that really.
Oxy thinks they're
How are they going to play off the sensors on C? Like, they're going to swing water into 5 of you?
Okay.
Som! The triple kill.
Single-handedly wrangling this round into control of NRG. They're pivoting through.
Thank God he didn't get another 4K.
Trade was good. Spacing's good. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Come on, FNS. I'm telling you where he is. I'm sending it to you mentally.
Now, I would love to see.
C9 if Vic can't do something here. And
What, them not throw? FNS only has a stinger.
Yeah,
that
I
might
mean,
help him.
I was assuming this round was 1.
It's you, FNS. It's you, FNS.
He is there. He is there, man. He's there for them. This guy is not going to have another shit tournament.
Double digits and a very nicely
I
played
think
round there. Immediately faking
I
the same
think a
lead
bronze
that
player
used
would get
towards
that
A in
kill.
the last
Oh,
round.
shut your mouth, man. You're such a hater. Let me
Let's
glaze.
watch this final kill.
Very classic, kind of what you'd
The,
expect
the,
from a
the
finesse
point is not the stinger accuracy. The point is that he didn't bait his player. He actually swung at the same time as Ethan. That's the point. Because at kickoff he was playing scared like a little child. He was just like, he was pissing his pants in corners.
That's fair.
He
actually just ran at the spike like a Chad.
And you have to point out, on a map where he is normally monstrous, thus far, Oxy has been being caught in a lot of those
Guankle, thank you for the
positions.
3
On the attack
months.
side,
Thank you very
entering
much.
into B, getting flashed up, taken down there consistently, and not finding that impact that he normally does yet in this second half either.
You know, Oxy had a tougher kickoff as well, right?
You know this is against C9, right? Maybe relax a bit on the glazing. He's doing numbers for my fantasy team. Finesse and Som are doing numbers.
Som's gonna end up. If like NRG win this 2-0.
I didn't put Som as my IGL. I put Icy as my IGL.
Fucking, oh, that is a decision, isn't it?
I think that's a good decision. I think that's a good decision.
On paper, it looks like a good decision.
He's playing against 2G.
Yeah.
Icy gets double points this week, and he's playing Duelist against 2G. I've never seen a clearer farm. He's got a free beginning.
Maybe, but we'll see. We'll see. It'll be a popular choice. I mean, a lot of people that I've seen have Icy. I think Sliggy picked Icy Derek too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bold of you to think anyone drafted Finesse for Fantasy. You're listening to two fucking Finesse believers right now.
FNS is one of the most known players.
Yes, because he's probably going to win quite a lot.
Fairly cheap, and
he's super cheap.
Yeah. The most, I think it was like Nats, then Molesy. FNS was in the top 5, I think.
But if NRG get uneasy about execing into A, that's when this round could look good for C9.
Okay. This I do like the usage. Well, do I? I'm not sure. But this might be a bit of hindsight analysis, but
teleporting past the wall.
No one heard that.
That's nice.
No one hears that.
And a chance to make some
How many
mischief.
does he get? With a Guardian?
No one's even expecting the possibility of his teleportation. Okay. Needed to wrangle the shots a bit quicker.
And the smoke already went down.
Good for one, and gonna dive back in, but Ethan has dealt with the problem in due time.
And there's still a lot of time on the clock. Like, Cloud9 have made their move too early here, so the time isn't really pressuring NRG.
But you captained Icy. Walking on eggshells.
They know this side of the map.
You have G2 against Furia and T1 against Zeta, but you captained Icy. You're walking on eggshells. What? Yeah, but I didn't have a T1 player, and I could have captained Trent, but I feel like Icy is going to farm more than Trent.
To target 2G. I mean, they like if 2G played like they did in kickoff. If you win a map by 10 rounds,
exactly.
You get 3 points for that alone for winning a map by 10 rounds. So without even any kills.
Well. It's starting to slip away, isn't it?
That flash for Finesse just spotted a second player on the flank, so they're going to fully.
Yeah, they navigated this round quite well, but I also think that C9 on their ecos are maybe just a bit too antsy. They don't allow the time to do the work for them.
Yeah, I feel like C9 have been, maybe rushing.
It's like they're doing all the ranked eco strats that work in ranked.
The previous round around their fight.
But really, when we've seen ecos win in like Bangkok and stuff, it's because you rotate like gambling super heavily on your defense side, and you try to stuff them as they enter the choke when the time is low.
Had it slip on past.
Yeah, you can change the IGLs each week.
NRG do such a good job in this map.
Oh yeah, if you couldn't change IGL and you picked Icy, that would be
where they're sending their rotation.
Yeah, that'd be rough.
They
That'd
did
be
a
rough.
lot in the mid-round, but you saw in that round, it's just a
Extremely
stun,
rough.
send the neon in through Baby Door, and then just
I feel like a lot of people have gone double EG,
NRG
and then there'll just be a mass exodus next week of EG players.
Yes.
As soon as they play anyone other that isn't named 2G.
See if C9 on a buy can do anything about it this time around.
So this time they do have stun setups on B and C.
On the opposite side, it sprints on forward. I mean, Mata really trying to sell the fake while the rest of his team.
This is not a fake, is it? Oh, that is rough for Som.
Yeah, that's rough.
I'm not sure what this round was. I don't know what this round was. Was that supposed to be a C fake and then they go back to rubble?
No, but they have the spike here, so it is quite strange.
Yeah, that is weird. Was that play on rubble supposed to be? I think the people on rubble were just there to get a pick. I think they were just supposed to go fast to find that the one player that was there. I think Bro just took the spike to C for the fuck of it.
They don't have smokes. They still need to fight on
That was weird.
That was nice from Mata.
Getting chunked out, pushed back, just stuck in a mess of utility.
Very bold
you're
from
still
Zephyr.
ulting them.
And the rest of C9 quick to come on.
Wow, Ethan looking nice with that too. Finesse. Good Thorns pop. Wait, good Thorns pop. Genuinely.
1v2, the Broctagon, here we go.
Brock has got a much better position because Finesse popped those Thorns.
Here's the footsteps in
This is the fucking Broctagon.
A smoke going up on the spike. Spam has to be relied on, but he just doesn't have the bullets. Vic's holding things down. The Spam.
Yeah, unlucky. Brock loses his first clutch.
Come on, FNS. You need 2 more. I need 2 more, FNS. For a point.
Good anticipation there of NRG willing to fight back into them. Also
Can't believe NRG has managed to reunite President Joe Biden and President Barack Obama. This is truly a moment of history.
They're really going toe-to-toe with NRG.
Right, because famously those two presidents hated each other as well, right? So that wouldn't even be a moment of history if Biden and Obama were in the same room.
Making sure their spacing was just about perfect.
Fucking Barack Obama is very good though.
God, if someone picked Oxy, this is a rough start.
Ready to go now.
Oh.
Mata has been taking C very aggressively there. Mata might need to chill a little bit.
C9 also got this very forward stun.
Bro, if you're FNS, you can't be using a champ's gun where it glows if you're top frag.
If that ever glows, someone needs to take a screenshot and he can post it to Instagram.
What did they hear?
Wait, they don't know he's here. They don't know he's here. What?
Oh.
That's mad. How's he cooked their brains like that? Just by teleporting in instead of out.
Come on, FNS. This one's you. This one's you, son.
Ready to go for NRG.
No way he expects you here. This one's you.
Can he find a duel anywhere?
Where are you going, son?
Just tucked in.
I picked Oxy.
It'll be a hit back into A.
Oh, that's rough.
But he's not ready for this flank.
Come on, FNS. You're so favored. Yes, 10 kills.
He honestly wasn't even that favored there. He just hit the shot because he's the GOAT. He's one of the best fragging players of all time.
Chokehold style of valor once they get an advantage.
So what happens here? He paranoias and then just teleports deep onto rubble. And then dodges around the corner. He's not bottom fragging. Finesse is not bottom fragging.
I think Oxy might be.
Mada is bottom fragging. Well, yeah, I guess technically Oxy is because he's on the other team, but I was just looking at their team.
Last opening map he played against C9, he went 30 and 15 and lost the map. That was back in kickoff. This time though, C9.
Ooh, that stun doesn't quite catch.
And Mata falls again. It's traded out. The stuns are there. The blinds are there. NRG are still moving forward. Som is still.
God, they're doing a good job though handling this. Som is feeling it, man. He is feeling it.
They win. He can't get 25, but
this time
20 kills is 3 points. He got a 4K. That's a point. They're gonna get 2 points for winning the map. 13-6.
Does it live update, by the way?
It updates after matches.
Not after a
Although
map.
I can press a button. Hold on, I can
It would be nice if you're looking for feedback if it updated after a map, because I feel like that'll keep people more engaged in the middle of a series.
so good in the opening fights they were taking. When they got an advantage, weren't letting that one slip. Saw him play
That was more like what I expected from NRG versus C9 at the beginning of the year. Som and Brock played very well. Ethan looked like he was back to his old self as well. Finesse looked like he was back to his old self of being able to...
Someone just called him Biden in my chat.
But a lot is still to come. Looking forward to Fracture as our second map here.
Yeah, Fracture will be a good one. That's the map that Som was 30 and 15 last time.
You know that
yeah, that was a good start for
which is 0.8% chance of turning special. Would you bet under or over for FNS to having a glowing champ skin?
Finesse and Ethan looking real nice shoulder to shoulder.
Would I bet over or under 0.8% of Finesse ever having a glowing champ skin? No, he will inevitably have a glowing champ skin at some point. Like, at some point this season, he will have the most kills in a server. Maybe it'll be like on the pistol round one time or something, but... Oh wait, but then he wouldn't have the gun. So it can't be on pistol. Hold on. Hold on. So if it was on the... If it was on the eco round, then if it's on the pistol round, he's not going to have the gun. Then if he wins the pistol in the second round, and then the third round, he's probably not going to have the gun as well because he tends to buy a pistol. Like he keeps his ghost. So he would have to be leading the server round 4. And then I think it just gets less and less likely later on in the map. Dunno.
It turns out FNS ended up being the most picked player in all of the first stage of Fantasy Valorant League.
That's truly incredible. That is truly incredible.
He has a gap of about 100 to Nat. Then there's a 200 or so gap from that to Molesy. Then it's a 400 gap to Valen. Is 4th.
Nats is 2nd, even though he might be changing his role.
Yeah.
That's ludicrous that people are going for Nats. That must just be because he popped off in Bangkok.
Yeah.
Then who?
Then Molesy, who was just cheap. Then Valen. I've got Valen.
Why do you have Valen?
Because Valen is on G2,
cheap?
who are going to win a lot of games.
Right.
And he's not cheap, but he's... Like, G2, let's face it,
what's his cost, though?
He's like 9.5, I think.
Is he? Because I picked Trent because I thought he was quite cheap.
Yeah, I got Trent
he was like
as well.
12. You had Trent and Valen. Wait, what?
Yeah, why not?
What kind of donkeys did you pick up on the other end then?
I had Molesy, I got Flyer from Koi, and I got I got Westside from Giants as 3 pretty cheap players. I got FNS as well. So yeah, I had some donkeys.
Wait, but that also means that when EMEA is playing their final week at the end, you need to have made some serious shifts.
Well, no, because you only have enough weeks. So in the EMEA week, you need 8 players, right? So they're just going to have to play. I'm just going to play them and hope for the best.
For the EMEA week, you're going to field Molesy, Flyer, and
here's the thing.
Other one?
Westside for
and
Giants.
Westside.
But Westside plays against Apex, so that's not too bad. And, And Flyer, Koi play Gentlemates.
All right.
So it's possible. It's possible.
It's doable.
But yeah, I can keep reading if you want. 5th was Floor. Then Rafa.
Yeah, I kind of understand the Floor pick. I was thinking about picking Floor.
Stage 1
then
NRG gets
Flashback.
Wait, Rafa? Just because
cheap again.
Floor 5
cost bencher. Then Trent, Yay. Yay, that's shocking that Yay is that high. Then Meteor, Sylvan, Stacks, Superman, Flyer, Aspas. So Aspas, I think, is the highest pick. 15 cost player. Yeah.
It's very tiring just like coming
then
back.
Zap, and then your Icy, then Som, Derek, a lot of your players, people copying you.
We focused on a lot.
I mean,
and
starting
Durka,
strong, that's
Leaf,
one thing
Mako,
that you did. Best of luck for the second one.
and Governor. Governor?
That's interesting. Mike's just said one of the things they really focused on was like strategies to start strong in maps, which presumably means pistol round strats, making sure that, I mean, that's probably when they were adjusting their setup so heavily at the beginning and bringing out a lot of set plays and stuff. At the, yeah, like, makes sense.
I think that makes sense though, right? Like just like if you, because you can trust FNS for the second half of a half.
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah.
And then just like make sure you don't start slow, so you come up with something like you really practice your initial idea.
Yeah, that's a good point from Wyatt as well. When Mike's was working with 100 Thieves, he was a defense specialist, which also just combos so well with finesse, because I think that finesse is already pretty good on the attack side.
Yeah, definitely. You definitely want to, I think, work on the defense rather than attack.
Yeah.
Fighting down, pressuring, and then it just routes the attackers into your vice later on. It was a beautiful way to play defense, simple and effective.
Yeah, and I do it again.
Have you talked about the Toronto venue at all? Pretty disappointed that for the second NA event it's going to be in such a small venue. Is it a small venue? I don't know what the venue is.
The second Masters, it should go to a bigger one, right?
It should do, or at least it has done in the past.
It leads off beautifully from him saying, just making sure that they weren't playing catch up all the time as well, because it sets them up with a pistol round wins and everything else. They came in with such good ideas. And one player who actually saved them on the second pistol round was Brock himself. This guy was a demon so far. And listen, maybe only superseded by Som himself in terms of his performance, but Brock as a player,
it's a convention hall with 5,000 capacity.
This is so impressive to me, I think, honestly, is the way that he's able to just fit into the team system.
What is the average for like a Masters first arena?
Towards the tail end of that game, Som really heated up as
Madrid was, I think, 3K. Tokyo was fucking enormous, but that was because it was Tokyo. So I don't think that should really be compared. Shanghai was also insanely big though as well. So to be honest, we might have just been spoiled a little bit with the size of the middle tournaments recently.
But I would have thought that NA, I mean,
but of course for
how big is Toronto?
they're going to need to stop the momentum of NRG. Let's go ahead and hear from Coach Imi and hear what he has to say as we get ready for map number 2.
They might be expecting there to be a war between US and Canada by the time Toronto kicks off.
I want to know a little bit more about the preparation that Cloud9 had in this time off. You keep the roster the same, you keep everything the same, so what was the focus to make sure that you're in the best shape for
quite
stage
tall.
We just tried to get
She's on a box.
Like, we feel
Let's try it on a box.
Do you think her waist starts at Imi's nipple height?
And I think the nerves still get to us a little bit, but in time.
How long do you think Dryad's legs are, Team B?
And just ahead of the second map, this is your map pick of Fracture. How are you feeling about it?
If we can win a pistol, I'm feeling pretty good. Let's start with a pistol, and then we'll go from there.
One step at a time. Best of luck, Imi.
Ain't that the truth, brother? It starts with the pistol.
It's not high hopes, though. I mean, listen, that's not the PR answer. It's not like, oh, we're going to cut it. This is our map pick. We're feeling good about it.
That's a real coach right there.
Very, honestly, just very British of Imi. Just so honest. Like,
Imi is always brutally honest when it comes to his coach interviews.
But this is their map pick, right? We have seen C9 on this map.
It's Wolf Gauge. Thank you for the 3 months. Can you watch my Guess My Rank from a couple months ago?
The thing that I turn back to is
yes,
who's hitting. You
definitely.
Playing really well. Mata, we haven't even seen him in his full form yet. But I do
I'll get around to that.
Throughout the game, we were talking about Net playing so well and really being a great anchor for
it says it's being held in a hall with 5,000 capacity, but it says it can be open to more, and the article says that also forget to even mention that the lower finals exists among other errors. Amongst other errors, so it might just been a mistake that they didn't mention they'd open up the connected halls.
When Mata was posted up, or at least they weren't doing it effectively. They want to take fights, they want to do it well. Fracture is the perfect map for that, to just run down one of the lanes, because for the defenders you have 4 lanes to watch for. It's very tricky. You kind of have to give up some space somewhere. So there's a reason.
Honestly,
I see methods to the madness of Cloud9 picking Fracture.
I've done events in 5,000 person arenas before, and they felt fucking awesome. It depends. It depends what the arena is like, but we did an event in Dallas for Overwatch in a 4,500 person arena. That was a hockey arena, I think it was, and it was fucking incredible. It was almost better than doing a 10,000 person arena because everything felt big and like important, but also very loud and close and intimate.
Who do you think was the best
It depends what the venue is
teams?
like as well.
IDK if I worded that right.
Yeah. As a theater kid, I can attest to this as well. That some places where you do shows,
yeah,
even in smaller places, like it's way better.
Here's a question from my chat, TMV, that I think is good for you as well. Out of all of the teams that won champions, so that's
Ascend,
Loud, yeah, Ascend,
EG,
Loud,
and EG.
EG. Who do you think had the best IGL of those teams?
To start out that first one, are you expecting anything interesting?
If you find Breach Tahoe interesting, I'm expecting to see a lot more Breach Tahoe, not just on this map, where it's probably their best map, but also just
I think it might be Sadak.
But honestly, I was kind of happy with what the desk was talking about there a lot.
I think EG was thriving in a bit more of a like fast-paced, send it, believe in yourself, like that. Then again, Boostio did call some really good stuff.
But when
a lot of their combo
like
plays were improv.
Yeah, when I think of like EG playing at their peak, though, I do think like everyone just getting involved and knowing how to make themselves useful. Like so fast that you can't com that kind of stuff, right? Like it's just like you're just reacting, and you know, like you're just in sync with each other because you have done it so many times and you know what you're doing.
I think it might be Sadak then Boostio though, and then nobody. And then Buncold, I think, was IGLing at the time. I can't even remember who was IGLing for Ascend. God bless.
Only seeing Brimstone get play in terms of the smokes agents coming on through. When you only have 3 of those, there's no recharge on that. Having the Cypher cages to stall out, you know, on the defensive side, or even use them offensively to play a post plant too, is very important.
Wait, do they make a new one every year?
A lot of C9 fans in the arena today.
I don't know why, but I just kind of assumed that.
That's how it normally works.
You're on mount to a fracture.
Not always, no, not always. Yeah, normally you would get a copy of it or something, but normally they would keep the original and like engrave it or something, and then it like stays there as a relic of the league.
And then the C9 fans were lighting up the house.
Well, I mean, it looked like the Champs Trophy.
Now it's been a little bit more muted ever since NRG started strong.
Do you think the best team of the year has ever won champs? No,
side of the map, just a
not yet.
That net plays center site.
Loud had a
drop.
But C9 can react, take control heavily into
kind
its
of,
when they
yeah.
know this, and that's
But
exactly
I
what
think
they'll
Optic
do.
were the best team of that year.
Still, there's a player very deep, the Teo for NRG. That's Brock holding down the fort and spawn, and there's a walk up there.
I think I'd argue Loud.
Mitch tries to do
No,
something here.
Loud got eliminated immediately at Copenhagen. They didn't make a deep run at all.
Thankfully for C9,
What did Optic do?
an entry into A, and he's already holding
They
down
got
this spike.
top,
Aftershock coming
yeah,
through.
top
Mitch
3 or
sticks it
4 or something.
halfway. He'll get no further.
This is just
Now
the EG
fight up
idea.
from Zeppa. That
idea.
fails as
Yeah.
well.
They got half though,
And
so
C9
it's different. They're gonna lose.
I think it should be over, yeah.
To go out. NRG know it. They're pushing. They're trying to stop this
Yeah.
diffuse.
This, by the way, is how you counter this kind of stuff. Is that you just somebody just has to tank it to get half. Yeah. Because that's also what M80 could have done against Winthra in that clip. But they didn't realize what the strat was early enough. Which is fair enough, because that's like a brand new version of it.
You were supposed to tell me which team did it.
I just remember seeing a pistol run like this.
All right, whatever. Look, it's a
It was
red bull
EDG,
clutch for
wasn't it,
C9.
at Bangkok?
Just sticking this diffuse on through.
What a clutch for Vic.
What do you mean?
They did this.
They just did it. They did it last week.
Someone did it in Bangkok though as well.
Oh, maybe it was
Cam on some. Yep, he's sitting down.
He's sitting down.
All right.
Maybe it wasn't EDG
Cheeks
though.
in
At
C.
Bangkok. Maybe it was
Honestly,
someone
I
else.
think it's kind of criminal that Ethan isn't the guy.
Ooh,
I'm
the
sorry, not
Brock
Ethan, that
Force
Mitch isn't the
Bulldog.
guy that gets credit for the clutch there. He's the one that sacrificed his body for the cause.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Got the
getting
half stick
halfway.
through the breach
Vanessa's
blast.
typing stuff to them.
A
Fucking in old
valiant
chat.
sacrifice indeed. Good news. Tech pause.
Love that.
What is with Americas and
Look,
so many
I got
tech
accustomed
pauses
to
this
this
year?
working with Pansy, so we're
This
not,
is the
it's
MEA's
no
bit.
surprise
Why
to
are they
me
still on
anymore.
She gave you the tech pause.
Americas has actually started having more and more tech pauses for small reasons like audio issues and stuff like
I
that.
hate to do it to you, but it's just how it works.
I blame Kurt.
I don't think it's
Honestly,
Kurt,
though, C9
but
they've won a pistol round, Mimi.
That's a rarity.
it is definitely.
Walker's had cosplay free in
Let's
stage
be
1.
clear.
I was just thinking today, but you're right.
I
it's kind
don't
of
think
a-
Brock
it's
is
a
going to be
chronic
as good as
thing.
Free.
Yeah, historically true.
Kind of like Pansy.
Why are
we- Possible?
Why are we?
Yeah.
Why would you try and compare him to like?
It is interesting to see
the
Oxy committing into the Neon still here. I think it's always been a strong role for him. The Americas teams were super.
That's what the chat loves to do. They love being reactionaries.
They're like, this agent is dead. But now I think if you're watching Bangkok, it kind of proves to you that maybe it was a bit of an overreaction. She's not as busted as she once was, but still a very viable agent.
I think so.
You're not doing like the completely silly cross-map slide headshot one.
Can you guess? Can you watch the Guess My Rank I said in the sideshow 3 months ago? He won't watch it. Frowny face.
Okay, I am gonna get round to them eventually, but I'm not gonna do them today, and I might not do them tomorrow. But you know, at some point,
right now, do it right now.
I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm not gonna.
It's a tech pause.
No, I'm not gonna.
It's a game tech pause. Those take ages.
I'm gonna run an advert right now, actually. Ah, you just mean he's gonna keep playing Teo only?
Folks, the admins are investigating a possible in-game bug. They're sorting through that now. We'll give you a more clear
in-game bug?
We get one, but for now, we sat down with
in-game bug. Wait, we've got to go back and investigate. We've got to go back and do our own impartial investigation. Let's see if we can discover it.
Finding a bounce back. You're on map to a fracture.
It's funny. I had a really hard time reading, you know, which team was going to have more support coming in today, because we went
what do we even know has bugs out of the
C9 fans were lighting up the house.
Stuff being played right now?
Now it's been a little bit more muted ever since NRG started strong on Lotus, and this time they found
the Tahoe missiles. I had a few rounds since the update when they didn't refresh.
Play center sight to spot out drop,
but C9 can react.
If the map started.
Okay, well, let's take a look at Brock's missiles then.
It's funny, I really...
Wait, Brock literally started the round. Oh no, he used his missiles immediately there. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
To take the rope.
Yep, sometimes that happens.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Mitch tries to do something here. Oxy was trying to take the rope.
Yep.
Up there.
He should be getting his missiles back like now.
Trying to take the rope.
Yep, sometimes that happens.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Thankfully for C9, Mitch has found an entry into A, and he's already holding down this spike after
yes.
Coming through.
Brock didn't get his missiles back.
Mitch sticks it halfway.
Is that?
Ooh, that's a.
Wait, is that because that has just lost on the pistol round?
A bounce back. You're on mount.
Is that? Have you just called it immediately, chat? Wait, that's crazy.
Funny, I had a really hard time.
Wait there. So they're on a 40-second cooldown. Beginning of the round is here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did he use them at the start?
Yeah, he used them right off the rip.
There's a walk up there.
Does he get them back at some point?
Mitch tries to do something here. Oxy was trying to take the rope.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
I'm looking at them.
Should get them back at 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm looking and I don't see them.
It's not coming up on the.
It's not. Yeah, it's not coming up on the thing.
Does it show Brock's POV?
No, it doesn't show Brock's POV. I'm just looking like. It doesn't pop up on the UI, and it also doesn't pop up on the post plant because we see the post plant POV.
Mitch sticks it halfway. He'll get no further. Yeah, now the fight up from Zeppa that fails as well.
Yeah, look, this.
And C9.
Yeah, and then. Yeah. It's not coming back. Wait a second.
I mean, they have to replay the round, no?
But then you can't just run the same strat.
No, obviously, but...
There's no timer, wait. Yeah, look. You do see Brock's POV, actually. At like 1:35, you see Brock's POV, and there's no timer on his salvo. Wait, that's a crazy big bug. That's an enormous bug.
Riot leaked the nerf just for Brock.
That is like a... I don't know what the hell the admins do about that, actually. Because from our point of view, we have enough game knowledge to know that Brock would have been able to execute that and it would have won them the round. But I don't think you can actually...
But can you definitively... Yeah.
Exactly.
You can't definitively say they would have won the round.
It's a subjective thing, because like, what if Brock just forgot he had the ability or something? Do you know what I mean? It's like...
Yeah, it's like a strange situation.
That is... I think you have to award C9 the round, but I think, honestly, if that bug is common... You might have to...
You have to disable Tahoe.
Be disabling Tahoe, yeah. You actually might need to disable Tahoe until it's fixed.
Imagine if they disabled Tahoe. That would be so funny. The complaints would be insane.
That would be insane. But also that I think that that's the best decision for competitive integrity would be to not have these situations arise by banning the agent until they get a hotfix.
Because as you say, it's not like a bug abuse where you're finding advantage because of bugs.
And it's gonna be important enough that you're gonna win and lose rounds because of it. For sure, you're gonna win and lose rounds because of that. I think
it serves NRG right for running a scummy kind of round like that.
Very
oh
hard
my
to
God.
Incorporate deadlocked
Wait, that's crazy.
Most comps are going to be running double initiator, right? And deadlock
That would destroy the integrity of stage 1. Well, hopefully, per Renegade, they would only have to disable it for like a week, and they would do it globally.
Meta doesn't really leave room.
It'd be like and something like this that would affect esports so much they would be desperate.
Was it there in China too, or is this the first pro match?
That would be like.
I don't know. I didn't know this was a bug, so I haven't been looking for it. So I don't know whether it was in China or not.
I think if anything, I'm surprised by the lack of another agent that was so prevalent in Bangkok, the Yoru, right? Because hey, the clone can break the vice wall if you're just looking at like 1-to-1 counters there, but also just what.
Rushed up, thank you for the 19 months. Wow, that is crazy, actually. Kicksty, thanks for the prime, and Winkia, thank you for the prime as well. Rhino is zooted, thank you for the brand new tier 1. How common is the bug? I don't know. How often has it happened to you, Hated Fate? I haven't really played any Tejo this stage.
I mean,
or this patch.
Vic and Net played pretty well in kickoff. I think everybody as a whole played pretty well. We had a few like team mistakes and crucial moments, you know, in crucial rounds, and we've gone over it. So we're feeling a lot more confident now. I think Net and Vic are getting their match experience along with me in the VCT.
It's like
stage,
2 times out of 10-ish games. It's not very common at all.
Along.
It's been a bug since he came out. Really? It's not on the most recent patch. How have I never ever heard about it then?
In this game that the admins have found out about. As a result, we're going to be rolling things back and restarting here. It's going to take them
Whoa, they're rolling back the round.
Have they rolled it back?
Yes.
Wow.
I think I think it's probably the right decision from a like fairness perspective in terms of what actually happened. But that's a weird, it's a subjective precedent to set, I think.
That pistol round strat was so good.
Then again, maybe the bug occurred. You know what, actually? Maybe it isn't subjective. Because the bug occurred.
Any damage?
Yeah, the bug occurred at like 139, right? Because he used his. Yeah, he used it at the very, very beginning of the round, and then it never got back. So in theory, the bug actually happened before any damage was done, which means you should be round rollbacking.
See what changes they make, but of course we do need some time to actually move on over that.
But the actual the rollback will take a while. It will take a while to do the rollback.
We had the block party, of course, today.
It shouldn't take that long because all they have to do is restart the map completely. But
I was wondering if everyone else had the boom and the fried rice.
Would it be insane to give C9 a credit boost in a situation like this so they replay but at a slight advantage? That would be insane, and not only because it was a bug, but also because they could buy like a Bucky or something on the pistol round if you did that.
Yeah. A Marshall.
Can you imagine buying a Marshall on the pistol round?
Yeah, I can. I remember the Astra glitch.
What? The Astra glitch?
Yeah, where you could buy stars, sell them, it would give you more money, and you could buy a Marshall.
I don't remember that.
Don't you remember this?
I do not remember that now.
Like Valorant's not to scale.
I remember the first time I ran into someone doing it on Reddit.
He's like, no, 50
losing my fucking mind.
Is.
Yeah.
People will remember in the chat, I'm sure.
Fair enough.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Stephen Liggy's belly button, and Thinking Man's microphone.
Yeah, you could sell your star and star.
I do not remember that at all.
Buy a Marshall and just fry on a pistol round.
That's so funny.
I mean, yeah, he didn't do that, but like,
it's a positive note, right?
It's true.
I was watching.
I remember me and my friends playing and like saying, "Oh yeah, let's push mid on a pistol round," and then top mid and Astra with a Marshall sniped through it.
Right, like every game, it's pie, and then chicken nuggets. Like it's all they do.
Orange chicken,
their
man.
Celebrity chef. I don't think he's with the team anymore, but that was like their whole thing last year, having the fresh meals cooked.
Did he cook the chicken nuggets for that?
It's possible.
I don't know how that works.
Oh no, no, why are we copying China?
I like these. Do you not like these? I like the meme ones better.
Oh no, it's both. It's the tattoos. She's showing off the C9 and the NRG. It's too close to call.
You said tattoos, and I thought you meant that she had real tattoos.
Oh, this guy gets it.
What are you talking about? Those are real tattoos, Mimi.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Come on, Kurt, press the button.
I think NRG's is better.
Red, orange, that kind of vibe going on.
Yeah.
You gotta pick
you can't pick both. What is this? This is the problem with Americans.
We'll count it. Another NRG.
Cloud9's last year was better than all of these, but
sorry, you're holding your sign upside down. Oh, okay. Well, NRG.
GRN, my favorite.
Did you see the Reyna bug that Meteor posted about? No.
What else we got? Another one for C9. No,
you can't.
What's the Reyna bug?
There's no flip-flopping.
Oh no, do they need to disable Reyna in pro play?
Nah, you don't get to play both sides.
He knows.
There we go.
C9 bundle.
That's like a confident C9 too.
The one where the overheal just didn't work.
NRG, okay, good choice.
Mimi, are you more C9 or NRG? Go.
Sorry, why are you trying the command !toe picks in my chat?
I like the orange.
That's you just got caught, buddy. Hands up.
No one cares. We're gonna toss to a break. Hopefully, get the sword and come back soon.
What does that say about you?
Well, no, there is no command !toe picks. But why would a chatter try that?
Yeah, I know. But yeah, what does that say about you?
What do you mean? It doesn't say anything about me. It says that I don't have toe picks, I guess.
Well, I mean, they're probably thinking of the little uwu thing.
Oh, the mods command.
Possible reason for the bug is that Brock had his missiles up before the round started and used them the second the barriers dropped. Since timers only start when the round, that might be why.
Do you ever think back to some of the things you've done? Do you regret any of it?
No. I wonder if we can replicate the bug with that theory.
Maybe you
Alpha
should.
Crash. Has anyone interacted with that bug that can confirm or deny that it happens at the start of rounds? Like Hated Fate, when you've had the bug happen before, does it tend to happen at the beginning of rounds, or? Because I've never seen the bug before. I've missiled off rip a lot and never had it. I swear it's only a LAN bug. I don't believe that's true, because some people in the chat were talking about it. Yes, it's true. I haven't played the game in a year. Nice, nice, good, good. It's happened in the mid-round for me, but not in the beginning. Okay. So... here come the conspiracy theories. Did NRG purposely do that bug so that if they lose, they can claim the bug happened, and then if they won, they can ignore it? I mean, that is, by the way, that is the reason that if a bug occurs, you must roll back even if the team wins the round, by the way.
Yeah, so you can't just cry wolf.
Yes, so that you can't do that kind of stuff. Like, if there is a bug that affects the game, you must roll back in both scenarios. Now, the problem is, even though that makes sense in theory, the admins are not going to catch it in reality a lot of the time. The admins are going to catch it for stuff like mollies in spots where they're not supposed to be, but...
Or Lev boosting themselves.
Yes, but I don't know if they're going to catch this every single time.
Yeah, like... Or they'll catch it at 1 AM and bring everyone back. After the game is finished.
Even though it's not actually how the rules are written or how they should have enforced it.
Yeah. What is in the rulebook for that? Like what?
For what?
For the accept thing. Like what do you think they should have done?
I already made a whole video about it, TMV.
Numbers in a round that never actually happened.
Care to give me the TLDW?
TLDR, they had a bad rule set and they needed to actually formalize their rules at the time. They didn't have good formulated rules.
Do they now?
Yeah, they do actually. Yeah.
So what would they do now?
What would they do now? Well, it didn't actually affect the outcome of the game, and it was happening in the middle of a round, so nothing, the round would have stood. But also, if they felt that it was a large enough bug and you couldn't control it, then they should have disabled the agent.
Definitely delivered in that opener. Fracture is C9's map of choice.
You can't change comps now, can you?
No, no. Unless they disabled Tejo, in which case
this is a map where
they'd have to, and that would be really funny.
Against each other on kickoff, on Fracture. NRG were down, I believe, like 12-2 at some point. They won like 10 rounds in a row at the end. Som put on a masterclass. Finished
What if the bug happens again?
And NRG still...
Well, first of all, I think it's unlikely to, because apparently it's quite a rare bug. But if it was something as common as that, that's when you would have to think about disabling the agent. And that's when... Actually, Americas would be in a good spot to do that, because the competitive operations team that handles this kind of stuff is centered in LA. So sometimes what you get is, in the other regions, their comp ops teams need to make a really difficult decision, and they have to escalate it to the LA team, and sometimes the time zones don't work. So sometimes the LA team is like asleep or something, and so the regional comp ops teams have to like make an executive decision or delay until somebody else can make the executive decision.
Delay.
Yeah. So shit can get really funky in other regions with stuff like this.
Achilles, bro, you have to just fill for 9 hours.
Yeah. But in LA, in Americas, you're pretty solid. You have the devs right there, and you have the head of competitive operations right there as well.
You've got one more data point to get that one fixed in the future, but we're hopping straight back into this one.
Tarek is in the main chat, and he's confused as to why they're remaking XTD.
Tarek doesn't understand. He doesn't have the... He needs to get in this chat. If he was in this chat, we could tell him.
This time around, NRG going 4 players over into B main.
They're literally doing the same salvos at the beginning. Show me Brock POV. Show me Brock POV, please. Let's make sure the bug isn't happening.
He's got him. He's got him.
Show me, bro. Oh, okay. Okay. The timer is there.
Oh, where are you? I'm on 121.
Oh, shit. You're ahead of me.
Net inside the smoke to receive.
16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11,
yep, I'm there,
10,
I'm there, I'm there, I'm there.
Stuck onto site, maybe even looking back towards C9 spawn themselves.
Yes, FNS!
Oh! NRG are finding every single fight. It's everything for NRG. Only Zeppa to equalize, and he's found 3 now into the round. It's onto a 2-on-2.
Sam's on 5 HP as well.
Up towards tower.
Oh, he got him back.
And as the missile stalled away, he's got to go on to a mission. That's Som down, and 4 for Zeppa. C9 have somehow found themselves back into this round, but it'll have to be Mitch to finish the job.
Yeah. People are going to say that C9 got rolled by this decision, but oh my god, he was actually in the aftershock there. But also, in the long term, NRG had to unveil both their A and their B pistol strat that they probably came in to this game with.
I don't think Cloud9 will give a shit.
No, I mean, Cloud9 will give a shit, but... Wait, what do you mean Cloud9 won't give a shit? That it got replayed?
No, the NRG had to show both of their pistol rounds.
No, of course they won't, but NRG might. They'll be frustrated with it.
I'd rather win the round.
But they would have won the round anyway with the salvos.
You don't know that.
I am fairly... No, I'm very confident.
The salvos might... They got half. It might not have been there in time. He was all the way back on A.
It's possible, it's possible.
On the last map, this time though. 2 rifles, Bulldog, a Stinger. Not trying to take so many chances. And interestingly, C9 have got 4 ghosts for themselves too.
And they're also sitting 4 in spawn for now, just ready to instantly rotate and flood in with the breach Teo util.
Now I did notice C9 were buying light armor or regen shields almost exclusively.
If someone on a team gets really sick in the middle of a game and has to leave the stage, does the match get rescheduled or do they get a substitute to fill in? I think... I'm actually not sure what would happen in... Oh, is Net dead to that? Yeah. I know that they have taken tech pauses for players being ill in the past. But the players have always come back.
Try and get someone else.
Wait, they're winning this. They're winning this.
He doesn't have the spike.
Suddenly in a 1v1.
Zeppa can get it go.
That spike
but he's very weak. 2 bullets.
Zeppa now with the stinger.
Mitch just came out Jenny and like tucked in this corner and killed them all.
30 seconds left. Zeppa goes back to check. And Som not watching damage.
Okay, now he's 1 bullet to a stinger.
Yeah. He's still got to plant the spike, Mimi.
Zeppa's low too.
He should win. This is justice. Justice for C9.
And missiles back online for Zeppa.
Time! Some time!
Yeah, it's got to be Zeppa's round here, right?
Spike tapped. Missile.
Yeah!
He missed the salvos.
Within them in the plant. He's committed. Now Sam will hold the line.
Okay, he got the kill though. Wait, and now they're stepping up and fucking shouting back at them. Wait, this is Americas. This is Americas. Sam's on his feet screaming 1-0, 1-0, and then he loses the anti-eco. Oh, this is good. This is good entertainment. This is WWE shit. This is actually like WWE level ridiculousness.
FNS should type in all chat, pause 10. Mouse didn't work.
Oh my god.
Actually, we had the bug again.
Yeah, we had the bug again. Some had no molly, couldn't buy it.
Some had no molly. We had fever. We were in chaos.
Yeah, we were in chaos. Some mouse pad fell off desk. We were in chaos.
Wow. And just like that, C9 are kind of right back into it. 5 Phantoms for them. Really enjoying that purchase.
I'm surprised that they showed that on the broadcast. Some just being like, ah, fuck.
Why the what the fuck does C9 do? This is strange, bro. Well, you have double trips on B. Do you know what a trip does?
Ethan flashes in. Or just the drone will work instead, as that's already a lot of space taken on.
Some is a funny guy.
NRG realizing they have this side, but have to be ready to fend off the retake attempt. Finesse.
Come on, FNS. Come on, son. Yes!
Goes Oxy, but already he's down, but the retake is here. It's active for C9, and they trade out to take back
very
stand
losable.
control. It's even down to 3v3.
Guardian.
But it's
Some's got a molly lineup for this as well.
From Mitch, picks up a double. The ult used towards main. Sam,
I think I missed.
did it land?
No, I didn't.
Yes.
No,
So a
Sam.
bit of time
Trust in
gone,
your
but
player.
he still needs to find some kills, and Zeppa is ready. We'll shut that down and convert C9 zone into Eco.
Very nicely done from C9.
What type of cookie am I eating?
What do you think
I'm
of
eating
the
an
art of
oat
calling a
biscuit.
tech pause when it's not fully needed?
What do you mean? Like
As a
calling?
momentum breaker. An op-tech pause, I think it might be known as.
I think it's scummy.
That snowball of ultimates
Do you think
right
it
there,
has
giving it
happened?
to Tejo.
Oh yeah, of course.
Mitch getting 3 kills in the
Do you think
previous
it's
round.
often
Now has the
happened?
Rolling Thunder too. To battle into what could be a pretty
I don't know.
decisive swing
I don't have
here.
the information necessary to
Players on
speculate on
NRG
that.
wouldn't be able to buy if they end up losing this one. That's not to say NRG aren't close to
The yelling
other
is
heavy
blatantly
hitting ults
disrespectful
themselves.
and unsportsmanlike. I think Riot should punish both of these teams. This is not the game I love. So true, actually.
In goes the stun.
Run, FNS, bro!
Finesse,
You know
finesse,
what's happening.
finesse.
It's fracture,
Take-
mate.
Does he actually get out in time? He's instead diving back in through the smoke. He goes,
Okay,
but
at least you
Vic will
wasted
take him down, and that's
a
Southside
free shot,
secured
but thank
for
God
C9.
your team has done absolutely fucking nothing.
They are reacting.
Way too slow.
A little too slow, yeah. Oh, they lined up again.
Our fucking duelist enters last. Thank
Yeah,
God he
that'd be
fucking blast back in.
Well held from C9. Mitch's ult
Yeah, not the
finding
greatest
too much
round there
value,
from
but a
NRG.
perfect off angle for him. Buys enough time
I'm
for
surprised
the players
Finesse
to
didn't
take
react and
Southside
take the
control.
rope.
The crunch back in on that
Why
side.
did he...
You
Why
just
did he
hate
take so
C9.
long? What do you mean?
You said they were cereal with water.
Oh, yeah, I did.
And even then, it doesn't matter because of Mitch's positioning on site.
Cereal with water and underachievers.
Stinger by for NRG. But they have ults to back this up.
By the way, check out these guys. C9 love regen shield, 5 of them.
If you haven't, by the way, inside your chat, he was on the last episode of the Ascend podcast, Cosmic Divide.
But it was a neon caught, gets away, Mitch not so
Yeah.
You can go and see which team he truly hates.
and it's a lot of spam going both ways.
Paper Rex.
She's gonna have to fight through this
It's not
smoke,
Paper
but
Rex.
NRG is ready for it.
It was Cloud9 though.
Oh my God, they're winning the eco.
NRG coming out ahead. Finally, it's net.
Some getting a
1v4,
bunch of
he
assists with his
starts
stim.
But NRG will set this post plant for main.
He hates 100 Thieves. Yeah, I'm not a fan of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, he thought about putting 100 Thieves in cereal with water.
And they suspect the wrap underpass.
I'm constantly surprised that
turns.
people think the Sen
But
fan
both
base
players
is
ready.
worse
He
than
has to head back the other way.
some of the others.
There's just not enough time to play with now.
I think if Sen went, what if Sen went through a mega drought though of not winning for like?
Yeah, then they might be horrendously
Slowly backs
obnoxious.
out of this
Yeah.
round is NRG. A very nice set play on their eco. wins them that round.
Well, this is what I was going to say, though, because C9 went for 5 regen shields, which is extremely powerful, right?
Some has Molly lineups for B and A.
Yeah, you'd fucking hope so in 2025.
Those stingers are
yeah, both from the south side that we've seen so far, right?
Go that far, but
hey, only 25 armor, you kind of melt.
And you also
but he's been taking quite a few of the rounds from the north side too.
That was a very good tail ult to push everyone out of that smoke. C9 is a team that loves to go for the floor.
There are a lot of Brims that do not play Molly lineups on this map.
Yeah, C9, they're still going.
They don't even try to back off into. Well, they just value playing off their teammates instead of baiting for the lineup.
I think especially in pro when you're taking a lot of this early damage.
Well, they're wrong.
It's high EV.
Oh no, double trips here? Oh, they might die for a second trip if they go for it.
C9 again taps with a full 5v5
it's up to you, FNS.
This is kind of ugly though. There's a trip holding them in main, so C9 no one's really out of that space. And Mata throwing out the paint shells, maybe considering swinging through the ultimate, push them into Mata's crosshair. What a setup!
Wow.
NRG! That was beautiful!
It's almost a repeat of last round. An ult to flush.
It is a bit concerning that you can always just wait for C9 to walk into you. Like, if you're in doubt, you can... Oh my god, the stun hit him. Yeah, if you're in doubt against Cloud9, just call a pause, and they will walk into you.
That was drawn up beautifully. I mean, again, the round looked strange because NRG had the space into sand, but you really don't have anywhere to go.
C9's response to every piece of util is to run forwards. Yeah, they're that kind of team.
Push players into that double setup in sand was just excellent.
It can be difficult to deal with that kind of team, though.
NRG. No matter if it was optic, if it was
thoughts on the regen armor. I don't know what to think about the regen armor. I think it's decent if you win pistol. Apart from that, I have no real idea.
Figuring out what your opponent's next step is, and
a lot of people buying it though.
A lot of idiots.
You can't just people who have different opinions to you, who play Brimstone not for Molly lineups and who buy regen armor, are not just idiots because they think differently.
No. Right, the Brim one is you shouldn't always play for lineups, but like if you never play for lineups, you are trouble. But
we saw it a few rounds ago too, I think, over on the
it does depend. The regen shield, there's just. Again, it's so conditional to get value
that's
from
really
it.
important when you play into a breach tail.
I refuse to believe it.
Power. If you try and hunker down on site, you're just
as you say, second round, worth it. Against ecos, maybe worth it.
I think it's people misunderstanding the reason that light armor is busted. But then again, I suppose against, well, yeah, I think that's true. I think people don't realize why light armor is so powerful.
A good cage from
yeah, because like if you take a 40 body shot from a phantom and you go down to what?
Oh, they're going back in? Oh my god.
You can save this FNS.
Rewarded with 2 kills.
That was a crazy decision from Oxy going back in with the mid flash.
Put together nicely. Still, NRG are creeping
forward. But yeah, to carry on the point, because it's an important point. You would go down to 85 HP off one Vandal body shot, right? With regen shields. You'd then get the 25 back, which would put you on 110. But that's 3 body shots. But you'd be on 3 body shots if you're on 85.
Right. That's nerd shit what you're talking about.
It's nerd shit, but it's just a proof of concept that in most scenarios, assuming that people buy rifles instead of like bulldogs, which they do, then regen shields just aren't that good. Even if it saves you money every so often of, you know, you get it and basically have light armor again. Yeah, light armor is 400 crits.
Yeah, exactly. It's so cheap.
You're not saving that much. You're not saving that much. Like long term, you will lose money from the times that you spent the 250 and died. That will happen way more than you lived and got the 25 back and
so it's a really tough defensive side to
Do you think Oxy is as good as Jewel? No.
Well, I mean, someone said that Oxy was the best duelist in the world.
Yeah, but that was the Cloud9 co-stream.
Yeah, but what would be your who's your top 3
in Americas or in the world?
In the world. That's what they said.
In the world? I'll go Durka #1 right now.
Again, C9 is committing to
I'll go
when the majority of these players have money for full
Top 3? Top 3 is kind of
Honestly,
tough.
it's about always being able to buy. If you think about what C9 was doing, you know, a couple years back by going
think
for
I'll go.
even when you're losing 2-3 rounds in a row, you're never actually forced onto an eco. And I think with the regen shields in particular, even though it's more costly, what it means is that
I mean, the people I'm thinking about are Buzz, Zekken.
So it might cost you 650 up front, but if you win a couple in a row,
I'm thinking about Aspas, obviously.
The Chinese guy.
I'm thinking about Kang, yeah, for sure. But for Kang, Aspas, and Zekken, I'm not currently super convinced about any of their Yorus. Well, it's that I don't like their Yoru.
So not as punished when they lose rounds necessarily, but not
But the only people that I do really like their Yoru.
Durka.
Yeah, I mean, Durka's Yoru is frying, but
NRG taking a bit of time to orb max.
like Jorg's Yoru is pretty good. But
I think the idea there just to break Cypher trips.
We're not going to find any,
doesn't hit any of them.
I also don't think that Jorg is.
With these Cypher trips. Deeper
I don't know.
ones to
Jorg is
play
very,
off
very
of
good.
and Punish, maybe not the Rays, but the next players coming into a site.
Cheeky camera here from Net.
Oh, I thought they might just walk under
Dude,
it.
Hyunmin was frying so hard at the beginning of the year, but I just can't put him in the top list when he hasn't played enough.
Make something happen here on the B site. Good start.
Top 3 would be crazy.
Yeah, he would.
His first kill, and now the ult popped off of that. His teammates trying to help out with an Armageddon as well, but Mata will trade through. Now it's all about getting Net out of heaven. He has been a problem.
Yeah, that's pretty huge.
I was. What?
Oh, dude, let's go.
We take that. We take a shaky 2K.
Interesting smoke position as well. Not many people smoking stairs like that, but it was pretty nice for Net.
Getting up out of his chair. What an anchor from him. I mean, first of all, getting in front of this stun, taking the time and getting
Yeah, does Meteor count as a duelist?
And then hiding inside that smoke, playing flush with the wall.
He's frying on Asa.
Falling victim to any of the spam shots going into it.
I think my current list would be Durka, Buzz, and then a question mark. I think the third spot's pretty open right now between a bunch of people.
But you got someone else stepping up today.
Yeah. I don't know, Psalm's living rent-free up in that side. I don't know. Every time we come.
Not exactly sure.
All right, NRG are going to relax things a bit, take it slower. They didn't, you know, set up a lot of players on the north side last round, but they did work
plenty of
Underpass
options
before moving into Arcade. I'm not really sure what info they're really finding. A late re-clear with the drone here into A main, not seeing the neon, I suppose, and getting around the corner.
I do like Mada's position here, because I think Cloud9 are the kind of team that would want to do double re-pushes out through stairs into tree. And Mada would feast if they did that.
Any trap plays that C9 might be setting. Their comp's very
But it
strong.
looks like they're
but
just playing for like,
just Oxy alone
full loading
holding
across.
Obviously,
Yeah.
Minibu
They're
is
on
third
the
because he's the
worst.
best Yoru
If
player
NRG
in
do
the
that,
and will be winning champs Paris.
But again, Net is out of position. Not going to be hit by that.
I don't think Minibu's bad, but I want to see more from the
FNS
Heretics.
pinch here on,
out of position, but
Net.
he does have a trap set up. His cam was broken, and the ult. Brock's going to escape that one, and now Net's active. Again, doing well to hold down his sight. And again, just dancing within these smokes, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He'll swing through with
Wow, nice by C9.
Decimate NRG on this site. Only Mada's left to stand. And he's got but a stinger and no time to work with.
Die, kid.
10 seconds left.
Please
Gotta
don't
keep
save this.
complimenting Net. He's always finding these first kills over on the B site. And because he's still there, it means that players have to turn around. You know, you're trying to plant the spike with one player. The
Hello?
other, you know, one or two.
Surely you're not saving the stinger,
Hello?
right?
Hello?
Why? What?
Never comfortable.
Huh?
Saves the stinger through.
You get more money than a stinger is worth.
Good for him.
Why is he saving the stinger? Is he worried about putting Mitch one away from ult?
As long as he gets one kill, as long as he stalls just a little bit.
That is a weird
one away
decision.
from ult.
Once NRG are focusing in on his position.
That is weird.
A gun from one of his teammates, and now someone else is that stinger. There's an ult on
Finesse is getting caught out on the south side again, yeah.
But then look, they don't know which way to go. They're just like,
they were going to react into B, and now they've had to go all the way back to Dish. And Mada's going to be late again because he stopped to pick up the orb.
Do they have missiles though?
Now smokes to come in to guide Mada top.
They're just gonna go for the
yeah, but now they have Razor as well, so Mada might be able to get a kill with this. I mean, he's buying time as well, actually.
Oh, he didn't get
He is buying a lot of time though, considering like you don't actually need to buy very much time.
They must know, and yeah.
Net needs this kill. Net needs this kill. No. He got half.
But they got half though.
That's halfway gone. So maybe a repeat of that pistol round to be found. Molly's. Teo missiles going in.
Now they beefed this.
This one, but no one can stop the fight.
We didn't get to see the POV there. I want to go back and have a look there. How did they get the half?
The rocket nearly found him. Instead, he'll escape with his life. And now someone needs to get on that.
Okay, they aftershock right now.
A flank though, coming in from net.
And then they molly. Yeah, he just tanks part of the aftershock. Oh, he doesn't even have to tank the aftershock. Oxy is sticking right now without even tanking aftershock.
Make the difference. Oxy's holding. That's halfway gone. So
he just tanks a bit of the molly afterwards.
Round to be found. Molly's. Teo missiles going in, but Vic holds strong. Zep is sticking this.
I think they must have beefed the execution on that.
Definite possibility.
Yeah, I think the aftershock must have missed or something.
Slipping back into underpass. Not gonna find anyone for their troubles.
Undo the pistol reset. They wouldn't have even won with the salvo.
In the post plant, it's gonna be a trade. Breach ult for C9. Teo.
Nah, they still had aftershock online. Aftershock doesn't refresh. Chat, you're allowed to not comment if you don't know how the game works. It's okay.
Not inside Joe's chat. So no one would chat if that was the case in your chat.
I disagree. They're the most intelligent chat out there.
I don't even think they would agree with that.
The setup, it's excellent from NRG. And C9 forced to try something dramatic. Try and just.
They are really heavily doing the whole offsite post plant stuff, though.
On the other side,
come on, Effortness.
Oh,
there you go, son.
Okay, nice. I'm gonna go back and look at the replay and see if they showed it in the replay.
Gonna happen. Kill a player that only has to stick it for a couple of seconds.
He's only on 6 kills. I thought he was doing so much better than that.
Who? Finesse?
No one was looking at him except for Finesse.
What is your what is your timer on at the moment?
Replay.
Good.
Beat 491. Oh, it's stuck on 491.
I don't know if there was other util to hit him. But he was really trying
it is on.
To get in there with
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Oh, very nice.
What was your point in your offsite post plant video?
Ooh, interesting that
I saw it pop up on my timeline today.
It's not very fun. And we've there's like when it comes to like post
plant, they're doing it again.
Offsite util, yeah, they're doing it again. There's like a limit in the game that once you're over that limit, it becomes a massive problem. And with Teo, I think we've hit that limit.
NRG had tried to switch things up, but he just did
basically Teo needs nothing.
Spike has yet to be planted.
So they went for a bait version of it, where they then.
It wasn't a deliberate bait though. They were going to do it normally, and then Mada got Teo ulted, so he had to live in the corner of the site. And then the rest of NRG came through and all just got spammed through a smoke. But I'm not exactly sure how they got so accurately spammed through smoke. I think it was just off noise cues.
Yeah, pro players. They could see them on the map.
Could they?
I mean, Zephyr could see them there on his map. I don't know who was looking at them.
Someone must have run through the smoke.
8-4 up on their map choice as we head into the halftime.
Unless it's a bug. Re-roll it.
NRG not looking great here. They're definitely trying something, but it's too.
Oh, they're trying something. Yeah, it's too.
It's too gimmicky. Too gimmicky, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah.
What the fuck is going on here? of my fucking Twitch things on my stream deck just died. There we go. Sorry for the jump scare. Doug messaged me like a few days ago being like, hey, you want to watch the games together? And then he just didn't message me at all today. So I don't know if he forgot that Americas was happening or something.
His job. Forgot about his work.
He's live right now. Message him back. No, bro, I messaged him back and said yes. And then he just didn't get in touch today. Let me cook? No, it's fine. Leave him. We'll do it tomorrow. Don't mess with it. If he wanted to do it, he would get in touch. I don't like bothering people with their co-streaming.
You know, Oxy may be struggling a little bit, but Zeppa lights out thus far today as well.
Yeah, Zeppa's just been a monster. 16 kills there in the first half, taken down in half the rounds. It's funny, right? Because, you know, C9 didn't really make any
I was just thinking as well, we should be doing the thing where we do the, like, Twitch stream together thing. So it adds the numbers together.
You're obsessed with this.
It's better. It's better for visibility.
I mean,
second round sort of robbed away
like,
from them.
This is the thing, you're obsessed with the numbers.
What do you mean I'm obsessed with the numbers? If you have higher numbers on Twitch, you get to the top of the category and then more people watch you. It's just basic marketing.
The rest really wasn't once C9 started going
but
on
then
the
you end up with a bunch of weirdos.
Yeah, they did a great job.
I've already got a bunch of weirdos. What do you want me to do with them?
Who's looking in the categories?
And when they did, they were really consistently
if somebody sees that Valorant's on and they click on the Valorant category?
Who's doing that though? Because you're going to get esports and then next to it you've got fucking
Jesus wept.
Fine, we can do it.
No, we won't do it. We won't do it.
We can touch tips if you want. We can fucking, you know, get the stream together. Fucking, let's get married.
I saw
anything else.
I saw Ludwig posted a video today called "Tip to Tip" with Michael Reeves, and I was like, huh? What's going on over there?
Monitor fixed up before
Can you rank the three
half,
GOAT
so appreciate your patience
IGLs in terms of geriatric IGL?
Gotta be able to see the game to play the game.
Yeah.
Certainly helps.
I mean, FNS is one.
I mean, if we're talking geriatric ability, it's got to be finesse.
Just a single kill in a game.
I'd say he's got a bit of a gap, but there are some others. I mean,
Sadak, Angels are pretty sick.
Angel is definitely up there too. Jesse
Sadak's kind of old.
Right, you know, let's get Finesse to come out.
I don't think Jesse's on the same level.
He dropped 0 on a map once.
That might help.
Yeah,
Boaster.
That's gotta get you in there.
Did he really? Jesse dropped 0 on a map once.
I'm pretty sure he did, right?
That's wild.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly sure he did.
Honestly, Boostio's getting there, but I don't think he should be in the same category at the moment.
Anyways,
Boaster isn't old enough? Dude, Boaster is getting up there. He's like 28, I want to say.
Knock. Anyways, it's a whole thing.
Okay.
And my Game of Thrones arc.
Is Boaster really 30?
It's a good arc to have.
Will you eat banana with peel again for $50?
You couldn't see your screen.
Did you eat banana with the peel on?
Do a funny little dance.
Yeah, that'd probably be pretty good. I'm bored by this
Much
conversation.
love. Also, don't touch tips. Maybe do get married to sideshows.
Let's take a listen.
You want me to eat a banana with the peel? Why have you said it again? Yeah, I never did the first time. I've never done that. Right, is Dryad on a box this time?
No, I think Shanks is also short. Then again, we're getting quite a, like, the cameraman is taller than the players sat down right now. You know what I mean? Because we're looking down on their heads. Maybe they're both on a box.
Yeah, map 1's amazing. Brock, the new addition, has been looking really good. And
they might both be on boxes.
Game plan, but map 2's looking a little bit rough
Why
right now,
though? Why would they both be on boxes?
For the bit? They're going to zoom out at the end and they're going to see both of them on a box.
How the team is going to make it internationally, how they're going to.
He's not standing as if he's on a box.
I want you to sell it to the people here and to everybody
He's
watching
too casual.
Why is NRG winning?
You know what I mean? Like if you were stood on a box,
is
you'd be.
Because FNS is the
you'd be more
IGL Valorant has ever
careful
seen.
about where you're standing.
FNS is the go.
Okay, but give me another point. Surely we got 2 more.
And we also have the W streamer on our team. Look at Sam, the GOAT. Look at Sam. The entire team is playing amazing. I talked to them backstage. Everyone's feeling good, feeling confident. I think we're going to win a tournament this year.
Yeah, you know, I'm starting to feel the... I'm feeling the...
Why are we in such a big...
Energy, but I feel like that's too
Why are we in
obvious,
such a big pause right now?
Maybe I am. So we'll see if they win stage 1. We'll see if they win this map as well as we send it back to you guys. Thank you, Shanks.
Was that just a normal length halftime? Dan's on a box! Dan was on a box! Dan was on a box. Did you see it? Did you see it?
I was having to do a funny little dance.
Dan was on a box.
Is what it might be. I think he gets paid for the
Yeah, Dan was on a box and Shanks was not.
Calling FNS a washed up bum in NRG versus NRG cost stream last year. Lil Bro got 2 corporate lies Shanks would never.
They gotta win a pistol. They gotta win a second half here before they can worry about the trophies. But they're known
that stun is right onto Oxy.
He's never been more stunned in his life, and Zeppa runs him down.
Why was Zeppa sending it that much? I guess they just thought it was completely open.
Excellent. As Ethan follows up for his 3rd kill of the round.
Ethan completely blinded up there after the 3. So now it's Net's mission to go on a bit of a hunt.
How the hell did Ethan get 3? How did he kill the player behind and both in halls?
Really crisp on the shot as well. Rock shows a shoulder. Is taken down low, and now C9 group up, shoulder to shoulder, pushing back into main to play the post.
Come on, FNS, this is all you.
Finesse has 1 cage. A ticket to getting the spike halfway.
Stun back up, a flash, the blast for Mitch to work with. And a camera back on spike.
Cage used, but they know it's fake thanks to the cam. And now next tap.
Gotta get on it.
Gonna come in. Good dodge from NRG, but Finesse.
Bro, you could have at least got me a kill.
That's the sheriff. The NRG bought, I think.
That's why the breaches with their sheriffs that round were getting work done.
It was the same sheriff.
Wait, did that gun get 6 kills?
I'm pretty sure. Okay, 1.
Because Ethan was nasty with it.
Oh, that's a nice reposition to catch Oxy.
That was just 3 headshots too.
Pretty clean. He does, and same sheriff. 2 more.
5.
One had cleaner shots, but one also won the rounds. What are you doing?
Why did Ethan buy a sheriff though on the pistol as breach? That is strange, isn't it?
I've seen you do things like that.
Not as a breach.
A lot of util, I think, is what's happening.
I buy a sheriff as like a killjoy or a viper. Sometimes.
I mean, he put down the smoke, so it makes some sense.
Sova.
As a matter of fact, Vic has
I only buy a sheriff on Sova if the game is over.
The room is very likely down underpass.
Yeah, he got 3. I'm not saying it didn't work. I'm just saying that is really unusual.
There's a chance to do a little bit of damage. 4 light armors on the other side, and he slipped on through.
Go on, Som. Go on, get a knife
kill.
Go
on, Sean.
Oh. Okay.
So no tomfoolery today.
Dude, I can't hear womp womp without thinking about the interview clip of the guy talking about children being taken away and put into camps as they were getting deported, and somebody just says womp womp.
Sure. That was just a stinger though. Expendable.
Have you seen that clip?
Well, the util's gonna finish
no, I don't get off to things like that.
No, I'm not getting off to it. It's just like the most. There is a lot of ludicrous content of like, you know, ridiculous American TV debate content, but that one takes the biscuit for me. It's a ridiculous clip.
Ended immediately. Also hedged their bets a bit. We'll see what the call ends up being.
Just the idea of saying womp womp to that is like fucking unbelievable.
Has a bit of a legacy on it at this point.
Yeah, I think it was on Fox News or something. It's just made the rounds on short form content for how absurd it is.
Lived such a good life. Oxy quick up into tower using those.
Was it actually an onion clip that I've misunderstood? That's a great bit if it is.
Called Sideshow. He does a lot of content like that.
I actually don't know if it was real.
Great work to start this round. What's the reaction out of
Because
C9?
it could be satire, but it also absolutely could be not.
Can we make this a game? No.
Excellent start for Oxy.
It was real? Wow, that's tragic.
Stun, unable to be avoided.
Go on, NRG. Go on. Fucking get him.
Come on, Phoenix. Come on, son.
It's real. The guy apologized for it. Well, that's where he's taking
What do you
the
call
opposite
it?
line to
I just got
modern
blinded
right when
from
talking
TMV
point
made
people.
sense.
Wait, what did you say?
We can all die together.
Mimi just called it the blast. The aftershock.
The aftershock, the blast.
Yeah. What do you call it?
Aftershock, but I guess a lot of people do call it blast in like
I think you should call it
kaboom, right? Because C9's strong side was going up into arcade, so they didn't really have the utility to clear through this smoke.
Yeah, I think kaboom.
And yeah,
I just got blinded from TMV's mating
drone
dance.
going that just caught a bad timing. All things considered, though, that stun line too.
What kind of mate are you trying to attract with that?
Spin on point all series.
I wouldn't call it a mating dance.
No, you wouldn't.
I can.
You have a different one that you would call a mating dance.
It's too dangerous to do on stream.
Basically the same setup as that last round.
Also known as the helicopter.
And still with that similar pace, the Tejo nades this time.
Is that your mating
down on the
dance?
ground from Oxy.
I'm just imagining what kind of stuff you get up to in the clubs.
Smoke, hold on, Psalm's just killing him in
You
there.
think?
I don't know about that one.
What? You think I strip naked and do a helicopter with my penis in a club?
I think you've probably been kicked out of many clubs for behavior like that. Yeah.
And takes him down.
Ethan and Mata left.
You would be
And critically,
incorrect.
Mata has the raised rocket available. Net trying to cross, gets away with it.
What?
Mata running for his
What? He was jumping.
How's Razor? With his solo.
This is so winnable. Ethan has a shit ton of util here.
Full utility to back up this showstopper.
A stun and the rocket, but he just swings out into Vic and dies. And now it's only the world champ to try and clutch this one open against Vic.
Okay,
Brother. Yeah. That's. I mean, they've still got another buy, and Mada still has showstopper.
Making me believe like that?
Yeah, but you're 6 from
Silliest skill.
And they just haven't looked very good.
It feels like they don't really understand the map. Like what they're trying to do on the attack side, where they do a lot of cheese rounds, and then on their defense, they're doing a lot of retake kind of setups instead of flood defense.
Did you say retake?
Retake.
I thought you were going with some like clever, like, oh yeah, you don't know what a retake is? It's when it's when we do a retake as a team all the way through the same place.
Oxy this round has the ultimate, getting into sight. Wall up and going back into spot.
I mean, yeah, it just looks like C9. They got some pretty. They seem to have a good idea of what they're doing.
Mada takes down
On
Mada.
himself.
Okay. Catches a.
This is why
timing on
Fracture's
that.
goated.
Fracture is a funny map. I do enjoy watching it.
With the spike dropped. And Finesse
Finesse.
holding his
Oh, he's not looking the right way.
Oh, no. Oh no. Can't be losing that. Can't be losing that.
Up to 12 rounds.
Zeppa is farming. He is farming.
He's remembered who he's playing.
Yeah, he's having another life game against NRG. You can't have 2 life games though, can you? It's like a... What happens twice in your life? I don't know. The birth of his child game?
What, does everyone have to have 2 children?
I don't know. I was just thinking the kind of things that only happen twice to you.
What happens exactly twice in your life? That's a great question.
I don't think there is.
Sounds like a riddle, doesn't it?
It does sound like a riddle, but I don't know whether there is anything that only happens twice to you.
Oh, a death of a parent.
Not true. You could have step parents, surrogate parents.
Well,
but mostly. I think that's a good. Yeah, I think that's a good. That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
Keeps advantage with his squad, but there's more ults to come, and Stomp capitalizes off of it. He's found a gap for now.
Oh my god, Ethan died to the Armageddon as well. They're gonna lose this round as well.
And another ult to work with. But there's no one on site to receive that Armageddon.
I mean, we can't be saying that though, can we? We can't be saying Zeppa's having a death of a parent game. That just, it would sound like we think there's a buff when somebody loses a parent. Which is, that is not true.
In football, that is true.
In football?
There have been numerous examples of a player, their parent dies, and they play like straight after, like the day after or even the day of, and then they play like an incredible game.
Who the fuck is playing the day of or the day after their parent dies? That is...
There are multiple examples.
Sports people have got something broken with their brains. I swear to God. Like, my wife was talking to me about this as well with Max Verstappen. He was driving like a couple days after his child had been born, and I was like, brother, give it a rest. Like, you're already one of the greatest. Like, you can take one off.
That was his first one
off. Yeah, it was his. Well, he already has a stepchild, so yeah, it was his first like biological kid.
Because like, if it's your seventh,
if it's your seventh, if it's
let's
your
be real. I'm just being real. When it's your seventh child, like,
can we now watch the clip, please?
You've done it before. At that point, you've done it. But I agree with you. First child, and as a second child, I would say second child as well.
But not
maybe
third child.
Third. Maybe third.
Why?
And once we start getting to 4 and 5.
Why in your brain do children get less important the more of them you have?
They don't get less important as a human. I just mean the experience of like how quickly you get back to work. You know, maybe for the 5th child, it's a day or 2.
That's... yeah, okay. Supply and demand. Please never talk to me about economic theory when it comes to children and parenting. You can't be that neolib-pilled, yeah.
See, the problem is no one in the... I mean, how many people in the chat do you think have more than 3 kids?
Very few. They wouldn't have enough time.
There might be single digits. In both of our chats combined.
Yeah, you know, I'm starting to feel the... I'm feeling... Sorry.
This is your mating dance. God, you look like a chicken. You actually do look like you're doing a bird's mating dance.
It's not a fucking mating dance. They told me to do a silly dance.
This really looks like you're trying to attract... What is that bird that does the... God, I need to find it.
Dan was on a box. Dan was on a box.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to find this bird. I'm going to find the bird that does the mating dance. Bird mating dance. But it's a black bird. Yes, the bird of paradise. This is what you look like. This is what you look like. This is you doing your mating dance.
What's wrong with this? Look at me go.
Oh, I do like it. This isn't even the bird I was thinking of, actually. I don't think. What was I thinking of? Was it this one? Is it this clip? It's the one that does it underneath the... Yes, it is. It's this one. It's this one. Bro, this is you to a T. This is absolutely you to a T.
What am I about to do?
This is literally what you were just doing.
Oh, look at me go. Fucking hell.
This is exactly what you were just doing. Look at it.
Does he get the bitches, though?
I don't know. I can't remember the end of the video. I can't remember, but this is exactly what you just did.
But no one is watching.
That's TMP's stream. Very impressive, but nobody's watching.
Very impressive, but no one is watching.
Oh, that's very fucking funny.
The superb bird of paradise calls to attract a female.
He's typing my boy getting cloaca.
And he has more luck. But what does
apparently
he have
you
to
need to sing for
really
them.
Impress her?
You need to sing for them.
Yeah, but I'm not a fucking bird of paradise.
Are you not, though? Look at this. I think you could pull this off.
I'm not gonna give the most perfect round rock to Sideshow if we ever meet, like a penguin would. What the? This looks like a fight.
No. It's not a fight. It's not a fight. They want to fuck. They don't want to fight.
Tell you what, though, probably a little bitter because they
so
took
good.
that round away early on, and they were like, you know what? I take offense to that. 13-5 dominate.
And then they lose the pistol to get back into it, which is so
FNS only got 9 kills, bruh.
Immediately on this second round,
Missed the
able
point.
to go crazy.
Oh, you need 10 kills to be able to get.
You need 10 to get a point. Som got 10 exactly. He gets
Hallelujah. Thank you, Som. Thank you.
Yeah, all headshots
Missing out
Ghost.
by 1.
What an immediate turn of the momentum.
I had an inclination, I think, that this map was going to be favoured towards the way that Cloud9 like to play, because we've just seen it play out so many times now. The team that's following the sound cues, trying to flood.
Are you staying on for the? I'm leaving after this game too.
Are you really? I think the next game's going to be really good.
Yeah, I do too, but I want to watch.
You're going to be advantaged. Cloud9 were doing
I am going to be watching Trace Wolves tomorrow.
Well. They are so willing to just
not
group
global
up, fight,
DFM.
and make sure that their util is pitching.
No, it's global DFM. Then
well. So it's a map that definitely suits their playstyle.
Yeah, but global DFM is
China. China is tomorrow.
Oh,
global DFM's at 8 a.m. No, there's no way. I'm not waking up for that instead of Americas.
I'm going to continue to praise some of the star players in this one, because you had talked about it briefly, but Zeppa, man, there's something.
If I wake up to co-stream Wolves against Trace and XLG's already lost to all gamers, I'm going back to bed.
Something like that. But yeah, evidently on this map, and
especially against
NRG,
if I wake up and XLG have lost to all gamers and Zeta is a map up on T1, I'm going back to bed and I'm never waking up again.
He's so good.
No subsidies. My guy is out there selling the goods.
Zeta will not be the map up against T1.
It's so damn important that Zeppa does have a good game, I think, as well, with the way that Cloud9 chooses
How about
to play,
T1 Zeta? Yeah. I'm not going to co-stream that though. I'm gonna, because it overlaps with Wolves.
They're setting him up with good util as well, but look at his numbers.
That is ridiculous, man. Look at this. These are the 2 games that he played against C9, against NRG. It's crazy. He's actually just frying against NRG.
Perfectly every single time, and Oxy's been getting fantastic value, but the pressure is going to be on players like Oxy as well to play well. Teo's going to be normally the second one in, trying to trade out your duelist player and to pick up the pieces. He did it again. It's got to be consistent, and he keeps doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And like the one real differential in the stats that you saw was just the KDA. Because of that, he was just dying.
Except when he finds a really big watermelon slice.
Also a testament to how this time
yeah, that's good. That's a great memeable picture of Zeppa.
NRG had one of the all-time fake comebacks, which obscured his KDA. But this time, they just clowned on them. They were so good.
They look good. But now let's
what is the final map though? Pearl. I don't know that Pearl is going to be good for Cloud9. I think Pearl should be better for NRG.
Right? Fracture favors them. They like to go in there and get in their face. But Pearl has kind of seen some changes and some different approaches.
Yeah, it is. I'll make it short and sweet though. Like Pearl, I don't think you can take the same style that Cloud9 used the success in Fracture, that pack mentality.
I'm going to quickly go and get some food. I'll be back in a sec.
If NRG have alternated their comp a little bit, they're running the Euro as well, they can get fast rotates to make sure they follow the sound cues on defense. It's much harder to play that play style on a map like Pearl.
What can you
it's going to be very fascinating to see how it all breaks down, folks. But we're going to map 3, so let's find out which team is going to start off this stage with a dub right after this.
Maybe all of you type, did you leave the oven on or something? Did you leave the oven on? What if you all spammed "you're in a dream"? Did anyone ever do this at school? Like, this was quite evil, something me and my friends did. We all decided to just one day tell a certain friend, just every time we saw them, like "you're in a dream" or like "wake up."
And a map where I think there's a lot of interesting options for comps. We saw that on display at Masters Bangkok with, you know, the T1 double duelist kind of looks. You have the more G2 double initiator kind of looks. There's a lot of options for our teams here.
Yeah, and so far our 2 teams, they played fairly standard stuff. I would say with their own, you know, unique wrinkles, right?
Say there's a spider. Oh, there's a spider behind you. We just saw it on camera. There's a massive spider in your room. That's a good one, because you'll start looking for it.
This final map is also worth reminding you again. These 2 teams very likely to be fighting for point spots in their group, and that.
Wake up, Sideshow. You've been in a coma. The accident wasn't your fault. I dreamt last night that I got into an accident on a motorcycle. I don't drive a motorcycle, by the way. And then got stabbed by a bunch of Russian men.
this kind of look coming out from C9.
Maybe that was real.
I don't know if I would call that a strategy, but it's certainly an option. Now, that's a double duelist option, but very different, right? That one with the Jet Yoru leans much more into like the offing. I think
Ethan Yoru, double duelist. Was that Zeppa Yoru?
That's awesome. No, the Pengu! Get him back up there. We're gonna be okay.
He'll be back.
All right.
But honestly,
Got it.
I think both this
Look at the spider. Bro, why would I give a shit about a spider? I live in the UK. They don't get bigger than like a pound coin.
That's not true.
They're tiny.
That's definitely not true. House spiders can get quite big.
Oh,
With the
not that
Masters 1
big.
champions. But C9 with their own spin, fighting to mid. Both duelists brawling out, and Oxy gets a clean opener onto Mono.
These are some weird fucking comps.
Good try.
I don't know if NRG are
Yeah, double duelist for both of them.
Yeah.
On a T1, on a T1 diet.
It looks like they want to force
And
it.
neither
Zeppa
team
Yoru.
running Vice as well.
Oh. Dealt with Mitch just playing on backside. Oxy flooding in too. This is classy from C9.
Come on, FNS.
And that's the beauty of these double duelist comps. You have so much mobility in the mid round to quickly rotate. You're fighting into mid, then you're TPing back, and you're into A. You have a TP set up to get back over towards C as well. It's really tough to play that slow mid-round style that NRG loves because of how proactive C9 are able to be
65 HP.
Yeah, and I think what we're going to see a lot, like
it is an even fight.
Differentiating factor between these two comps is going to be the Neon versus the Jet, and I think what the Neon comp is going to be better at is doing sort of like team fighting, set pieces.
Keep going,
Get the kill.
You've got this. You've got this.
At least pad your stats.
You've got this.
Flash utility,
Pad your fucking stats.
Whereas
not them.
You're going to see
Go for net.
constantly, especially on defense, looking for these opening fights next
Save the classic.
Back up to form now. Well, we're looking at the changes to the map.
Where are you going, bro?
In this series, but we have Icebox coming back. We have Ascent coming back. Minor changes on Ascent, no Icebox. Those have always been Jet playgrounds. Those have always been maps where Oxy excels on this agent.
And both these
what are you eating?
They got
what am I
boring, so
eating?
they floated Ascent and Icebox,
I'm eating a
but then
fucking
they
incredible
banned it
dish,
in
actually.
the second round.
It's so
Yeah,
easy to
that's why we
cook,
end up
and
on
it's
Pearl,
so
'cause
good.
there's a map
It's
teams have a lot more practice on just going from kickoff and
Paratha Roti, I think it's called, or something.
Both these teams, though, not
It's
having a
red
10-minute
cabbage
run
and
since
carrot
Bangkok had a nice round
with
month or
shredded
so
flatbread
to prep, to practice, but
and like
of
a
course for NRG, they made a roster change during that
tomato
time, and
chili
bit of unfortunate news, but
kind of
seems like we have another
bug
coming.
God, it's so good.
Fun way to start off the day, you know? Gotta ease our way into it.
Yeah.
He didn't have another
The
bug.
computers have
Please
to warm
tell me.
up to start stage 1.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that how computers work? You know, if you don't run them in a while, you gotta. It's like a car. You know, the battery.
What kind of
dies,
bug
you
would
gotta
he even
bring in a
have?
new one.
I don't think that's how it works, but
What's he playing?
That's how my car works.
Is there a different bug on
You're
Sova?
like the 1980s, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty old.
Imagine.
Yeah.
That's like
Imagine
Golden Boy
his
era.
YouTube doesn't refresh every
so
pistol.
unnecessary. Okay, good news.
just that
10 pots went
computer.
short. We got to make a rip at GB, and we're starting the game again. It's 1-0 up for C9 here.
Well, we're not starting it again. We're starting round 2 again. People
Yes.
might get confused. No, this is honest. Moving over into it, and finally we see an outlaw. I don't think we've seen a single outlaw today.
NRG loses
if
pistol,
memory
but
serves.
And both teams are buying light armor or regen shields almost every round.
Well, that's the thing. I wonder if the coaches have clued into that and realized. There we go. Zeppa just there to bail his teammate out.
It has to be Paratha or a Roti. It can't be both. Well, it's not a Roti then. It's Paratha.
Could be that, or could be as simple as I'm Jet on an anti-eco.
But I don't think I'm explaining the dish properly. I don't think that's what it's called.
Well, Mitch is going to be happy to find 3 kills.
Yeah, a couple of
It's red cabbage. It's red cabbage, flatbread, and carrots shredded together and cooked in a curry sauce.
Are we offended by that? That's been doing a lot more today.
why don't you pour it on your head?
Map 2. Once C9 started winning rounds, he's getting active.
Or should we ask how much
coming to this next round? NRG are continuing. So
to pour it on your head?
I'm not gonna pour it on my fucking
In
head.
that last round, I don't think
How
it
much?
shot, but they at least saw it.
Everyone has a price.
4 players
It
on
did,
the
it did get a kill. They know it's there.
You're saying for $1 million you wouldn't?
No,
pour
of
that
course I
on your
would.
head?
Of course I would.
Yeah, it's a risk to be taken for sure.
Bro, I don't know.
But Oxy not in the position to do too much as judge, however, from Vic.
He's thinking about it.
Fucking 1,000 gifted, and I'll pour it on my head.
Ooh, it's in the realms of possibility.
It's not in the realms of possibility.
If someone is rich, it is.
I'm literally gonna eat the fucking thing before that would become a reality.
That would be the biggest scam of all time.
Well, I have more downstairs, but I am gonna eat it.
There's a drone into mid, saw nothing. Oxy is backside with the outlaw still. That smoke is really annoying to deal with. A flash over the top. The stun.
Anyone win the lottery recently? Got some money to waste?
And if you did, why would you waste it on this?
It would be content.
It would barely be content. I'm just pouring food on my head. Oh god.
Yeah, but you're bald.
Oh god. This is not good. This is not good.
Oxy absolutely punishes NRG there. The light armor dealt with.
Was it C9 on Pearl where we had the worst stream of all time?
I don't know, some counter utility thrown out by C9, but
what game was
it?
I don't remember.
It was on Pearl. But yeah, I don't remember the game.
Sort of which way against him.
Do you mean when we were talking about pissing and shitting?
No, I meant when we were talking about...
Oh, the Joy one. That was definitely on Pearl. You're right. No, it was Liquid because it was Nats.
No, it was definitely Americas.
Was it?
Because the way C9 are playing is effectively
that kind of filth, not at night. That would be incredible.
C9 MIBR, the people are saying.
Up front B, now our Yoru is going to be running back over onto the A side.
That's part of the beauty of this comp, that you have two characters that can brawl as much as they want and still have that get out of jail free.
And because that Jet has this very forward line, like we have beautiful information, it allows this stack of 3 players into the A site. And just Vic playing again with the Judge in connector, can hear audio.
Why am I getting a fucking Steam message?
To be able to swing off of. Cool.
Oxy sees one. Doesn't want to take too much risk though.
Surprise, yours.
Did you just get invited to a TF2 pug? Yeah, maybe. Someone wants to buy my Steam hat.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Every shot required, but
FNF, bro. You can't die to 5 shots of a Judge.
Some players down long with that outlaw. Zell Tucktail run back towards mid. They don't want to test him.
Fucking Buttnose just sent me a message of a guy that looks vaguely like me.
Street there broke the cipher camera. It's possible NRG log that for future memory. It's just the camera.
He's just a bald guy with a mustache.
Inside it for the info. Now they've allowed
Anthony Fantano? How do you all know who that is? Who the fuck is that?
In art that would see that.
The TL versus APKS was Alice talking about how Brent shat himself that Tarek reacted to. C9 versus New York discussion.
Towards secret. The stall is good. Mom has found a kill.
Very well-known music YouTuber. Okay, I know that this is a -2 take, but like, why would you listen to music YouTubers? Just listen to music.
This is kind of alarming now.
Like, if you like music, just listen to music.
Yeah, you lost the pistol, you lost the anti-bonus.
But maybe you like their music. What do you mean?
No, he's not. He's a critic. He reviews music.
It's been rough.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Ridiculous replay.
Just fucking find it yourself. I don't know.
Concerning territory.
Yeah.
But like,
I just want to see NRG
is video really a good form for that? Surely a written form is better.
Written?
I don't know. I don't know.
Written would be the worst form. What do you mean? You can't hear the music when they're reviewing it.
But you can't hear it anyway. If they're going to review it, they're not going to play the entire fucking tune, are they?
No, but they can talk about the different elements and then you can actually hear it.
What I'd rather...
You literally picked the one format that makes no sense.
No, what I'd like him to do is just type like, you should listen to this band, and then I go and listen to it myself.
Oxy gets out and C9 will just turn away and wait for the
That's just a recommendation.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Not everyone wants that.
Well, what do people want?
They want to know about the different fucking elements from someone who knows more about music than them.
Oh, bollocks to that
Your
stuff.
fucking job is to cast on Valorant. What, you think you should just get rid of them? Just watch the game? Fucking idiot.
Yeah. If you like Valorant, why would you watch a Valorant critic? Just watch Valorant.
Another attempt at the plant. But it's just bullying from C9 finally.
Okay, some just killed 3. There's no way, there's no way. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. That's like a meme round. That's like a fucking meme how you lost that.
They can't win a round, man.
Ridiculous round. The Vic survives there at the end.
It's one
Crazy.
He was rage baiting with that take. I agree.
For that second kill.
And after found the 3
Oh, what? My goat FNS dies like
You
that.
weren't kidding. Just an unbelievable Red Bull clutch from Vic.
Yeah, keep the swearing.
I mean, didn't he say get fucking
Mute the
shit
get
on?
shit on!
It's a 5-0 start to this map. NRG have to be stunned after losing that round.
That's a tragedy. I mean, it wasn't looking great for them anyway, though, until some got through.
Yes, it's dire, and I promise
But
I'm
yeah,
not trying to cope
this
for them,
is
but I'm kind of coping for them.
this is rough.
Give me the cope. I'll give you the cope. They've got 4 ultimates ready for themselves, right? NRG. They also, because they keep going for light armor, they've got another buy round that wasn't actually a swing
I agree
for
with the
them.
people that I should stop my YouTube channel and start writing
Sort of now or
articles
never,
instead
and
with
especially
no
if they're looking at Oxy finding an operator now on the defense.
I'm just saying, if you're reviewing something, like if I was telling you the best match of the week to go and watch.
So what do you think of film reviews as well then?
Now here's where I'm going to expose my biases. I think I'd prefer a film review because I think there's more.
Films or music?
I think
you biased against films.
No. For films. I think there's more.
Oh, you biased for films versus music.
I think there's more that goes into it. I think there's more to review. I think there's more to pull. Music is just fucking la-di-das, isn't it? Just put it in your ears and enjoy.
And it's going to be all the better. Only Mata.
That must be bait. That must be bait. Music is la-di-das. You sound like a fucking the most unintelligent, like misinformed gammon that has ever lived.
It's not a defensible take, but I do have no interest in listening to music reviews, and I do have a lot of interest in film review. But I think it's just the medium, maybe. I just don't give that much of a shit about learning about the history, inspiration, or meaning of music beyond what's I'm able to pull from it myself.
That's just personal preference.
Yeah.
You don't have to shit on a whole guy's life because of that.
I wasn't shitting on his life.
But it doesn't catch on to anything instead. A slow walk up Psalm. Great.
Come on, NRG. Nice. Get around on the board. There we go.
He listens to Spotify top 100s and popular playlists.
I will be like, I'm not that much of a music guy. I used to be when I was younger, but I don't. I actually do treat it a bit like just put the la-di-das in my ears. I think I use music at the moment basically as just something to keep me mildly entertained while I'm doing other boring tasks. Like cleaning or cooking or something.
See,
no, that's interesting. I mean, I would say I'm the opposite. I find films mostly dull.
Really? No, I find them much more engaging.
Nice,
wait, Finesse could actually win this. He could actually win this.
He's perma-blind.
In main. Has an isolated duel against Zeppa. But Zeppa was a monster in the last
unlucky.
map, and yet again, he shuts it down.
They're frying them. They're fucking frying them.
So quick with it too.
I have started also not listening to as much music and listening to podcasts instead. So I'm already anti-music and I'm getting more anti-music.
I mean, I listen to a lot of podcasts, but
You've only got a limited amount of time in the day.
Yeah, I know, but I find that when I listen to music that I like, I'm happier than listening to podcasts.
Sometimes I want to listen to some music, but I can't be bothered, so I put it on like 1.5x speed.
Take fast control towards speed.
You don't put music on 1.5. There's no fucking way you've just said that. That can't be true.
Why is it okay?
You don't put music on 1.5. No one has ever done that.
Why is it okay to do that for YouTube videos and podcasts, but it's not okay to do it for music?
What's going on with me? Doesn't move out of the way.
There's no fucking way this is true. Tell me this isn't true. Tell me you're baiting.
No, I mean,
you've got me. You've won. You've won. You fucking won. You can admit it now.
That one's bait. That one is bait. I mean, that one's too far. Even I don't do that. That's psycho behavior. The rest of it was true, though.
Desperately wants to escape, but the util is overwhelming. Shorty in his face. Traded. That's excellent work from Sam.
Mitch is going to be coming in so late from his own spawn. Now the Astral Wall is called down. Nick right up on top of that, but Ethan is lying in wait.
I mean, honestly, I'd never even thought about anyone listening to music on 1.5x. It's such a foreign thought.
Do you know what I do, though? That's oh no, they've won the round. Can I tell you what's going to really piss you off? When I listen to an album for the first time, I will listen to each. This is. I know that this is psycho behavior. I listen to the song until I know I like it, and then I add it to a playlist and skip the rest of the song. So when I first listen to an album, I only listen. Like, the more I like the album, the less I listen to it.
But how long does it take you to figure out whether you like a song or not?
Sometimes I know I like a song within the first, like, 30 seconds, 15 seconds. Sometimes it takes me 2 minutes. Sometimes I listen to the whole thing and think, nah, I didn't like that.
But you listen until you either like it or you don't like it and just listen all the way through if you don't like it.
It pisses off my family so badly because I'll do it on speaker sometimes and then just skip the song as soon as I realize it's a good song after I've added it to a playlist.
Skip the song as soon as you realize it's a good song.
Yes, because the point of me listening into it the first
time... sign you up
time...
for talent. Get on the fucking talent team. You just want pain. You just want to be... You just want to be yelled at, don't you?
No, because the first time I listen to an album, I'm listening to it to see whether I like it, to see whether I want to add it to my, like, collection of music I listen to regularly.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I don't want to listen to the whole... I want to optimize it for efficiency. If I know I already like a song, get it in there and get on to the next one.
You said in the first 20, 30 seconds or some of them. Like, songs can have a great intro. See, this is the thing. If you understood, you know, maybe listen to a reviewer, they could say, oh, this has got a great intro, but then it kind of turns a bit shit.
Well, but I wouldn't trust them. I'd have to listen to it myself, I think.
C9 fought into A main. They won off that round. They're going to do the same thing again, but NRG instead goes towards B here.
I like they're going back into the same side again.
The thing with how
also, listening to the critics would...
They're almost always taking a lot of time before they actually commit to these hits.
I don't know that I'd find somebody that I had the same taste as.
Yes, I'm sure there is only 3 music critics, I think. Jesus, it's not looking good. We might get -1 points for our NRG players here. You might get -2 if they lose by 10.
We might be fucked up. We might be fucked up.
But still doesn't help you feel like you just got flattened running into the site. NRG, it is time to show
this is...
ultimates to play with.
I'm not saying you have to like music critics. That was never the point. Like, that's fine if you don't... Like, I wouldn't care about a film critic because I don't care that much about films.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly the same. Like, if you watch a film...
Now you've gone off a tangent of, like, actively trying to punish yourself for liking music.
And not actively punishing,
I like this song,
no.
So I won't listen to it.
No, but I do afterwards. It's just the first time I skip it. Like, in the long term, I'm only listening to the bad songs once. I'm listening to the good songs many, many times.
C9 aware of the possibility. And they're going to re-clear this. In force.
But why skip? Because efficiency. Because it takes too long. Who the fuck has time to sit there and listen to an entire album? I don't have time for that.
Ever been on a fucking drive?
I want variety. I don't want to listen to a whole album.
Ever been on a train?
I don't want to listen to a whole album the whole way through. It's so rare that you get an album where every song is a banger or it's got a well-crafted move from one song to the next.
But what most people do is they listen to the songs, and if they think that they don't like it within the first, minute or so, they'll just skip that song.
Because I want to give because that I would be unfairly not giving it its fair shot. I have to be very, very confident I don't like the song. So I tend to listen to them maybe all the way through.
What about someone brought?
Bren,
what about
Bren? Why are you? Bren, why are you in the chat?
awaited kind of
Oh, is that Alice?
in Tier 1. The last time he played what was
Friend,
called
it must be
Brad is
Alice.
actually in the chat whilst he's working. Like, fuck this game shit. Let's see what Sideshow's talking about.
I will very occasionally.
I just think it's just a very like, I don't know. It's the kind of thing that a fucking like psychopath, you know, investment banker would do. That's like, I have to be maximum efficient with my time. You're like one of those, you know, crypto bros who thinks, you know, time is money, bro.
I mean, being efficient with what you do is generally a good idea. Why is maximizing efficiency in the consumption of art not to be valued, but it is elsewhere?
Instead, just happy to wait out this. The camera timing just sees just about everything. They got the info on 3 and the Killjoy. Only the Astra.
It's just a strange way of living.
You listen to a podcast.
I think you're a twat.
That's fair enough.
Oh no. Okay, this is nice by C9 to be fair.
Oh, that could have been sick from Zeppa.
That was insane! And he gets the 4th! Oh my god. Zeppa's just doing tricks out there, absolutely.
I've never seen a man fueled by spite so heavily since Dejazine popped off against KRU. Zeppa is farming.
And he gets
fucking hates NRG.
Spray transfer. You don't see that very often.
That's just crazy. I feel like C9 are thriving in the chaos. They're so constantly able to get into these positions where they're pushing through a smoke. We saw them Fracture 2 or going for TP flash.
No wonder you complain about watching Valorant VODs. You can't listen to an hour-long album and VODs are like 14 fucking hours long. Yeah, it's not pleasant.
This guy talks about maximizing efficiency. Meanwhile, he runs a podcast that averages 3.5 hours in length.
I can tell you for sure I am not listening to something like the Platchat podcast. There's no way. There's no fucking way. I don't make it for people like me. There's no shot.
Once again, testing into the art
Here's the thing that I've created and created, and you know, for so many years of my life.
But also, that podcast is not art. Not every piece of content that people make is art.
I've never heard it's legitimately insane. You're so backwards as a human, my god.
Is Platchat noise or art?
Mostly noise, I'd say.
I'd say, yeah, it's mostly noise.
But I don't think those are the only two options. I think you presented me with a false dichotomy there. Oh my god, Madder slides back in quite nicely.
For a double on the Stinger. We'll claim the A site.
My eyes are still on Vic, stuck in back secret. NRG taking their time. They're giving some moments.
If I wanted to absorb Valorant knowledge as efficiently as possible, I would be 2x speeding, like, I don't know. What would I be doing? 2x speeding tactical Rab and then skipping through until we give our real opinions in Platchat and missing out on all of the funny content because we're not actually funny. That's what I would be doing.
You don't think we're funny?
It depends who you're comparing us to.
What do you think is funny?
What do I think is funny?
We've come so far since that first map. Now C9, just moments away from.
What do I think is funny?
See, now this is. I've given you the keys now. Whatever you're gonna say, people are gonna be like, "You think that's funny?"
Yeah, I mean, a child falling over. That's funny.
Why on earth would that be the first thing that comes to mind? Why? Why? You could have just said, like, why does it have to be a child? Like, someone slipping on a banana is definitely funny, but it doesn't need to be a child.
No, I mean...
Like, anyone slipping on a banana is funny. Or just people falling over in general is pretty funny. But why does it have to be a child?
I actually don't enjoy it. I genuinely don't like people falling over content. I find it too...
Well, it depends. It depends on like whether they look like they've hurt themselves, right? Like there's a level of fall that definitely is funny where, you know, you can tell that like they're going to be fine. You know, but you know, if someone breaks their leg and is screaming in agony,
I mean, even if there's any
or maybe that would turn you on though, by the way you're talking.
No, I mean, I picked something deliberately absurd there, you know. But I did pick something that other people I know really do find funny. I think it's kind of...
Children falling over?
Some people fucking love watching children fall over. I think it's like one of the biggest subreddits, isn't it? It's like children doing derpy shit or something. I don't know. It's built in like 2001.
Far below their expectations in that tournament. And now here again to start stage 1.
Just out of curiosity, do you believe in Pangria or the Big Bang? Well, they both, you know, they're both related, aren't they? Because the meteor hits, and then Pangria happens.
Change your voice for it. The meteor.
Then meteor happens. Billy's bright blue bollock. Thank you for the gifted sub to Testicular Muncher 129. Pebbles, thank you for the prime as well.
Traitor,
thank you for the resub.
For NRG to win. Good news though. T1 showed it at Bangkok. This comp is great on defense. The fast rotates. The duelists flooding into sites together. But they still have to put the pieces together.
Use the hate.
Replicated, and Ethan already.
I want an NRG comeback here.
Considering that gate crash.
Well, yeah, I do as well. Defensively, but
now, as a matter of fact, Ethan didn't have a super
why is it even jump spotting that? Doesn't that just give away completely that he's playing in that corner?
Really has just been finesse and Brock holding things down.
What are they cooking here? A fake into B, 3 players then walking street, and no one holding that space from NRG.
The fake hit into the real hit, and NRG have sort of bid on it. As a matter of fact, Ethan's still sticking towards that A side of the map. See what Brock can do from up in tower, though.
They're playing off-site defense constantly. They need to be fighting more on defense. They're just playing retakes so often. You can't win defense sides if you play retake all the time. It's just never going to work.
2G were pretty good.
Who?
2G. That's who NRG are copying, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I need NRG to win another round.
Another 3K for him.
Minimum.
Like when he's on, this team's kind of unstoppable.
And I need Finesse to get 4 kills.
Good luck with that, son.
I mean, turning the flash there, then re-aggressing on the same angle.
Yeah, this is a GG.
And that's the coordination in the post play. Baby, let's go! That was missing from NRG in the first half, right? T9 is so ready. Okay, a retake's coming in. They're gonna send the flash start. Here we go. I mean, it's just excellent from them.
Looks like a force from NRG.
Oh, wow, the force. Nice. Good start.
The opener belongs to NRG.
Although the force makes it perhaps more likely that they lose 13-3.
Because while Net is trying to work into art, Lot is sitting with a bucky.
Yeah, that's true. If they lose.
Finesse also walked up down.
How many times are NRG going to pull this trick where everyone thinks that they're good? And then they play a game, and then everyone's like, "Oh yeah, they're like."
Really, with a couple of Phantoms, don't
want
to walk
NRG?
these close spaces.
Yeah, like because you know, last year they were the most hyped team and was shit. This year we put them number 1 and was shit. People kept hyping them before this game, and they're losing.
Yep. I mean, I thought they were gonna win this game fairly handedly. Like maybe
after the first map, that looks pretty good.
Yeah, and then they got smoked on Fracture playing some cheesy shit.
Hello?
He must have been looking at minimap, but he still won.
Yeah, they both just stared at each other.
All the way through Psalm.
Or did he like accident? Did he look that way, like have the clone out, try and shoot, and just put the clone down by accident?
Oh, he's giving it away.
Oh no, and he called his team back over into the A site. There's 3 players here.
Time.
C9 could decide.
I mean, NRG have won this round.
Still, there's a bucky back
Oh,
on site.
wait, maybe not. Maybe not.
He's got a bucky though, man.
Yeah.
It's not ideal. But he
Oh,
can
but
run
the
in the
smoke actually helps him. The smoke legitimately helps him.
He's gonna play patient.
Doesn't make the play. Plant goes down uncontested. It's
Don't know
the 2
about that, really.
Phantoms to try and close this out. But Mada, he has.
I can understand it because if you do go into a 3v2,
He's got to send it now, though.
But he might have missed his opportunity.
Sending it now for info is best.
But it's a bad plan
has
for
to
them.
be committed very early on. But there's not a lot of time bought already.
Nice.
Mada's bucky takes care of Vic, and with Ethan
I don't love the way
holding
C9
things
played
down,
this. It's not even planted for long, you both just retreat for long.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they knew what they were doing at the end there.
It was desperately needed.
Yeah, you know, we saw C9 do this to him back on Fracture.
Okay, they're not getting a minus point.
C9 have got the funds to force a Guardian onto Oxy or something.
Everything on this round. And Finesse finding the one there does good work, but really it all comes down to that lurk timing and that just not managing.
Is there a world where C9 just has NRG's number and they will come back and have a good split? That is cope. That's Jefflin. We call that cope.
I mean, it seems pretty clear that their fracture, they don't seem to have a very good plan.
Well, they did actually have plans. It's just not a
no, yeah, but like it's very. It's like what they're gonna go like. No, but like if you're the next team playing NRG, you're just gonna pick fracture.
I'm more worried by the fact that their fracture and pearl defense has so far been very passive.
And they've already gained a lot of that. Yeah, that's a nice angle for Mata. Sees just Vic's head and takes it out of here.
Neon, so he's running super fast in a full squat.
Well crouching, yeah.
Out of there. Sure, we'll let it happen. And NRG have fallen into this pattern a few times where they just leave a player back in spawn ready to, you know, rotate over into A or into B quickly.
And we'll talk of A, that's where they're headed.
Whoa. Oh my god, that was...
Hello, Ethan? Like, bro, he's already killed one guy.
They dropped the spike, though. They dropped spike, and Som is here. And Som's playing well.
With rifles in hand, with a star placed on the ground. And now the smoke. Gives a moment for Zeppa to pick up that spike.
They smoked to let them get the spike and rotate to front side?
No way they're
walking
out of here. All the way back?
They're gonna have to run eventually, right? They can't walk that
but for the round is on Finesse. Finesse, this is you. This is you. No, he's playing passively. He's waiting for the 3v2 because he's not confident enough. And he just gets rocked. Oh my fucking god. Some smoked the spike. They got to B. They killed his Discord kitten.
He could have fucking ran into fucking backside.
2v2.
Yep.
He's just... What's his turret doing there?
But it
okay, that's an...
Yeah, but Oxy can...
Okay, after all, it's not amazing.
Oxy could still win the round.
Oxy wants to stay on one side, try and hear a spike tap, but he can't commit to it. Instead, Som starting to hold things down.
Nice, nice. I was really worried that was about to disappear.
I mean, respect to NRG carrying that round through, but having to use the wall to guarantee it. Also,
it's okay. Cloud9 versus NRG. No big comeback has ever happened when I think these two teams have played.
Into flowers, first of all, was crazy. Because remember, this is a bad guy from C9. They're also down in numbers without smokes.
I don't like to sonically edge. That's
what are you about to?
My
I thought you were about to say but.
My chat
was that just was that you reading a comment? I thought you were about to say I don't like to sonically edge, but.
NRG pry a couple rounds out of C9's hands. But it's gonna be the
I'm
first
directly quoting you.
edge.
No, you are.
Are these terms that people use?
No, but that's what they think I'm doing by speeding up music.
Pushed all the way down into B, showing a lot of that forward presence and then sprinting away with the neon options to TP.
Yeah, I don't think that's edging. I think that's the opposite. I think that would be sonically gooning.
That's real up there with the
You're trying to just pour as much music into your mind as quickly as possible.
Euro ult for Zeppa. He's gonna work his way through art, set this up to be a split into the A site.
They're playing so.
What's sonically edging? Listening to the verse but not the chorus.
Yeah, I only listen to the bridge.
Som's riding inside of the smoke on site. Heard the TP behind him, but isn't
okay, nice, Mada.
Finesse,
come on, Finesse. Nice. You got another. You got another.
Before he falls too. Now a 2-on-2.
But the players from NRG are isolated. And Oxy's in a tough position to deal with. Ethan's revealed himself and Oxy trying to find the right moment to swing. Ethan walks all the way back.
30 seconds left.
A tap on the spike, now a fight into spawn.
And when you said like Ethan needs to step up, he did in that one.
The wrap towards flowers.
Yeah, he played well on map 1.
Ready on the angle, but where's that Yoru? Ethan's patient. Waiting in spawn.
Flash, surely. Flash on the spawn.
Oh, the flash was good, but I think he saw both of them, so he's trying to play Mada in. Oh, dude, Oxy just realized exactly what was happening there. It was way too obvious. You can't delay for that long.
Pie, to pie as well.
Wait, did he really? Ethan pied there? Brother. There were times where we used to talk about him having the best supportive Yoru.
NRG done such a good job distracting there.
And you can't waste 2 kills from FNS.
No.
Like, you can't waste those rounds.
See anyone else in front of you.
Let's go! Yes, sir.
The march continues for C9.
Must win,
It's going to be a
NRG.
big fight, A-main.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not kidding.
Though hearing
With
that
a shit buy as well.
C9 temper things for a moment.
Guardian Stinger Bulldog.
Yeah, what about that big fight?
Might still go for it.
It's going to happen if NRG just don't leave Mata to die here.
But for now, he's alone. Does it matter, though?
No smokes as
Now
well.
he has to start
Get
to
off.
think about
Play
escaping.
back sight.
And he'll back his way out as his team re-clears through Art back into mid.
Yeah. Expecting C9 to move back there, but they still keep looking into Mata.
Please don't all play Art.
Smoke's been called down.
That's
realize they have no
extremely troll.
Guys, we need a fourth guy in our.
For a mid reclear, could
What are they?
some attention
What is
down
this
into B, but Net
macro
hasn't stepped
positioning
into that
right now
space
from
He's been
NRG?
periodically checking his cam.
I mean, Mata's in a good spot because they have no smoke. So
They're
he's in a
trying to
good
do the
spot,
trap
but yes.
play. I swear to God, this never works.
A trap play, like at this point, guys, a minute is already gone.
Okay, as soon as the turret's broken, though, they'll start rotating.
Turret broken.
Right?
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 None are just gonna commit
Right?
to B.
Right?
Right?
We want to leave FNS in a 1v4. It's a fair fight.
Oh. Finesse executed in the back halls.
If the rest of your team is playing that
He's
slow.
trying to get active here in the post lane. He's trying to end things right here, right now. Mata, the only player waiting for him with his team finding kills over into street. Getting the job done there too. NRG have no position to try and retake into this site.
Was this a guarantee?
Mata priming, getting ready to slide out.
No, I think somebody went Cloud9. I think Bren went Cloud9. Didn't he?
Bren wasn't on the fucking show.
Okay, then I'm wrong. I don't know who was on the show. Nice, bro.
Dryad? Did Dryad go C9?
Dryad went C9. Okay.
I mean, I can see why you would mix Bren and Dryad up.
Yeah, they're quite
I
similar.
love the idea from C9 now. Oxy just drifting above AC1.
Remember the preseason when everyone was saying NRG had good fundamentals? They're like, their fundamental play in terms of like their CS fundamentals of how they trade each other and like hold angles for each other and that kind of stuff is still pretty decent. But they're like, their decisions of when to get onto site and when to play retake and their decisions of when to rotate on defense and like when to take the risk, those macro decisions on the defense side are what are killing me.
Makes the round a bit more potent.
Oh no, Ethan.
Outlaw in Ethan's hands.
3 and 15.
He might be going for the Austin 316. Nope, you got it.
No.
Secure the second, still good enough to fall back.
He's done it. He's done it.
He's just done it.
With that outlaw.
I thought Mike's was supposed to deliver a defense masterclass. It looked good on Lotus.
Ooh! Found his gun.
There's another one coming to you, buddy.
As we know, he was an Opera in Counter-Strike, of course. This makes perfect sense.
Oxy with the blade. Storm wants to trade this on out. TP into back, although still.
Furia would be playing him as a full timer.
Oxy would love to have found that second though. Only has one bullet. But everyone but Mata is one shot to the outlaw. There's still danger to this round yet.
The only member of EG that didn't fall off was Com.
I don't see it yet. I don't fully believe it.
Can you really say that Jorg fell off?
That's harsh on Joy, yeah.
Someone has to mess up.
I don't think he's playing at his like.
No, but I would say
Com's
not playing as well.
Yeah,
like, yeah, they aren't playing at championship level form, but
yeah, that's harsh.
To say Joe fell off is a big overstatement.
But now is where
Boostio, okay, I think it's a little harsh, but I can see where you're coming from for sure.
Same thing for Zep on the other side.
Demon 1, yeah, absolutely. And Ethan.
Very nice shooting from
I'd love to tell you that it's harsh on Ethan too, but there's a bit of truth. I mean, map 1 though, he looked really good here, so he's still in there. He's still in there.
Like you mentioned, they have a couple big ults.
Yeah, I mean, like the obvious ult play from C9 is
my favorite band will sometimes play songs that can last 20 to 30 minutes live. Is that too long for you? I would not be going to see. I think I can count the amount of times I've been to see live music on one hand.
I think using that dimensional drift
No, but I can on both hands, I think, in my life.
sort of forcing NRG to pick one side of the map to play on, so that hey,
Bro,
there
you're
could
like
be an
a
isolated
full
finesse
adult.
on one of those sites.
Yeah, I'm a full adult. It's just not my, it's just not one of my interests.
Try and find themselves in a round state like that.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Bro would die trying to get through a Pink Floyd album. Actually, Pink Floyd are one of my favorite bands from that era.
As well as they did together.
So one of the few albums that I will listen to fully through is well, I was gonna say Dark Side of the Moon, and then I thought about it, and I thought, well, actually, I listened to The Wall quite a lot as well.
Okay.
So both of them. And The Wall is a beautiful album. The Wall is a beautifully constructed album from beginning to end. Maybe better in terms of its construction than Dark Side of the Moon. But Dark Side of the Moon, I think, has better songs.
Just the dark to take main. And now Yoru walked into the
Damn, you must hate that album. No, you don't fucking understand. You don't understand. That's only the first time I listened to it.
All stuck in towards Secret here. Good flash to follow up. Oxy getting an opener. That's just
Oh, go on. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Fuck him up. Fuck him up, Som. Fuck them up.
Oh no. C9 choking. Might have to lock back in. This game might not be over. Yes, FNS, son. Take that confidence.
I mean, Finesse isn't going to be fooled by a round like that. It's just too simplistic from C9.
I think you guys would
let's exec into the A site. Well,
love my playlist.
Unload utility on the site. Please set a teleport to get your Yoru
it's
over
15
on that
songs long.
And then
Is it?
Use the fact you've got 4 bodies on this side to hide in some ratty corners.
And that's the first round where I feel like
I think you'd love it.
glimmers of that map with NRG. Who does a really good job of being one step ahead of their opponent, setting up the
Flop, thank you for the prime. I hate when these music take.
I mean, I do have to ask though, like, what music do you like?
Looks like Ethan's got the read on the Outlaw, going for that one again. Setup this time for
well,
NRG.
that's
for most people. This isn't a hard question, by the way.
It is. It's a tough question because, like, what do you mean? I shove it all into one playlist, so I don't really have like.
So it's just that, and like it's a very different, diverse range of music. It's not like all.
It's not all one type.
Specific time period or genre.
No, I mean I guess most of it is from when I've been alive, but not. I'm probably 2/3 of it is from when I've been alive.
I don't know if C9 are actually going to commit to this one. It's a hard
and
one
then
to go for.
A third of it is from before the 90s or early 90s.
Hunter's Fury? Oh, that's beautiful.
Nice. Oh.
Looking just like he did in
Tier 2.
C9. With some excellent Sova utility.
That's what I mean, though. It's such a nice push and pull for NRG. Yeah, Net's going to find a timing.
But there's no way
he's got another kill. Exactly. We can get to 10. We might even get to 15 if they get all the way back.
I let my dog out for our Cloud9. The Bedham's no longer being a blight on VCT that just exists to steal a playoff spot and ruin teams with actual potential.
They look okay. Like C9 look decent, but I have more problems with NRG's approach, though they have been picking it up in the last few rounds.
Full exec into the A site, then just a regular old exec into the A site. Yeah, with a little bit of a slowdown in the mid round. But C9 almost.
We can get to 15 FNS. I believe we just need 4 more.
Now,
we can do this.
Surprise, C9 moved their way over towards the B
like for example, when you told me you were going to see the Wombats live, I remembered that when I was a teenager, I had listened to the Wombats quite a bit. So I went and looked up the Wombats and did my thing where I listened to the Wombats like most played songs and skipped the ones I liked and gave the ones I didn't like a fair shot and then added them to a playlist, the ones that I enjoyed.
Well, that's good. Did you like any of them?
Yeah, I mean the ones that I liked as a kid basically. I don't think they're that great as a band, but I do have nostalgia value for them.
No, yeah.
But they've got a couple of ones that pop.
The type of music I like is like musically quite not like interesting.
But he has the ultimate.
I skipped the ones I liked and listened all the way through to the ones I didn't. Yeah, because the ones that I skipped, I added to a playlist, and I will now listen to those songs some percentage of the time in perpetuity.
Oh, brother, you still had a show about as well.
fighting in for more.
Wait, this is winnable. This is winnable.
Clutch to win this now. Tap on the spike. Astra pull used. More util. Being committed for Sam, but the
oh shit.
An ultimate. It's all
unlucky.
Down on Sam. And he's just trying to dance his way out of this one. Revealed
unlucky.
And taken down by Vic. C9. Series
just listen to all of them? No, I don't have time for that. Do you know how much music there is out there? There's so much music out there.
You have to give so much credit.
Who's telling you to listen to all songs?
Retrograde.
Well, they're fucking stupid.
I think they meant listen to all the Wombat songs. But I still think that even that's
listen
too
to all
much.
of one band songs is yeah, I'm with you there.
I think that's still too much.
If I got reminded of a band, they're like, oh yeah, I like some of their songs when I was younger. I wouldn't go back and listen to every single one of their songs.
But that's what I want to do in order to make sure I don't miss any that I'll like.
You can't exactly dodge
so that's why I have my
what are your
protocol
strokes, my fan?
You can never let it come down to retake. You have
double
to
up.
fight forward. You can't back away from these lines.
That's unusual, isn't it?
Has to do everything.
Also considering how much space Oxy's been getting. Oh wow. Well, he stunned himself. And then tried to shorty him. Oh god. Get NRG out of here.
Net is running into connector. There's Vic going into art. This map is about to blow up. NRG have read it.
Can Sideshow name more bands or women? Wow.
Finesse is aware of what's going
Jesus Christ. I think that would be very difficult. I think I might not be able to name 100 bands.
Honestly, he needs more than
that. I'll name 100 bands. I think you could.
I think the combination of my brain freezing, like it always does when people tell me to name shit.
Are we saying bands or artists? If you added just artists, surely you can name 100 artists.
I don't know. I don't know if I can.
But they've wrapped around, and they
know
exactly where Sam is from behind.
FNS, son, it's all you.
I know it's Ethan and Finesse to try and save this round. Finesse. Knife in hand, now pushing forward into the cage. And Ethan still across the map.
He's got a gun now at the very least.
100 artists, surely you can. Because, I mean, some of them will be the women that you've named.
But I couldn't think of them at the time anyway. It's not a knowledge test that. It's a like, can you pull the names out of your brain? Test, and I'm bad with names.
2 more kills.
But now this flank becomes more and more of a problem.
Oh, the body block. Go on, go on, go on, go on, go on. Yes, yes, yes. No. Dude, Zeppa had an insane performance.
How are you feeling about NRG then? They got Furia next, so that, you know, that's good. Then they've got G2 MIBR left.
I think they really had to come out and get a win here for me to feel great about them. Map 2 and Map 3? It wasn't looking good. It was not looking good for NRG. The C9 definitely looked like they were just more happy to fight. I think that's my biggest problem with NRG. I just want them to scrap more. I think they might be trying to play too much like perfect setup kind of stuff instead of just brawling when they need to brawl. Ethan Mysterio'd and pied in the same map. What a performance. God damn.
That was no accident. Remember, these are the group stage demons. They are always good. True. At the beginning of a season like this.
Also, yeah, again,
Gemdam Live, thank you for the 3 months. Let me see if I can name 100 artists. You've got me intrigued.
You know, either you'll do it quite easily and be like, oh yeah, that's not too bad, or, well, you should get. I think you should be able to get to 50, surely. Like, I would, if it's artists as well, you should be able to get to 50 easy. The second 50, I could see you struggling.
Why do you think I would struggle with that?
You just said you're not good at remembering names.
Well,
I've
yeah,
seen you try
I'm very
and name
bad
100 women.
Yeah, I'm very bad at it, actually.
It's horrifically bad. Like, I don't think I'm that good with names, but I cooked you in the women thing.
Okay, hold up. Let me zoom out one. There we go.
Nah, genuinely, who is so shameless that they would cheer for C9? I'd be so embar I would never leave the house again if I was ever caught cheering for C9.
Okay, all right. We've got to get the timer going. Would you... Ah, oh, fuck. Okay, Jesus Christ. Where do I even begin, man? Where do I begin? All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Right, Pink Floyd we've already mentioned. Metallica. Hozier. Adele. Madonna. Not that I ever listened to Madonna. Stan Rogers. Fucking Run the Jewels.
Stan Rogers.
Yeah.
6. Six on your list is Stan Rogers.
I really like Stan Rogers. Oh, hold on. Fuck. Bombay Bicycle Club.
Fucking hell.
The Killers. Wait, there's so many that begin with K. Kasabian, Kaiser Chiefs. Okay, I run out of the Ks. Wait, can I have Killer Mike separately from Run the Jewels? I think I can. I think I'm allowed. Fucking Sabrina Carpenter. Lola Young. Fucking what's her name that sings Hot to Go? Chaperone. Do I have to spell them properly? How do you spell chaperone? Does it have double P's or something?
If you said it, I think it'll be fine.
Does it have double P's? What else? Fucking who else, man? Led Zeppelin. Dude, I don't know how to spell their name either. I think I fucked that one up too.
What? You know how to you don't know how to spell
Zeppelin? I don't know. Is it double P? Is it double N?
I think it's double P, isn't it? No, I mean, I said it and then I thought.
Fuck knows.
Do I know how to spell? I think it's double P.
Who else? The Who, the Rolling Stones. Who else? The Fray. Where does that one come from? Dude, is that really only 20?
Fray!
Is that really?
The Fray! The fucking Fray!
Scouting for Girls. Now I'm just pulling deep cut references from my fucking. Because I'm thinking of the ones that you.
Oh yeah, that.
Fratellis.
That makes sense. No, now you're showing your age, I think. You're showing like this. The fact that Fratellis and Scouting for Girls are on this list that early, it's very much showing British.
Well, exactly.
25 to 35 British.
Who else? Father John Misty. I can't think of names, man. Childish Gambino. Who's the Munch girl? Ice Spice. Is that her name? Ice Spice? No, that's not correct, is it? Shit. Fuck. I can't remember. Who else? Shit. Who's the one that does the Radiohead? Who's the one though that does the Gorillas? Bro, where else do we go from here? Snoop Dogg. Who was the guy that did the Overwatch League thing? What's his name? The big guy who was always good.
We're only 30 in and you're already pulling from past jobs.
Wait, no, okay. Who do I actually listen to? Queen. Okay. David Bowie, I don't actually listen to. Not a big fan. Simon and Garfunkel. Wait, no, that's his... Simon and Garfunkel? Yes, because it's Paul Simon and Art Garfunkel, isn't it? By the way, I don't listen to either of those.
You're not getting by that. You're not... I don't think that's how you spell Garfunkel.
What? It's fucking. It's
pretty sure it's EL.
Oh, EL. Who gives a shit? I mean, probably him, but.
You're not getting Paul Simon.
Why? Isn't that his name?
No. Yeah, but like you can't have Simon and Garfunkel and then also Paul Simon as like a solo artist.
So am I not allowed to have Killer Mike because he's in the Run the Jewels with LP? Am I not allowed to have people if I name the superband? Speaking of superbands, actually, Foo Fighters, Nirvana, them Crooked Vultures, the Good, the Bad, and the Queen's Tits. I can't remember what the fucking band is called. What's the band called with the guy from the Gorillaz and the guy from
I think
Radiohead?
It is the Queen's Tits. You're right. I think it is the Queen's Tits.
It's the good.
I think you had it.
Anyway, Stone Roses. Is Queens of the Stone Age? Is that a band?
I
think that's a band.
It is a band. Well, you got Foo Fighters and Nirvana, but Dave Grohl also drummed for them for a bit.
Yes, Santana or something. I'm out of my comfort zone here. Fucking hell. Fuck's sake, Oasis. Jesus Christ, man. There's got to be more. There's got to be more in my head. There has to be more in my head.
Bro, your brain is so strange. Like,
what do you mean?
Like, because when people say, like, if I got most people to do this, they would say Oasis and then instantly go, and
the Blur.
Or they would say
yes.
Or they would say the Rolling Stones and instantly go.
Well, I did the Rolling Stones and I did the Who. I mean, those are connected in my head. But Oasis isn't connected to anything.
Are you missing another one, perhaps?
What? I don't know.
As a British man, this is disappointing.
Fucking, I don't know who I'm missing. Probably, I'm missing a lot of people. There's
also,
a lot
you said
more
Gorillaz, and the guy who created Gorillaz is fucking lead singer of Blur.
Oh yeah, he is, isn't he? What's the Good, the Bad, and the Queen's Tits? I swear that's a band. It's something like that. Anyway, what else are we looking at here? God, there's got to be some of the musical artists that. What do I listen to a lot of? Oh, what are they called? Dry the River. I do listen to them a little bit. Jesus Christ. I'm losing it. I don't know who else. All right, let's think of mega famous artists. Mega famous. Beyonce, Taylor Swift. I don't know why I've gone for Take That. I don't know why Take That is coming up next. They are not a big band.
What do you mean?
They are not a big band. They didn't even make it to the US. Really? James Arthur. There's a fucking pull for you.
Yes, let's name the biggest artists we can. Megastars of the ages.
Well, the Beatles. They're quite a big band, aren't they? They're quite a big band.
You think?
Elvis
this is what
Presley.
I was trying to get you to say. The Rolling Stones and the Beatles.
Oh, are they connected then, those two? Fuck, I'm not even halfway through this list, and who else is pretty big?
Number 44, the Beatles.
Who the fuck else? Who else makes music out there? Who the hell else is out there just plugging away making music? Dominic Fike. Who else? Jesus Christ. Who else is out there making music? Can I have Lonely Island? They make music.
You can have Lonely Island, yes. I'll accept that. I think if they're on Spotify with at least if they're on Spotify and someone has heard of them, I think you can have it.
Okay. Eden Project. Fucking Christ. This is painful, man, trying to pull this.
People are going to look at this
head.
list, though, and say, Lonely Island before this person, that person, this band. You got to Lonely Island first.
How is KSI not on her list? He's defo top 5.
It does explain a lot. Jizz in my pants, just constantly on in the background.
Wait, speaking of which, Northern Boys. Northern Boys, definitely a very legitimate band. Definitely a very legitimate band. What else? What the fuck else?
Put me on there if you want.
C2C. What else? Oh, BB No Money. There you go. There's a more modern reference for you. Who else have we had? Doing Valorant. Zed? Is that his name? Who was the guy who made the skins with Valorant? Fuck, I don't think his name was Zed, was it? Was it Zeb? What the fuck was his name, man? What's his name? Zed. It began with a Z, didn't it? It began with a Z. Oh, fuck it. Z. Okay, well, we'll have to move on. We'll have to move on from that one. Okay, think about solo artists, people who went solo. Think about Christmas songs. Think about Christmas songs.
Christmas songs? We're in Christmas songs.
Leona Lewis. Michael Bublé.
Bublé.
Mariah Carey. Oh Christ. Fuck. Dude, Jesus. Who else? Bach, Beethoven, Tchaikovsky.
Okay, I'll give you that. That's a good. But this is what I mean. See how you've named all of like people of a similar ilk.
Chopin.
What is so strange about your brain is it doesn't work like that for anyone else.
No, but to me,
just apparently
to me, quite a lot of classical composers are linked in my brain. You know.
Yeah, but for some reason, fucking Oasis and Blur is like two separate parts of the brain.
Yes, they're not connected, man. They're not connected. What else have we got out here? Blackpink. That's a band. Who else? The fucking Dropkick Murphys. Who else? Jesus Christ.
I don't think the Dropkick Murphys would make most people's lists of this.
Wouldn't they?
I'm not sure they would.
You're saying most people's lists wouldn't go Mozart, Blackpink, Dropkick Murphys. Can I get a local band? The Wildcats of Kilkenny. They're a band from the northeast that do Irish music.
If someone's heard of them,
I mean, I can't say whether or not someone else has heard of them. I don't know. But
someone will. Someone will.
They're called the Wildcats of Kilkenny. Oh, fucking hell. What else? Blink 182 or 182. I never know which way you're supposed to say that. My wife gets very angry at me for that.
After he finishes, someone screenshot it and post it saying these are his top 100 artists of all time.
This is not a tier list, man. This is not a tier list.
So Blackpink before 5 black people.
Don't say that, man. Don't say that. Don't say that. That's not even true, is it? That's not even true. 1, 2. You know what? I shouldn't count, actually. I don't think I should count. Because I've got to 4. And no, I think there's 5 before Blackpink. I think there's 5 before Blackpink. I'm not 100% sure though. Okay. Right, hold up. Hold up. What are we going for then? Where are we going from here? Where are we going from here? Jesus. Let's go for the band Yes. Let's go for fuck, what are they called? What are they called, man? What is that band called? The Beach Boys. Let's go for Beach Boys.
I feel like I'm learning so much and also so little.
Yeah, true. Let's go for Prince. Let's go for Jackson 5. Am I allowed Michael Jackson if I've already done the Jackson 5? Sure, I'm gonna take it anyway.
At this point, I don't think it matters. The fact that Michael Jackson is what? How many fucking down on this list? Think of all the people that you named before Michael fucking Jackson.
I don't listen to him. I don't listen to him.
I don't give a shit.
I don't listen to him.
But you literally before said, let's just think of some really... Like, you got to Queen and David Bowie, and you were in the right era, and then just went...
Yeah, I mean,
I'm on to Dave Grohl now.
Okay, hold up. Who am I going for here? What's his name? Who wrote all of the songs for Lion King? What's his name?
Oh my God.
John. Elton John. His surname's John. Yeah, there we go. We got there in the end.
John.
We got there in the end, man.
Elton John.
Okay, hold up. What's the name of the guy who wrote the Tarzan songs, which are all shit? Wait, can I have John Williams? John Williams, a very famous composer.
Oh, yeah. I don't see why not.
What was the guy called?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know
what
his
he's
name.
called.
I don't know
He's also
his name.
He was also is, I guess, in a band.
I don't know his name. I think he shares a name. Is his name similar to Mike Tyson? I feel like his name's similar to Mike Tyson.
Not at all. It's not similar to Mike.
I feel like it's pretty.
Wait till you hear what it is. Wait till you hear what it is.
I feel like it's pretty similar, honestly. Jesus Christ. I mean, Guns N' Roses. Queens of the Stone Age I'm putting in here because I think they're a band. Pretty sure they're a band.
I already told you they were.
Oh, I wasn't listening to you.
It's just Stone Age.
Surely it's a shot for each one less
Stone
than
Age.
100 when the game starts.
Okay, let's think. What about Amy Winehouse? Should have had that a while back. What a great voice.
Red Hot Chili Peppers, Limp
Was that a
Bizkit,
music critic
Queen,
right there?
System of a Down, Pearl Jam, Kings of Leon, Sade, UB40.
What the well, now I can't use any of those. You've actually just destroyed me there by taking a bunch of them out of the usable pool. But you did remind me of Aerosmith because of Guitar Hero. I don't know why I'm remembering Guitar Hero more than I'm remembering the music I listen to on a regular basis. The Jam, and the lead singer who did solo stuff is called, don't know, but Elvis Costello then comes to mind. The guy is called
Elvis Costello comes to mind, not when you named Elvis Presley, of course.
No, he didn't come to mind then. The Police. What else?
If only there was someone in the Police who was known for doing solo work as well.
Is that Sting? I actually don't know enough about the Police. Is that Sting who is the front man of the Police? I don't know. What else? Of Monsters and Men. Or was that the name of a song they wrote? Is that the name of the band, or is that the name of a song?
Now help us.
I think they're an Icelandic band. And I think there's another...
Do I tell him if he's correct?
I think there's a... Wait. There's another Icelandic band as well that I'm trying to pull. I've lost it. They do a lot of nonsense lyrics. Just on nonsense lyrics, REM.
You've already got Lonely Island.
Yeah, we've already got Lonely Island. Shit. What else? Chill on REM. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, they definitely do a lot of nonsense lyrics, though.
No helpers. No looking at the chat.
Okay. We got to think of people. I'm thinking The Weeknd. The Weeknd. Doesn't he style his name? He doesn't spell it out like The Weeknd, does he? He removes like a bunch of vowels or something.
Yeah, it's without any.
The Weeknd.
The Weeknd.
Who else? Notorious B.I.G. Biggie Smalls. Tupac.
You see how your brain again has gone from one to the other in kind of a somewhat...
Yes, but now you're interrupting me, and now you've fucked it up. Now you've fucked it up again. Dr. Dre. Eazy-E. Ice-T. Fucking hell. Well, I don't know how you spell it. Is it with a Z? I don't fucking know. It's Eazy-E. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know.
Stop looking at chat.
Well, I'm
looking for help.
No, I'm not trying to look for help. I saw them spamming like omega lols, so I knew I'd spelt something wrong or said someone's name wrong. Who else? God. At least this isn't as slow as naming 100 women. Although maybe that's worse, to be honest with you. That might be worse. I think the more condensed the category, the easier it is. The tighter the category, the easier it is. For instance, give me, for instance, if I just thought of a genre, I think that would narrow it down massively. Like if I thought about Evanescence, and then what's the Jesus Christ, who does Hayley Williams sing for? Paramore. My Chemical Romance. I'm just gonna call them MCR. What are some of the other ones? What are some of those other like pop, emo, pop punk bands from the 2000s? Panic at the Disco. Christ on a bicycle.
Wow, you even knew about the exclamation mark. Wow.
Yep. What are some other ones? Dude. Fucking... I think I've hit my limit. I don't think I know 100.
You're so fucking close. You know, come on. Think of any other genre. You've missed some pretty fucking big names.
Other genre. Let's think of Baroque. I'm tapped out of Baroque. I don't have anyone else in Baroque.
You even say that? Why not just, I don't know, pop?
Pop's too wide. Wait, what is the woman, the Wrecking Ball woman? Who came in? I came in like a wrecking ball. What the fuck is that woman called? Hannah Montana looking ass.
Can't have Hannah Montana.
Fucking 9 Inch Nails. Johnny Cash.
Yeah, I think Johnny Cash came in like a wrecking ball. He did a great version of that.
Miley Cyrus, dude, because I went from Miley Cyrus to Billy, whatever her dad's called, Billy Cyrus, and then I was thinking Johnny Cash, and then I thought Johnny Cash doing a cover of 9 Inch Nails. So I had to work my way backwards from 9 Inch Nails to Johnny Cash. Then I got distracted on a tangent thinking about fucking good country music. So I thought not First Aid Kit.
And not one did he mention from you.
Then what else? Who were the people who sang Bop? what were they called?
What? I mean, you're talking about a fucking one-hit wonder from years ago. Why would that be your go-to?
Do they not count?
They do count. I know who sings it.
I don't know who sings it. I don't know. Something Ray Jepsen. Someone Ray Jepsen. Carly Ray Jepsen? Is that a singer?
That is yes. Didn't do Bop, but yeah, that is a person.
Okay.
She did Call Me Maybe.
Yes, of course she did. CeeLo Green. And to finish, we will end on the band Aha. Jesus Christ, that was a struggle.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That was a struggle. That was a fucking struggle, man. Oh, Fleetwood Mac. I listened to a lot of Fleetwood Mac.
Rihanna.
Bieber, yeah.
Drake.
Right, yeah.
Hanson, yes. Hanson do...
Hanson. No, Prince. Actually, wrong. Prince is in here. I mean, why Ice-T instead of Ice Cube? Because I was thinking Ice-T was in... He had an acting career.
You named a bunch of rappers and not Eminem.
I didn't think about Eminem. Didn't think about him. I don't listen to him, really. Yeah. Mike Tyson equals Phil Collins. They do kind of have a similar name, though. Those do kind of have a similar name. Those are somewhat similar.
83% of your named artists are men.
83% of my named artists were men. I think that's an unfair thing to run stats on. Also, is that really true? We're 83% of the men? I don't think that's true.
Still more musicians named than you got for women.
It's loud.
Jesus.
Have a lot on their shoulders,
Sigur Rós, that's who I was thinking of as the nonsense Icelandic band.
They have some heavy hitters on this team, guys who've been on it for a minute, world champions, everything you could possibly ask for, all the goods, Brandon.
Walkout music that makes me want to run through walls. I mean, it's just this loud team, I'm telling you. They do have it all.
Just count, were there more than 17 women?
For this particular matchup here,
1,
I really
2,
do
3,
see them put their best foot forward.
4, 5,
6,
7, 8.
I can enjoy Crew versus Loud. Listen, people over. That was an experience that I just had.
Jesus Christ, 10, 11, 12,
Yeah, we've been doing this for a couple years now.
13,
Here you go. Here are your series layout, your bands, Ascent, Icebox,
14,
Pro, and Lotus.
fucking
But your
hell.
maps, you have Fracture and Haven, and if necessary, we will take a trip to Split. Fracture and Haven.
15, 16, you got to give me
Your
those.
logic for Ice-T was silly as well when
17, 18, 19. I'm going to say 19. I'm going to say there's 19. Of Monsters and Men has a woman in it as well? Okay, so 20. 20%. 20% women, that's not bad. That's not bad.
Damn bro didn't get AC/DC, Linkin Park or Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah, I just didn't think about them at all. Didn't think about them.
Used to be a staple in terms of what he could run. It's one of the reasons I've been so high up on the guy is in terms of his flexibility on those duelist positions.
Jackson 5 has Janet Jackson. Tyson.
No,
There you go. There you go.
Ed Sheeran, Drake, Kendrick, Coldplay, Kanye, Chainsmokers,
Also
Ariana
definitely
Grande.
expecting these teams to both be on the Teo Breach stuff. Lab were actually one of the first teams to bring it in.
Jesus.
They were off the jump running it. Or Crew, they never really leaned into it.
This is why you were thinking of Phil Collins, Mike Tyson? Wait, maybe this actually might be why I'm thinking of... Wait, this actually might be why I was thinking of Phil Collins, Mike Tyson. It just... That genuinely... Wow, that's crazy that I was thinking of the Hangover movie. TMV viewers, hello, welcome in. Welcome in.
Certainly going to be... You know, it's the start of the season, so
that's
if
incredible.
There is a trip you'd rather happen here than any other point in the season. But man, it just feels like between these two games in this particular match,
okay, maybe it wasn't that their names sound similar, but their names do sound a bit similar. Like it's one syllable then two syllables. Mike Tyson, Phil Collins. Like it's somewhat similar.
Straight up, the honest Valorant, that meat and potatoes that we keep referring to as stew is simmering.
Abundant umbrellas. Thank you for the prime.
We need to settle what the meat and potatoes are.
Your logic for Ice-T was silly as well when Ice Cube is the one who was in NWA with Dre and Eazy-E. I know.
Meat, potatoes, garlic, turmeric, good for the gut biome.
I'm with it, you know, with some nutrition.
Did he put Kaiser Chiefs or Arctic Monkeys? Oh, I forgot about Arctic Monkeys.
That bracelet is shining. What the? This is aura-maxing for sure.
I hope that the weight of that bracelet doesn't affect the aim or the movement.
You could name 100 artists that are purely Japanese music. You're just built different, I guess. You're just fucking built different.
Honestly, that might be why you're such a slow.
ABBA? I actually don't like ABBA. No, Strokes? I've never listened to Strokes. I don't think I've ever listened to him. Sam Fender, dude, I do listen to a lot of Sam Fender actually. Sam Fender is fantastic.
Like that, you know, like the guy moves so quickly out there. Now, of course, we do have a little bit of a delay up there. I know you guys can kind of see, you know, our staff working with the loud guys there to get things sorted out.
Franz Ferdinand. I did used to listen to a lot of them when I was a kid.
Thank you all so much for your
haven't listened to them recently, obviously. Amstrak, thank you for the 6 months. I'm sure I've heard a Strokes song before, but I haven't actively gone to listen to them.
You know, you gotta put some onions.
Of course.
Garlic. Throw that one in. Yeah, you're big on the turmeric.
Neutral Milk Hotel. I have ever listened to Neutral Milk Hotel, but not recently. Yes, I mean that dude didn't start World War I, but his assassination did trigger World War I.
On that agent, and I don't think I'll ever see Kesna not play Raze on a map where Raze is good. I'm not mad at that.
I'm a little sad. No way, though.
He's goated.
I'm a little sad. I know we weren't gonna get it, but you know. A boy can dream. I mean,
okay.
Listen,
the Digizine Neon.
Digizine used to be also demonic on this.
Yeah, Kesnit now has a beard.
Back in the day, and
he's grown up.
You can guess you got rated this. Him pretty highly. I was surprised to see him not have a place in the league in prior years, but here
you can guess you got this. Okay.
What I do know is you're gonna be able to take fast fights rapidly.
I'm gonna say this is a.
It's gonna be hard to keep up with that pace, I think, as well. Crew are gonna be tested in terms of the fundamentals of how they are fighting back against it.
I'm gonna say this is a 13-10 for Crew.
Exact same thing.
That's what I was about to say.
This is a 13-10 kind of game for Crew.
Back into those sites on defense so rapidly, it was booming.
I'm thinking Loud are going to be good here, but Crew are going to be the better team overall.
If I do it, it's over. So let me not do it. Let me not kill it for the people out there. No, yeah, there is definitely.
But also, my predictions have been dreadful so far today.
What we saw in that C9 game and how I can maybe tell the story of what we could end up getting in this one, but also factoring in, right? These two teams very different, very, you know, the way that they approach the game.
You got one off twice. I know. But I haven't got it correct. Crew hella overrated. The only maps they won in kickoff were Bind and Abyss. Is that real? They only won on 2 maps in the whole of kickoff. That is kind of crazy. I didn't realize.
5v4 at some point as well. It's a fun map to watch when the teams are leaning into how aggressive you really can be.
Are there going to be any super weeks? I don't think so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do want to let everyone know real fast, though. Another, we got that little delay if you're just joining
They won
us.
Split against 2G. Okay, that doesn't really count. But they won Haven versus Loud.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I remember that actually, because they played the rematch against them. Digizine farmed them the first time. Holy shit. They went crazy with the camera barrel roll there.
Next time, oh man.
I was actually going to mention earlier, though, we haven't really spoken about Vinny, but I was impressed by him back in kickoff. He even had some solid individual maps coming in as an IGL for the first time in Americas. A lot of pressure on him. And then reuniting Pancata and Digizine. Those three were teammates together way back in the day. Yeah. Want to get the
I'm going to run an advert now, and that way you won't get one when we get into game. I should have done it earlier, but I forgot. So we're going to do it now.
You can find those tomes in the mountaintop.
Americas is the most don't give a fuck region in terms of the production team. You mean in terms of like the camera people doing goofy stuff, or just the whole team in general doing goofy stuff? Yeah, I agree. It's the least serious. But I think that's a good thing, really. It's video games at the end of the day.
According to the desk, there is so much meat and potatoes in this game we'll eat for years.
No potatoes for me. I just started keto last week, so unfortunately just meat, but it's still gonna be good, right? It's still gonna be good. The thing is, though, we're talking about KRU and Loud now. It's already the third time that they're meeting against each other. Just in this year in 2025. Although the last game was unfortunately a loss for
Why are the mics so strange?
A little bit more of a sour taste because that was the game that got them eliminated.
I thought they would try to fix the microphones between the
it didn't allow them to get top 4 to guarantee an extra point
apparently
into
not.
the championship race.
That's going to sting a little bit, right? You're thinking kickoff is a point where we can get our
NRG just never going to be good. Hard to say, hard to say. At the moment, their approach to the defense side is worrying me. But they were actually winning quite a bit on the defense side of... To be honest, they probably lost the game in a more objective sense on their attack sides of map 2 and 3, right? Because I think that's where they squandered the most opportunities. But I was worried about their defense on both. Just the approach.
It was actually a permaban for KRU and for Loud, if not being that second ban. So yes, although we go into the quote-unquote meat and potatoes of this map, and it's just a standard comp pretty much on both sides. Exactly. But at the same time, for the coaching staff and what they could develop throughout
I think they weren't really ready for the way that C9 like to fight so actively on defense side.
All right, wall's about to drop.
Flooding in, taking fights, brawling, scrapping with them. What? Hello? That's so much damage.
Last time they played, so on the neon here, it's going to be much more in your face. I'll be interested to see.
Except also Adverso and Mazzino took a shit ton of damage too.
As we look towards A to start things off here.
And you're already seeing how KRU are very, very active around the map on the defensive side. Something that
Here
was their
comes
signature
KRU.
going into the kickoff.
Good shots from Kesnit. Bit whiffy from Melza there actually. And that makes the difference.
Limping about. Comes up with a big
lots of ghosts, lots of headshots.
As he was trying to rotate into the site. So
I mean, everything just happened in that Halls fight, basically. All came down to that.
And it's a great start and a strong start that you want
from
the Loud camp. And when you're looking
why is the TMV and Mimi meme to call Vinny Vicky? Can someone explain the lore of that to me?
To elaborate in terms of their compositions, KRU played a little bit more traditionally. Loud maybe tested out a little bit of the Tejo and Breach until they went back into like a Sky on that split map. But now you see here the development of these two teams, what they're trying to
stun Salvo at the start of the round.
And once again, just a little bit of a stall in the beginning here from KRU just to make sure that they
can Mimi accidentally said Vicky. I see.
And not really allow Loud to
gotcha, thank you, thinking man's microphone.
Interesting by Cowanzine dips over to the other side of the ropes and through his mollies
you
out
need
from
Shy
that
to carry.
So
I don't think I have anyone in this game
from top side
in my team.
Salvo.
This is my don't give a fuck, just hope there's good Valorant. I'm a go Valorant kind of guy for this game.
Just here looking to attack from the bottom side.
And that's why they're still playing towards the spawn.
Flash north side, not see anything, start walking out. Gonna lose the whole of the A site and have to just die to spike.
And as soon as it gets broken, that's the call. The green button for Loud to hit towards an open site.
They might get there in time to actually challenge this.
Their eyes and crossing the T's to make sure that you clear towards the top site.
That's brutal. That was just through a smoke.
Easy here for the Loud side.
And they stick together. Weapons they want to be able to cover, trade.
I mean, that is just like how to feed Vinny a breach ult for round 3.
there. 3 for Vinny.
How can we make sure that we get bonused?
And you want to see that coming out from your IGL as well.
Perhaps we should jump one at a time into sand through a smoke, straight into their breach.
A lot of pressure and questions were coming in for this player. I mean, you've lost Sadak over on Loud side at the beginning of the year, and now Vinny steps in, and he had some pretty decent calls going into kickoff. He had maybe one map that he was able to call well against the Sentinels, lost, but it's still a map that they got against them.
All right, do they optimize orbs? Because if you get this guy an orb and then he plants, he's gonna have the ultimate. No stim here to get past this. Pancada doesn't use stim there as they go in here, but they do have the neon. But like, if you use the stim, you can get ahead of the stun salvo.
If they're going to try these tricks around the map, already playing underneath Loud is.
I think it's a good default if you're taking tree control to use stim
through the arcade push.
Baited out the wall.
All right. Quick denial there. We saw Kesnet and team with the idea to already.
Isn't this the perfect opportunity to get this orb? Like, this orb is literally fucking free. It's more dangerous now while the orb is, while the wall is down. Whatever, it doesn't matter. They got the orb. So Vinny's gonna have a post-plant rolling thunder. Do crew flood? They should probably fight before the plant goes down. They have 5 players here ready to contest. Stun, nade over the top, aftershock, Vinny trying to get spammed, or trying to spam Vinny, I suppose. But they're not actually committing, they're not going through the smokes. They were hoping that they just cancelled it. Ah, there goes Vinny, okay. Crew got the most important kill. Absolutely worth it there for Adverso to, you know, go 1 for 1 in that spot. Not that it was Adverso that got the kill, but the pressure. Crew are a lot slower on this than I thought they would be. I thought they'd be fighting really quick. Showing your back to that is rough.
The shots cannot be finalized right now. And those are very early salvos coming out that's trying to deny, but Loud still
it's over. They got the bonus.
Crew has no chance to find out where those shots are coming from.
A very strong pulse plan by Loud. Although you get
not great from Crew there. Not great.
The rolling thunder pretty much.
They didn't look very controlled as they were scaling from Jenny through to site. They ran out of smokes. Because ideally there you want to still have a smoke available.
That you just saw here from Crew, they were missing a little bit of those smokes.
Yeah, Crew were just a little bit too slow in terms of popping there. I think as they sent all of their like aftershock and nade util, they should have probably tried to flood and fight before the spike went down.
And see how they keep this going. If they're still doing distraction again, Kawanzine throws the salvos.
I do like this smoke.
And instantly rides the rope back, but another push this
doesn't work this time though.
On Crew,
really.
And they are thwarted instantly.
Yeah, got the bonus round without even having to use the breach ult. Not that that was deliberate, but yeah.
A lot more defaulting in the very beginning. They played
incredible extra tool in their arsenal now.
But this time they wanted to disrespect the smoke that was dropped down by Crew on that side, just to let them know, hey, you can't start taking control here of your defensive side against us. Something, again, that they've been really good at. When Crew won that 2-0 against Loud, a lot of it was around the good rotations.
Everyone was calling Crew out for being a glue tier team, and then they beat 2G, and everyone just completely forgot about it.
And they usually do it from the defensive side.
What do you mean?
They're a little more comfortable on the
Crew beat Loud as well. That was what.
The early part of the round, you got to give Loud credit for understanding.
They went against Loud, and their game against MIBR kind of showcased that they weren't a glue tier team.
There's going to be a Planet A and a wait out on these timers, so. Good positioning, good money right now.
Brother, you gotta give it a rest. Doug Rain Rex, Dimmadome. We already had this conversation 2 days ago.
Crew is definitely gonna have to formulate something, either on the retakes or figuring out that Loud's doing this Kawanzine salvo at the top of the map first to really throw them just for a loop in the beginning.
And the good thing about this position right now in the pulse plant for Crew, I mean, they're not going to die to spike. They're just looking for exits or just hopefully die to their opponents. And
I mean, you don't want to die to Kawanzine, though, because you're going to give him... I mean, that's fine. You could just get that gun and try to bounce. Get out of there, man.
Into the next rounds to try to salvage some rounds back on your defensive side. Because at this point, you're seeing that when Crew's trying to play this flood retake, there's not enough utility that allows for them to get safe haven passage into the start of the retake, and they're just getting fully punished by Loud. So this is why I think this is perfect here for Adam to call the timeout so they could start that conversation to see how they could leverage that a little bit more, how they could be a little bit more cohesive.
Everyone was so down on KRU after their first game, and everyone forgot they had glue in them because of their next couple of games. Their first game they did play badly, but I think they genuinely picked it up in the next games. I don't think it's that people like forgot. It's just that they didn't actually play that badly in their later games.
Playing with those salvos that KRU has, so nice job by Vinny to kind of be able to make this work. A/B just from that bottom.
Yeah, and if anything as well, KRU when they were trying to go.
But both of these teams should be pretty evenly matched.
1/4 of the map.
So we'll see if KRU can bounce back from this.
Towards the A side, and when they went for the second eco, they just had 3 players pushed down towards tree. That was all punished. But this is a perfect map that allows you to have a pincer maneuver on both sides, and you have a perfect composition to be able to do so for KRU on your defensive side. And you know, again, the aggression and how good KRU could be.
I interviewed Finesse, and he mentioned that he was proud of the boys on how they played.
Of the teamwork, they could definitely start dictating that pace a little bit more to show that they're not afraid of the score.
I think that's an unusually positive takeaway from a game where you got kind of destroyed on map 2 and 3 against a team that most people are expecting to be
this time too. So looking at KRU side now, again,
a low-level playoff contender, but
refine it just from that B side. They are going to meet.
Good that they're taking the positives away.
Vinny, and I believe DGZ over there. Oh, they had big plans for this.
Here's a pinch on the other side too. The drone's coming out, and thankfully you're playing from spawn, so the rope's good for you to rotate.
Oh, that's so much damage on Josejin, and he still gets a kill.
A nice pincher in here as they finally
Alright, so eventually reacting into A. I say eventually, 20 seconds in. Reacting into A. They have breach out to play this.
Could be the kingpin that turns it back in their favor.
KRU's going to look to try to make a fight here.
Look at how far Tui's is pushed inside the
spawn. Oh, KRU can follow up on this. Wait, Loud could still win this round so easily.
Turns, they're gonna have ultimate there as well.
I think he can play Salvo and Teo ult here.
On this one, they use it right away, Vans.
God, they actually fried this round. KRU was so not ready for getting hit by that breach ult.
And he'd probably get the second one with the way he's been playing, but now it's up to Adverso. These rounds he has been able to clutch before, but at 2 HP it is a very tall
It's so weird. There's so much audio coming into the caster's mic from the room.
There's not enough time. I mean, you got 2 HP.
The spike sounds like it's double beeping.
Going to attempt to allow Adverso to save his weapon.
Okay.
Silver lining for that at least, but
they got
just
the weapon out of it, but
that is
a bad.
A 5 versus 3 scenario that was lost by KRU.
That is a bad outcome for KRU.
Towards the A site. He has a Rolling Thunder already propped up.
And they lost the 1v1 duel based on the timing in Canteen as well, like this one. Zeno was not ready. The players in halls weren't ready for being hit by the breach shot.
But they already knew that there was going to be some sort of pressure coming back from A main.
He was unusually positive in this one.
So
that is
very good heads-up calls
intriguing. I don't know, maybe the team atmosphere is just really good.
That doesn't allow KRU to find any type of footing so far in this first half.
And that's another gun round down for them. See Kesnet trying to get some purchases in because of that money that's been kind of flowing into his pocket, but
Loud started kickoff by playing Tejo and then moved away from it. So it does make sense that they would go back over towards more Tejo meta-driven stuff.
But they do have KRU finally holding the top side of the map, and they did.
It was weird that they moved away in the first place, to be honest.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to play more Vice and stuff, or whether they're only going to use the Tejo.
At least I hear rifle in the hands of Kesnet from that weapon that was saved from the previous round from Adverso, but
this is a deep wall that they keep putting down.
Anticipating a push and a split.
Seems like quite a nice wall, really, because you only run into it when you're actually committing to a hit, and then you still have to bait it out and then wrap all the way around.
And I think fundamentals here for Loud is
and then if you smoke this on the defense, you could anchor the site really easily, I think.
In goes Digizine and nobody can pressure it.
I think KRU should be thinking about playing hard anchor positions and smoking sand with that wall there. I think that seems like it would be a very good A setup.
There's not enough util from KRU to counter back as a team, and they're going to cross towards the finish line where, again, the crossfires are out from Loud.
Again, the backup for Pencata, if any trouble is had here on Sands, they're going to have the high-low, or literally front and back, if you will.
All right, next round they have the rifles, but Loud are already destroying them.
We're talking about
Brimalt.
Loud potentially had a sour taste.
I mean, Pancada's Brimalt though shouldn't be that powerful.
Tastes pretty good so far. A little 6-0 for the Loud side.
They've been doing so
We'll see,
much work,
but the Brimalt seems more powerful to me on the defense side.
This one in eco, so they feel very
Good for trap plays, good for denying plant.
They're set up to defend each other in these
In order for the
plays.
Brimalt on the attack side to have supreme value, you already need to be in a post-plant situation.
They're always a step ahead, and Crew cannot figure out how to stop that. Here,
Jazine through, blinded the shit out of Adverso. Oh my god. They can't stop him.
Oh my gosh. And you're facing 4 players. You're running
I mean, this fucking looks like a tier gap between these teams right now.
Hello and goodbye, and now already potentially
Loud keep hitting them with a different round as they come into a big rifle v rifle, and Crew just can't hold on. Like, where's the counter utility being thrown there? Stop using your stun salvo here if the Neon can just get past it. You gotta save it and like put your breach here and then stun like
I think
this.
also the next step could potentially start bringing out an operator from Kezin on the defense.
Or put the breach here and stun like this. Like, you have to do something different if you're playing against the Neon.
The economy continues to stay
Plat-check guarantee, by the way. Yeah, that was fucked though. That wasn't. That's not. We talked about the fact that that wasn't legit.
I do agree.
That's just
One of the ways
bullshit.
to shut down somebody just screaming around the corner is with the op, that hard angle.
Now, I thought it would be an even game, which is why I said it was a bullshit guarantee. But I was not expecting it to be. Go on. Crew need to win the next round, though, for the 7-1. We need the Brazil scoreline, please. This is a terrible eco, though. When you're down 7-0, not even being able to buy again with max money.
Loud good on protocols, Loud good on executions, Loud also very good on
Yeah, I know Crew are bad on this map, but this is rough.
Save these weapons, and they're just taking it away.
And also, they picked it. So they must have felt confident in it from scrims. They must have put a lot of time into it.
And Digi's trying to just absolutely collapse on whoever is stunned or flashed.
It's a great call.
They're so quick.
That's why they're staying as a duel right now, and staying as a combo just to try to find the information. The only thing here, though, is the pinch is coming on the other side.
It's worked once before. Crew has
Okay. To be honest, Crew's last semi-successful round was when they pushed super heavily from Tree. And then that reaction came in from Dish, and then they lost to the Breach ult, but tough against the Outlaw. Nice. Run him down before he can reload. Vinny should get fucked here. Ow! Oh, they didn't realize he was there. That's such an important kill for Mazzino to get.
Mazzino limping to safety here to figure out.
I just don't think he ever. There's no way he reads this from Kawanzin.
Went for a force buy into this round because of the ultimate that they had. Playing around shy with the steel guard and then the lurk.
Mazzino was starting to think about it there as well, but he also had 5 HP. Dude, some of the rounds have been close, but it never really feels great for Crew.
But putting too many resources on that side just left the top side open, and Kawanzin just had a free roam.
The 7-1 avoided.
Stroll around the site and even towards the spawn to get the kill, and even finalized the 1v1 towards the end.
And like, what's bad about having Kawanzin?
What if Crew goes 12-0 on attack side in scrims?
One of your initiators is also lurking as Tui's covering the other
Then they need to get a couple rounds on defense to make sure they don't make some mistakes.
Every time. 8-0 now as Loud.
That's a strange smoke
in this map, and we see Crew start to focus the top side a little bit more with their power here.
Here's the other silver lining again. They only used one.
Looking to react out this way. Seen by the drone. Do they react? Are they going to try to take some arcade?
And they have decent control of Dish.
Well, they at least bait out the wall. They're never punishing them for baiting the wall. There is never somebody waiting to punish this. Never somebody waiting to punish this. They're just allowing them to walk up, bait the wall, pretty much uncontested.
So good positioning at the very beginning, at least for Crew's side.
A lot of ultimates here for Crew to use to turn this one around. We just saw the Rolling Thunder picked up, however, by Vinny. So they break the first initial utility. That's going to make Digi happy to have a fly into sight be a little safer. And here comes the Rolling Thunder for the execution. Oh, Mazzino's going to get
God, Mazzino's having a rough game. He is just getting
played on the entrance from the B connector.
toasted.
And now again, It's just Loud.
That's a strange way for Loud to use their ultimates, though. I can see why that would catch Crew off guard. And then they're going to follow it up with another wave of Taeho util, just to try to get the plant down. Not saving any of these for the post plant. Dude, DG is frying as well. He's hitting every duel.
At least we have here the Armageddon. If he could get some
that was the reason that they won the first time that they played against each other. Was Dijazine was popping off, although he was using an operator that time. God damn, this is disgusting. This is disgusting.
Members of Crew fearless Loud in this map.
Yeah, the analyst Des forgot to talk about how you could actually nuke the cooking here.
What was the Crew bro?
The orbital strike and the fault line.
I think they were just using it to deny plant, weren't they?
Thunder towards that spawn was perfect in terms of the execution, and it starts off very
Maybe
well.
not.
If you're looking at this composition on the side of Loud, you don't have any scans.
That's what I assumed
so
they would
how
do.
do you actually get through the smokes as they're being dropped down by the defensive side?
I'm not casting next week.
Being thrown
Week
by
3.
Tui's. Stayed with the team instead of lurking around and trying to watch the flanks.
13-0.
Up and opens up the site. They know now that Crew's playing.
Never say that it's impossible. I will never say that it's impossible.
For them to have a smarter decision making on how they could leverage their own attack side ultimates. And dude, Crew right now, hopefully Adam with their last time out of this map has some sort of solution, because Loud has not been showing too many
Ocean Legacy, thank you for the prime.
If it ain't broke, let's not fix it, continue the same type of hits. They're showing so
Told
many
you
different
earlier they were better. What did you guess then? What did I say? I said it was going to be 13-10 for Crew this map. God damn, my belief in Crew was too high. Way too high. I drank the Dan Dryad Kool-Aid.
You see the flash go out, they wait for Vines to go away, and DG has a free site to run in, right?
They only get 9, actually. Crew are going to win 13-9.
What else stops them in these sites? Nothing. Mazzino has to hit a perfect fault line or a perfect flash from when he's coming in to that.
It could still be 13-10.
So it seems like they're running free once they figure out where Shy is here.
Very good chat, very good. +2, +2.
Once they hit the site. Here towards the bottom, again, they leave, Loud leaves 2 on the top side. And they'll see if Crew makes
this is what they did on the pistol.
They do.
Again, another into
They're hoping that they catch people scaling there. Oh my god. Oh my god.
How long have they had this? How long, my dude? Like,
just going duck hunting, man. Just hitting a one tap onto the Raze that doesn't have full armor. Oh, this is sad. This is sad. Why do you ult on an eco? I don't know. But also, it's round 10, and you might not get an opportunity in round 11 or 12, so I don't hate it. It's bad, but it's not. I mean, they're desperate. They're desperate.
Try to find something at least positive out of this for Crew. Is not that. But at least when you're seeing Shy playing towards the arcade boxes and he's being slammed by utility, he's still very good mechanically to pop the flash, swing, get the kill. So again, one of the key components into Crew's success.
It does feel like a 13-0 could be possible here. But there've been some close rounds. Whoa, DG.
Because his teammates keep dropping on the other side.
He beefed his movement there a little.
Gets hit there. We see it split now. They kind of move the initiator away from Digi, but I think
they go over towards tree at the beginning. They realize there's a lot of people there, so now they're going to hunt the lurker. And Tui's still gets 1.
Look like they're going to make that happen this time.
Going back into A, I feel like this is one of the first times they've actually hit A, and there's been a site anchor. I swear this is the first time we've seen them. Alright, Mazzino gets 1, and then goes onto a dodgy as fuck angle. Don't know why he tried to swing out super wide this way. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Shy getting double faced. That's nice from Vinny and Kesnet. Vinny, man. He just rinsed Adverso.
Because they have a perfect composition for it.
They do. And
if Adverso had won that duel, the round could have still been winnable. It would have been a 2v2.
Vinny with the plan on
A. Oh, okay. Where's the last player? Where's the last player? Probably Sand, right?
Clutch situations just on the other side. They know where each other are.
Dude, the Loud players are popping off. They're just so much better individually today as well. Vinny keeps hitting nice shots. Dijazine is frying. Pancada's just beasting Kesnet. Why Pancada not miss any shot?
By the pros going into stage 1. So this is by the pros. So you're playing against a god being Kesnet Deus, but at the same time,
who?
it doesn't make you quake in your boots. You're still able to win the duel and then also make it 11-0.
Who got voted as best controller?
Right now, if strategy is not working, coach can't really get anything done. The IGL is not good from crew. They probably need the crew fans in the crowd to probably start activating and help him out at least.
For sure, because you
need
got
some sort of morale.
A full Loud squad working. They have shut down every member of crew, right? Nobody's getting the frags.
Xeno Slowpeaks arcade without flashing. Yeah, because they're trying to find a timing onto the lurker. And they don't want to give away the fact that they're like they don't want to flash here and give the Cypher a warning to run away, and then he tells the others to run in. So they want to walk up and kill the Cypher before anyone has a chance to react. They want the first contact to be gun out. Honestly, it's more funny at this point to have a 13-0.
My man keeps the outlaw. He's standing on a Vandal.
Nice swing.
Not gonna happen though. I said not gonna happen. But if Adverso had not had full armor there, that could have been a 13-0. There was definitely a universe where that happened. There was absolutely a world.
They finally push on that final round to get themselves one.
I mean, it took 12 rounds.
Well, this is a fucking terrible beginning to the match, which should have been a banger.
With that outlaw that almost got the line, a double headshot to play a 1v1 against his
Lacrose, thank you for 20 months.
Playing against Shy. Look at this lineup. So
he almost hits a headshot.
40 in the end, but still, Loud looking very strong.
Loud has been deafening on this first half. Let's see if they can continue when we come back.
Surely it's a rinse into 2 close maps into crew winning. That is a bit of cope from you, I think. Although that's what Cloud9 kind of did just now.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
If Red Bull actually worked like that, by the way, it would be like a radioactive compound.
Red Bull Zero is here.
Like, you know how mercury poisoning builds up in smaller and smaller fish, and then as it moves up the food chain, you get more and more and more mercury poisoning problems? Hated Fate, thank you for the 100 bits. Americas is still shit? I mean, I wouldn't say it's shit. I mean, dude, the first map of NRG C9 felt pretty good, and then there were some parts on Pearl that felt alright, and this feels like it's been pretty good from Loud. So yeah. I don't know why I'm unmuting, just to get DMCA'd. Pacific better than Americas, better than EMEA, better than China. I mean, we literally haven't watched the other regions yet. You need to watch more than... we need to watch more than, like, at least give it a week of every region.
First half, very loud. Now we'll see if crew can bring that one round.
Yeah, this is the team the Dryad said would be challenging G2 to win stage 1.
Just tying their shoelaces together.
Hopefully crew could definitely
I don't see it yet. I don't see it yet.
Again, a composition that's very good for these type of plays where I wouldn't be surprised if Kesnet is going to be the
but also we didn't see it in kickoff after the crew's first game.
So they have like
I just
Mazzino and Melzer pulse plant utility.
Crew are such an annoying team.
Yeah. And these post plant scenarios, but look at that. Looks like Loud doesn't want.
It feels like they have the potential to play well, and sometimes they just can't get it together.
But the action's at sea right now. Loud with 3, and man, you know the flip side of this we also want to see is that Loud can instantly close out a game, not let this one dwindle on.
Dryad's had some very accurate takes.
Rather that can do that. And not let that
it just
kind
depends.
Of waver back and forth here. So it looks
all
like
of us have had some pretty fucking shocking takes at times. I don't think she's any worse than the rest of us.
This does not look good. Get that spike down, some extra money, and man, Louder looking very, very.
Who's casting right now? Riv and
Vansili.
Vansili.
One person in the star power.
Exactly. And you bring up a good point. I talked about a strong start. You're talking about a strong finish, and we're about to potentially see it here from Loud because we have now great anchor.
Oh yeah, I mean she glazes Crew in the same way that like a Kelios glazes DRX or Choba glazes RRQ.
This is a huge ask, definitely.
No, the rest of us are completely unbiased and objective in our takes.
There we hear him talking about, and it's not going to happen there. Laid to rest.
You glaze Karmine Corp? God, I just want one good match from Karmine Corp so that I can get back on the glaze train. I just want one.
Was very prepared, at least coming from the attack side first. Could have been a different game if that was Crew on attack, but man, never letting go of the lead. Quite impressive here.
Okay, who had the Loud players in their
when you're feeling at
fantasy team? Because you're about to feast. They get 10 bonus points, I think it is, for going plus 10 in the like round score, right? Is that how it works? Or they get an extra plus 1 or something? Oh, it's a 2 versus TH. A plus 2. You had Shy? You are fucked.
Only W keys.
Thank you for the 150 bits. They're making champs finals to Choker versus Team Heretics. Oh yeah, you did say that, didn't you, about Karmine Corp? That is an insane take.
On that attempt as they got tagged up, and it's going to be tough as they protect for the retake.
Losing at Verso is tough now because we just talked about the pulse plant utility. It's slowly disappearing.
They are just going.
Zeno and Melza are super weak. It's still winnable for Loud. Oh. Shy's full health though.
Picada's gonna get half on this one and then look for the fight.
Uh-oh. He's sticking. Nice. Okay.
Saves one, and they're actually going to be able to come out second round. Huge to stop the momentum of Loud. They have a little bit of breathing room, but still very much suffocating on this one. 10 rounds down.
And you wouldn't want anybody else
huge to stop the momentum of Loud. God bless Riv. Huge to stop the momentum of Loud is just such a funny phrase.
That's now converted at 24% when the average is
11%. When Crew come back to win this, that's going to be an iconic phrase. Huge to stop the momentum of Loud. Chris Paul, it's a big 3 to cut the lead down to 42.
Will this actually be a very strong finish from
that is a fucking phenomenal call.
Crew might start snowballing a little bit here.
Focus towards that top side here for Loud as Crew. They look like they're going to have good positioning.
You put Hyunmin as your IGL. Who does DRX play against this week? I thought they had like a kind of tough game. Oh yeah, PaperX. That's kind of wild from you.
Oh my God, Mazzino with the flicks, beautiful.
Okay, Mazzino.
Still, although it's
you want to do that a bit more?
An eco here from Loud side. You still see the back and forth coming in from the defensive side, just to try to get that double swing, the pendulum, the ping pong.
If you don't have a Loud player in your team, we should all be rooting for Crew to at least get one more round. Because if Crew get one more round, the Loud people who picked Loud in their fantasy rosters don't get an extra point or 2. So we should be rooting for Crew here.
So Crew is not afraid to get into the sights. We see that they are not.
But I do have Loud. Well, you're the enemy, I'm afraid.
When they have the advantage, exactly what we need to see. They have to be hungry here for these rounds.
And sorry, it was Mazzino there as a breach on the top, but nonetheless, that's something that you need coming out from everybody on the side of Crew. Just like Loud has been very prominent across the board in the fragging department.
They're gonna Teho ult? Oh my God, and it catches both of them. Wait, that's such a fat trap play. Dude, and then Vinny does the fault line. Oh my God, that's nasty. I didn't see that coming. The cam is just such a default cam as well.
First half on
like that cam is just good even if you're not doing a trap play. God, that's gross. That's lovely from Loud, actually. That is lovely.
Nice little trap play that caught Crew off guard. The camera was so high just to make sure you could watch very deep down that line. And just activate here. But by the time that you could break the cam, it's so hard for you to retreat from.
Shy is AFK right now. Shy is functionally AFK.
Will he go for another one of his 4Ks? Melzer's at 30.
I mean, Melzer is just for the fucking wolves.
But they have a moment.
That's such a bad peek from Shy. He's rubbing his ass against the wall.
Vans, what a game from Loud here. Really reading Fracture.
Well, Loud get the extra points.
Sunned up, about to get ran down. And DGZ, who better than him to close out
Jesus wept. That was more one-sided than the Cloud9 win over NRG in map 203.
And it didn't look like they were really pressured at all. The Stingers got them coming into the second buy on second half. That'll happen when you're not expecting the rush through.
Shy with the -1 performance. Brother. Wait, so does he get -2 for going -10 in round score? He gets -2 for that, and then he gets +1 for getting 10 kills? Is that how that works? Oh, it's -1 for a -10 in round score. I see,
comes out with a vengeance. This is the third time that they play against each other. It's a 1-1 in the series, and now it seems potentially that Loud will finish it on a 2-1.
How TF was that cross pick, and what there was Dryad smoking when she said Crew could win stage 1.
Wait until the end of the match, man. We would have said something similar about C9. Well, no, we wouldn't. C9 didn't get clapped like this in map 1. C9 looked better than Crew did on map 1. But my point being that C9 did come back in the series and kind of mollywop on map 2, map 3. So there's a shred of hope still for Crew in this match. There's a shred of hope. Was map 1 Cloud9's map pick? Okay. That I have no idea why Crew picked that. I do not know why Crew picked Fracture. They historically haven't been good on Fracture. They clearly still aren't very good on Fracture. Not that we knew that going in. They must have been doing well on it in scrims and put a serious amount of time into it. And they must also be permabanning like Ascent or Icebox. I guess maybe they just want to play more of the Raze maps instead of the Jet maps. But bruh, didn't look good. The guy who said Crew were hella overrated before the game started. Who's laughing now? I mean, presumably you, but I don't think I was laughing before. Where can I do the Valorant fantasy stuff? I'm not even sure what the website's called. I'll be real with you. I don't know.
How far does a team of
TMB's
favorite players FNS, V1, Sufap, Spring and Chihuahua make it in an international event?
Sorry, so this team is Finesse, Vinny, Sufat Baby,
Some scrambled to cap things off after the game's Mr. Egg.
And
I'm feeling hungry XTD.
These 5 players. So you have Spring has got to be your duelist player. Who the fuck is playing Smokes? I guess we'll put Chua on Smokes? I don't even know. I mean, this is a... I mean, Chua doesn't even have a visa at the moment. So Magnum's playing instead of Chua. Finesse is playing Sentinel with Vinny, Initiator, and Sufat Baby Flex? This is a horrible roster. This is... You're not making it out of Wolverhampton with that one. You are not making it into tier 3 with that one. That's not a good roster. Some Scrandle to cap things off.
Fracture with a 13-3
possibly,
against Crew.
Possibly.
And I'm here with Coach ACK to talk a little bit about it. I mean, DJSIN said that you guys were working on fixing a lot of the things that were going wrong in kickoff. So how does it feel
it took me 26 minutes to name 100 bands or artists.
Keep that momentum for the second one?
I think that's pretty good.
I think that's for us is special because the Fracture was a map that we were not
never played on a kickoff.
4 artists
so
per minute,
on that and
15
really
seconds per artist.
Gave us a lot of confidence. So right now is do our job.
That's pretty good.
Do our work in Haven and take 2-0 home.
I mean, if you get that 2-0 and just as dominant, you might be the strongest team that we've seen so far. Best of luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she might be right.
Hey,
if they do get the 2-0.
We will take it, especially if Loud are playing like that. A 13-3
If you were to make an NA Americas super team, would you have Som?
First win of the season, but fellas, you gotta ask the question: what the hell happened?
The question is, who else?
Wyatt, we predicted KRU.
We didn't predict out of it.
The series isn't over.
Who are the other best smokes players in the region?
It was only their pick.
It's like Bang. I'm taking Som instead of Bang.
Before the match had started, one of the things that we were concerned about
Valen?
was,
Dude, if I need an IGL, I'm taking Valen. Like, I'm taking Valen, I think, instead of Som, but not because Valen's a better smokes player necessarily.
Nothing was going right for KRU.
But if we're ignoring IGLing completely,
player advantage situations,
then I'll go with Som.
Loud were managing to find ways around it. There were many moments.
And then the other player that's coming to mind is King. Because it's hard to know what King is going to play in a series, because he might even end up playing some duelists this season. But he does play smokes, or at least can play smokes, and he's very good at it. So I would consider King as well.
And I love leaning into the Neon as the pick for Dishes In right now. I think that is a great decision. We have Haven next.
But those would be the 3 that I'd be thinking
Just
of.
give me more Dishes In on the Neon. Run it back.
Yeah.
Som, King,
it
and
really
Valen.
takes me back to Loud, like previous years where they were like
Pancard is better, no?
spots, like trying to figure
No, I
out
don't
where
think so.
that duelist fits. But I really do think
I mean, Pancard is good, but I wouldn't say
it's
he's better,
But
personally.
then on top of that, you get Cowanzine, as you'd mentioned, Brent, the momentum continues.
What's your
forward
super
for this guy.
team?
And even though, yes, Melzer was the top performing,
Like
for
right
his team,
now?
they didn't really save for much because they didn't get much in that one.
If it's
So now
my
you have
super
Haven
team,
coming
like
up,
I
another,
want to build it my way, here's how I'm building it. I think we want Zekken as duelist because I believe in him. I think he's going to be a truly incredible player in the future and already is at the moment. And I like the way that he plays duelist. I think he's smart but aggressive, puts his body on the line but also is incredible in the entry. And I value his style of play more than I value somebody like Aspas, which is more op heavy. But yeah, so I'd go with Zekken. Then I'd go with, I'm going to go with Valen.
It's the momentum going into this
as the IGL and smokes player. I'm going to go with, currently I'm going to go with Trent as my initiator. Now that's a bit of a weird one though, because in a different meta I would not be going with Trent.
Let's figure out what's going on the KRU side. We got Coach Adam.
Brent just recommended that KRU should bang their head against a rock to try to forget that that map ever happened.
And Adam, that first map doesn't go your way. It
Okay,
was your map
so
pick,
then
but something you talk about in social media is that the
who
team
would
has
I
been looking
have
good
as
in
my
the
second
preparation
initiator?
coming
It's
into
so
the
difficult
stage
not
one.
to just say
So tell me,
Jonah
how are you
P.
gonna make sure that all the
I
preparation, all the
really
things
just
that were
think at the
going right
moment it's
are
Jonah
going
P
to
and
kick
it's
off
not
for the
close.
second map?
I think that this first map
But this
was
is, these two are very meta dependent. These two are not so much.
If you take Jonah, Leaf, Valen, Leaf and Jork, you would get a good team.
And then Sentinel, brother, I'm gonna struggle not to pick Leaf.
We're gonna see if it's gonna be the wake up. Thank you so much. Good luck.
I'm gonna struggle not to pick Leaf.
I mean, my guy got a right hook and a left up.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, if I'm doing an America's roster, I'm really struggling not to do this.
But to his point, though, he was
Like,
saying,
in a normal situation where this isn't the current meta, I might be thinking more like, I might be thinking more like you instead of Trent, maybe? If it was last year, I think I would be going EU instead of Trent. And then as a flex,
I hate to put
I
the
guess
pressure
I'd be
on him here, but does that
picking
come off the back of something like Kesnet, who like has to be the
Mazzino?
That he was not
Maybe? If it wasn't this meta, it's just like any meta. I'm not sure about the initiators, to be honest with you.
In kickoff, it was about everybody else.
But I think there's tons of different answers for this one. There's a couple different answers for this one, like Valin, Somo King, I think are reasonable there. And Leaf, I guess you could go with like Tex or Shy maybe.
When you have a series in kickoff where
who else? I'm not sure.
8 on map 1 and Shy drops 25 and 8 on map 2. Like, that's a well-rounded team.
Yeah, you have a lot of options there without a doubt. Let's go ahead and find out if Crew can turn things around. Map 2 is coming up after this.
Yeah, maybe. That's a good shout, actually. Kaunzine is incredibly good. And he's mad flexible. He plays the like Breach style Flash Initiators and Sky. He plays Breach Sky, but he also plays Scan Initiate as well. So NA is the best region but has the worst Sentinel players. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty valid. Not because the Americas ones are terrible though, just because there's like 2 that I think are good and the other regions tend to have more. I mean, EMEA is just stacked with Sentinels players. Stacked. China has like Shishu and maybe like Viva. I think I'm still taking America's Sentinels players over China though. Fukashu. Yeah. Okay, maybe not. Maybe China does mog Americas for Sentinels.
But to continue and
Guang as well. Yeah, I forgot about Guang actually.
Wasn't the case here on their side, and
I don't know if Yosemite counts. That team never plays a hard Sentinel.
Where they had good results on their defensive side, but playing a little bit more of a standard
I don't know whether does Happy Way count. Happy Way plays smokes on half the maps as well.
But also adding
like EMEA has definitely got the best Sentinels. It's not even close.
To me, that tells me that they're going to be
other regions have got like a couple that are really, really good, and then EMEA has like 5 who are really, really good.
I like that. I think we didn't have enough presence from each one of the members of Crew. The positions they were playing weren't traded enough. So having Kesnet be able to get back across the map,
what would Crew play?
Also get info, create a little.
I didn't look at their duelists.
On the forward portion that he's pushing first before gate crashing is.
They're playing Yoru.
Very big. They have to throw something else into the mix. And maybe this will be it. Kesnet looking to go off on the Yoru. That's what they've changed away from the Jet this time around. And we are going to be getting on to Haven here. Loud was still able to take this, but Crew does have that stronger defensive side.
That's a great point. They get to start.
I went all in on NRG on Fracture, now I'm broke.
This is a map picked by Loud, so
yeah, buddy.
If you want a moment to wake up
and to
both potentially build that confidence up, this is the moment definitely for the Crew side. Exactly.
Do we have an A default?
Sure.
Great question.
But if you're looking at the setup, there's still some sort of pressure that Crew wants to try to do towards middle.
What is this?
Not as aggressive as they usually
what is Kesnet holding Garage on his own?
For the solo play as he's pushed back by the Owl drone.
Okay. He's just gate crashing out from Garage to spawn instead of using it cross map. That's weird. Hopefully he doesn't do that on most rounds.
As he dashes with Jet. Oh my, insta shot to Shy's face, and they're going to try to pressure out of the garage hall here. Paranoia's taken out.
Whoa, they're flashing and pushing front side. That's aggressive from Vinny and Kesnet. Mizuno and Kesnet.
Happens from Vinny, but it's a trade-off. Now it seems potentially that Loud could be pinned.
They're going to hear them leaving. Adverso hears this. Don't swing this, Adverso.
Doesn't want to peek. I mean, it's a great call. You don't want to give your
little bit of chip damage.
You want to lose more space.
You can get in. You have salvos. I'll be using salvos here on the choke point. Yeah, that's fine. That's good.
Beautiful delay.
Oh, that's such a nice updraft from Digi. Dude, he played this round so nicely, Digizine.
Elevation distraction for the first few kills. Melzer now just about even.
Okay, good round for Melzer as well. I'm not huge on the general way that Crew played that, but they did get bodies into the C site very quickly to counter what was going on and fought them. That flash play to push forwards into front site was unusual, and I liked it. Americas has the best duelist.
He gets into a forward position into A. He has support from the other
yeah, I
side
don't
too,
think that's...
with Mazzino grouping up.
Oh, you know, Pacific might be giving us a run for our money, but I think Americas has to have the best duelists.
In this round, you see space being gained.
But Pacific are no slouches.
Again, as we've mentioned, but a little bit of a different approach. This time, it's a double initiator putting the solo push from Kisnet because he's able to do so. He could TP away
EMEA, I think, have definitely got the worst, which is weird because I think they also have the single best duelist in Durka.
Beautiful shots from Melzer and the Outlaw making both
at least at the moment, anyway.
And he's just going to play it with a gate crash like a rendezvous, right? Go and peek everything almost until they feel like they have the advantage, and Loud won't give them the peaks anymore. Just to creep in, a little extra money on the plant, and they should be closed in by.
We just have the best duelists. We always have.
This round was just going to be a creep around.
No, we all know that Trump would not support a league called Americas.
That plant be able to sneak through towards sewers, as the others from crew are trying to pinch back towards that B site because the initial. Hey, let me just be the selfless players, get myself killed towards the front of the B site, so we can get this plant here.
Okay, all right. Not even that dangerous. Not even that dangerous. One player was allowed to die because Mazzino came in with a pistol. So crew have got a very nice buy here. The Loud players can buy full armor though.
Quick before we get into the bonus round full.
So the Outlaw's not going to do as much.
Insta up, gets that kill, doesn't want to waste any time, gate crash is back.
So what I'm noticing here though is, in both of these rounds, Kesnet has put the gate crash on the same site that he's pushing forwards on. So like when he put it in garage, he put the gate crash at back C. He's not putting the gate crash cross map. Oh, wait, this time he is.
We'll see if the bonus though is
what's he up to? Yeah, he's throwing it cross map.
And I like that we're leading towards the A side at the very beginning. You just mentioned here, Riv, that Kesnet
Alright,
is
so
getting close to the ult, so the play is
they got a strat at the beginning with the salvos to try to set Kesnet up deep. And he's got 30 seconds, so when this gets to 110 on the clock, his gate crash is going to run out, and he'll have to make a decision.
It's exactly that. Off the camera, the paranoia, double swing.
Camera trap play over here as well.
So Kesnet's going to stay at C. They like this positioning. He throws another gate crash out, though. So this is on the timing of the trip in garage.
Oh, Digizine.
Digizine's... But he's got no cloud burst here, actually. Ah, the flash came through, and they didn't. Melzer didn't throw his paranoia. They just allowed themselves to get blinded and killed. That's incredible awareness, though. Honestly, I think Loud are expecting exactly that trap play. Quite a few people have been running it. They just got wrecked. They just got wrecked.
I mean, this is so good from Loud. We were just mentioning
Pacific
on that first
have the best
map how good the protocols have been. The beginning of this round, you saw that they tried to add that pressure into the garage to break the trips and to try to force rotates.
Yes, I think I agree.
About to get caught off guard by the A-side push, but they just make sure that the protocol's there. The flash comes out for the support on the attack side from Vinny. He gets 2 free kills because he gets the timing off the paranoia that misses him.
And it seems right. We've seen crew have that position at long. It was pushed a few rounds ago. There really hasn't been too much aggression. But no, this time Loud come up. You can see the paranoia in hand, right? They were ready to throw it out.
Does EMEA have the best anything? Yeah, Sentinels.
Already, so it's just nearsighted. It's a free.
I don't think it's close either.
Kills versus 2 players that are. Looks like they were heavily
what does China have?
By the breach flash from Vinny.
At the moment, I'm not sure they've got anything yet. But they've got a lot of good players.
And personal, and he's getting real dangerous to start off here. 3 right in his face, but he's going to be able to get a trade on with Digizine. I don't know if they want to peek this again from long.
China has the best production. Yeah, that's true.
Might say though from Kesnet, because not breaking the dart was a good start for the defensive side of crew. So you think nobody's playing on that long side aggressively. So he was able to surprise some players, but didn't use his TP to escape. And now. There's no duelist, there's no dimensional drift for the retake, and there's no...
Shy might be able to win this round, you know. As weird as that sounds, considering he's the only player here. Ah, he had to get that kill, though. He heard the updraft.
Pancata predicting that there was that push long C, gets the paranoia right through, so the team's going to try and just wait this one
Wow.
out.
He's played Mazzino in.
Playing it smart. A lot of these are just getting face-to-face fights. The players are walking right up to each other.
They did not have a good plan for clearing Shy there. No, thank you.
Almost finds
Thank
no,
you.
he finds one. Pancata almost finds both, rather.
Yeah. And despite the compositional change from KRU, you still see strong positioning from Shy. Although he's only gotten 1 kill, it just shows how much confident he is to play this Cypher on a map like Haven. This was also one of the pain points from Loud to get activated on a map of Haven because of
At least KRU are in the game here, rather than just
flumping
out.
Why
is Kesnet gone for the skinhead look with the beard? I don't even mind the beard, but why is he gone for the growing your hair back after shaving it all off kind of look?
Continuing this first half and change up pace though from Loud. They want to answer back with a lot more aggression, just like they did. It seems as though that KRU will continue to give up this garage control.
Yeah.
But with these smokes, you're going to force the reclear out of KRU. And they don't have the scan composition to be able to do so, so they have to face check.
This cam's really interesting from 2Es here. Oh, they break it. Okay. Because once the defenders reclear garage, you can use your cam to get a much easier walk back in. Oh, they're gonna ult into hell. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're not thinking about it at all. Kesnet is completely lost.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Everyone's blind. Everyone's paranoid. Coming out
This is so silly. Wow. Well, the flood into the site and the smoke that got put down and the sheer amount of flashes being thrown out from Mazzino and Melzer ended up getting the job done for KRU, even though that was probably one of the most chaotic rounds you could possibly have asked for. That was all over the place.
The power of being a lot more mobile again. With KRU, it's pretty much their playground, the defensive side of this map of Haven. Bind, they're just good on both sides, both attack and defense. Haven so far, since kickoff,
I'm not really sure why
but that is also
Mazzino was allowed to live for so long. But it must have been a flash. I think Melzer must have hit them with a paranoia that I missed.
These initiators to stall so they could at least
He's better on split. Fuck no, since the beginning of the stage.
And they want to do the brawling.
Again,
Kesnet takes 100 damage.
for a position take to see where things are, throws out another one.
I really don't like the way that Kesnet's playing the Yoru though. I don't think it's a good way of playing the character. I think that the thing that's amazing about Yoru on defensive Haven is that you can have a strong site over here, and then you can teleport over here to make C site the strong site. So you can have double strong sites with the Yoru gate crash for the first 30 seconds, which makes it really difficult to run fast hits against. And that just frees up so much of your defense if you don't need to worry too much about fast exits.
Have been really good in these lurks.
And instead, Kesnet's playing it just using his gate crash for early.
Right now, that lurk's trying to get into garage here for Loud.
Not even really an early fight.
All the find and initiator utility on that.
Oh, Kesnet said that he dyed the hair too much and it was damaged, so he decided to fix it. Fair play. All right.
Not too convinced with the dimensional drift moving forward, though. Yes, he gets a bit of information, but what do you do with that? Now you don't have that piece of util for the retake, and Shy's alone on a C site with 4 players closing in on him.
They got to know where he is. Having this trip here means, or that gate means, he's just going to try to fight around it. The smoke goes down as well, and here comes the push in. A little help from the Yoru clone, and they can't start to answer back because a beautiful flash over the shoulder of Shy just gives him enough time to fire in as Mazzino starts to clean it up as well. The full house of Mazzino and Shy closing down C site.
And Shy took his time again. 4 players moving up, pops up the cages, hides behind the boxes, just try to make sure
they're finding it difficult to root Shy out of these spots.
Behind the C site to just try to overtake that side for a Loud.
Classic beginning of the stage kind of stuff when teams don't know which maps they're good at, I guess.
Now on both extremities, not
oh
only
god,
on the initiator,
yeah, flash into the recon there.
The help of Shy as
oh no, it's the flash into the trip, my bad, sorry.
Dude,
that trip is nasty. The trip is good to stop them pushing into your smoke, but then it's also good to catch the people who are tucking close to default.
KRU is just in
nice trip.
A much better position once their utility is going off to work off the team's utility to be able to do things. On Fracture, we kind of saw them when they retake from.
Do you watch Skibbity Toilet? Yeah, religiously every episode.
First, doing it dry, not having the util since the util was weighted. waited out by Loud, but not this time. Loud's going to have to call a timeout to figure out what's going wrong here, as we're getting a flip on the game. Now KRU 5-1 here on Haven.
Almost seems like it's what's
Which players looked best for CFL?
But again, if you want to follow that story, it's just KRU.
What is CFL? The Fantasy League?
I won't bring my hopes up yet about the
Don't know what Liz. What did Liz say? Hello, Liz.
The thing is, at least
you off to bed? Good night, Elizabeth Marquini.
The first victory they're able to get here on Haven out of
many people say Waylay's not that great in pro play. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's that great.
There's at least that.
I think it's like fine, but I think there's almost always going to be a better option.
On the previous round, because the really only thing they have to
I'm off to bed if I can't find a friend to watch with. Oh, do you want to watch?
Or the drone from adversary.
You want to hop in?
So
I'm down.
Get that ready, get them perked up
Give me a call on Discord.
On the other side, and that allowed here Shy to do a good job here in his role.
Still playing this combination for KRU over towards A. Having the initiators set up Kesnet. Kesnet even gets his gate crash out this time, so he throws another one. They're not using it for info on these rounds as much anymore. They want it for the pure play, the trade, if they can get it. Ooh.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. I went 2-0 on my group stage of my tournament.
Oh, nice. Okay. Wait, what tournament?
The Core Creator Cup. BCJ asked me to literally just be a warm body.
Right.
And that's the Princess track I was on. Oh my god.
What the fuck were KRU doing in this round? What is a tail ult down short doing there if you don't also have something to clear long?
They find him. Clone's not going to fake, but that's a blind right in the eyes of Vinny. Rolling Thunder comes back out as well. This is just for map presence here. KRU says get off.
What was the average rank of the people then?
And they'll go ahead and set up another line of scrimmage defense. Just across all the sites now, and it's up for Loud to choose.
Well, it was BCJ.
On this.
And then it was a Diamond 2.
That's the good call by Vinny.
A Diamond 2,
the lean that they had, the lurk from 2,
and someone who hasn't played since episode 2.
Okay.
Yeah,
but played was like a former teammate of mine, like a while ago.
Yeah.
They've already cleared out the A site.
But I'm like apparently the covert gold, because I like when they weight everyone's ranks, and I was weighted 0.
Nice.
They put us as that like low seed.
Kesnet gets away with that one.
It's the new hair, isn't it?
He was kind of getting battered on map 1, so I don't know how well the new hair's doing, but it's you know, it's there. It's there.
Yeah, I looked over during my game and I was like, 13-3. I see very unhappy Adam talking to Dan, and I'm like, hello?
Yeah, it was not good on that map.
Where their opponents are trying to get space and it just cap them.
I'm happy to see a better Haven from them,
this time though on Haven, they're just
They
making
need to learn to pre-fire kill trips as well.
The setup even happens for the attack side of Loud. This is all very nice.
I guess in theory the kill trips should be more prevalent, right?
Different look, at least
maybe not actually. I don't know.
That we've just witnessed previously on the first map.
I'm not as nerdy about that as you are.
Adverso's salvo didn't hit that edge and make him replant. It looked like Loud could have had that. Just a little.
Average Valorant enthusiast. Thank you for the 16 months. C9 is the VCT version of the Florida Mayhem.
This is what I'm liking, at least from the change of
all their players were just queuing ranked with McDonald worker aliases.
Why I like this?
What?
Just to try to find their own early information, which they
I don't remember
really
that.
Done.
I don't even really understand what a McDonald worker alias is.
The side, but even though they're doing
there should be loads, but most Senti still only have 2 to 3 that they'll use. Yeah.
But by doing that Aldro, look at how you only have Adverso alone in a site, and he's now forced to fall back.
Instant in.
Bro, I am watching Kesnet do some weird shit with his gate crashes.
How good they set up after this as well.
Like good weird or bad weird?
No, bad weird.
Bad weird? Oh.
Instant Rolling Thunder to deny here, so giving themselves breathing room, feeling like they still have good control over the map.
Well, they just used Rolling Thunder, it hit Pancada, and they haven't planted. So now there's 30 seconds, and everybody's ready to retake apart from Shy.
Oh, man.
So this could still get very silly.
Hunter's Fury rather comes out right up the gut of that entry into the site.
Yeah, no pings.
No pings
That's a sideshow looking overall.
On the other side, looking for util, some flashes for Kesnet.
Not his fault, those happen. That's what I always tell my chat, and then they're like, else over, else over.
And they wouldn't say that.
They wouldn't say that to fucking Cowanzine, would they?
They would not say that Cowanzine. They'd be like, Cowanzine, it's okay. I see what you did there.
Yeah, great try, Cowanzine. Me, they're like,
ooh, ooh.
L-ball fraud.
You're not a fraud. You're exactly you present yourself as.
Thank you, thank you.
Continues to find key moments right now for Loud.
They dodged the Brazil. They dodged the Brazil both times it's come up today. I guess it's come up like both times, both maps. I'm the jellied eels guy. I died laughing when you brought that up on Plat Chat. It was so out of pocket. Like nobody eats jellied eels in the UK. I've never heard of anyone eating jellied eels in the UK.
And there was so much time too, right? Everybody was prepping their skills, prepping what they had. We had a moment like 10 seconds.
Okay, crew are gonna 4-player fight over towards A lobby. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, hello. Oh, they don't have anything extra to actually get into lobby. Did they use both of their flashes already? They used both flashes and paranoia before they got into A lobby proper.
They're gonna leave. Oh, Pinkata's ulting into. Okay.
He feels like he can still get spammed in that spot, so he's gonna go ahead and shadow step, and then from the shadows out of the position. And they still hold short.
Hey, Bells.
A big
How's it
push
going?
here, however, by Shy could get behind Tui's in garage.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I was a little worried about that.
I was a little spooked.
Now to reset and give the team a little more power on the map.
They're playing A retake a ton.
It's always nervous. Especially when you think you have it and you have weird movements. And
To be fair, that's what we did in our tournament just now, and we won Haven. So, you know, it's like a strat.
It works well at the Diamond 2 level.
Finding information and spots them all here on the side hit.
Looks like they're trying to reposition.
I mean, it is good when you have people coming from short, long, and CT and heaven. They are covering basically every angle. Don't mind a flank retake.
KRU is just closing down on Loud so fast.
Have you ever eaten jellied eel, Liz?
No, but I know the origin of it from England.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the river it was so polluted and toxic that only eels could survive in the river, and that it became a delicacy in England.
Yes, yeah. Do you know that eels have an insane life cycle?
No.
Do you know they all go to the same part of the ocean to mate?
They have an orgy?
Yes. There is a place around where the Bermuda Triangle is. Around Bermuda. They call it the Sea of Sorsuga or something, I can't remember the name of it. Where all of the eels go to have a giant eel fuckfest. And then the little eels start migrating, and they're so teeny tiny, and then they go through so many different metamorphoses that people thought for a long time that they were different species, but it's actually the same species. It just undergoes.
Oh, just one squad.
Yeah, undergoes a bunch of metamorphosis. They also the early versions of eels don't have reproductive organs. So if you find an eel that isn't a full adult and you slice it open, you can't see any reproductive organs. So originally, early biologists thought that they simply spawned from the mud and didn't actually reproduce.
That's crazy.
And because the sea that they reproduce in is very difficult to access because it doesn't have it's like it's a doldrums area of the Atlantic. It's very difficult to actually see it happening in the wild.
He gets 3? That's wait. You know what the guy who had to be like, guys, I know this sounds fake, but it is real. They're like, we can't see, we can't prove it. He's like, no, you guys, it's like this is how they do it.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Imagine defending that thesis.
So really nice map control, really nice early pushes from KRU.
I never had jellied. It's something I've always wanted to try though, because I've always wanted to try just like I'll try any food once. But
I don't enjoy listening to music, so I listen to eel podcasts in my free time.
And even drone at the beginning towards the garage. It seems as though
eel spurt, if you will.
Compositional change coming out.
Ninja Maleficent, thank you for the 3 months of tier 1. Thank you very much.
They don't really have
okay.
I mean, that shouldn't be difficult for you, I think. I don't get the urge very often to Google that.
Yeah, personally, those two words have never come together in my mind at once.
He's away to that one, so This might make it hard here from Loud to rotate back. They have to commit.
I haven't listened to. I'm not a podcast person. The only podcast I ever listened to, actually listened to two, was Serial, the first season, and then the first season of Up and Vanished.
Oh my gosh, just on the other side.
Zine feels like he has just been abandoned on site here.
Wait, they literally did. They're like, get two.
The thing is, though, they are not thinking that he's here at all. But maybe they are. Oh my god, wait, Melzer's so aware. He's so aware.
With all of these insert, it allowed.
I was gonna get one more here. Watch this. Somehow. Never mind. Never mind. Don't listen to a word I say.
In this first half on his lurks, but now it's.
Do you ever watch like Valorant on 1.5x or whatever if you've like missed a game?
Not 1.5x, no.
Do you speed it up at all?
No. I only speed up videos that are just like essays and people talking. But for Valorant,
so if they're
I
like audio only.
Audio only.
So you would speed up something if it was audio only.
I do it often, yeah. But Valorant, I will watch that at speed.
Yeah. No, I think that makes perfect sense. If it's in a video form, you wouldn't want to speed it up, but if it's an audio form, you would want to speed it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because also I talk so fast, as you know, that like the 2 times speed is like my natural pace, and so I understand it completely.
Yeah. And like if you're in a hurry but you really want to listen to a piece of music, just 1.5x.
Well, no.
Because it's like audio only, so.
Right, but music theory and music, the way written tempo and rhythm and whatever it may be, like intonation is also important to the
Well, yeah, but it's just talking, isn't it? It's just like talking with a bit of tone. So just speed it up.
So as someone who listens to classical all the time, fuck no. There's actually no talking.
Well, yeah, but that's just like it's all just vibrations at the end of the day. Just speed them up, get them done.
Exactly.
I want you to say that to Hans Zimmer. I want you to go up to Hans fucking Zimmer.
Dude, I should have said Hans Zimmer.
Fuck.
I was naming musicians earlier, and I forgot Hans Zimmer. I said John Williams.
He's a good one.
Get an early advantage, forcing now the hand of Loud to just activate a little bit more into a split C-side, and funny enough, a lurk.
Let me ask you something. Ask you one question. I'm gonna give you one chance to answer it. Yeah. Did you say something to your chat about listening to music on 2 times speed, and they flamed you for it, and you tried just to manipulate me to get me on your side to validate your weird choice of listening to music that is written at a faster pace?
I wouldn't put it like that, because that makes me sound bad. But I would say, apart from the manipulation, like I don't think I was manipulating you. I think I was just asking you a series of questions that logically followed one from the other.
Leading me down a path.
Yeah, they were slightly leading, perhaps.
Well, to be fair to you, there are like, on my playlist I have slowed and faster versions of songs because they just sound nice.
Yeah, I just choose the faster version every time.
That's not, hasn't it worked?
Oh
that's not uncommon.
Digizine was hitting everything on map 1.
That aura on that man.
I think it might just be the larger spaces. I don't know. It's so weird seeing these teams going back and forth like this. Would you say that Mike Tyson and Phil Collins have similar names?
Their defensive side of Haven.
Like 1 syllable, 2 syllable, yeah, and like generic white, like not he's not white, but like generic like man names.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
But I think Phil Collins, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that Mike Tyson was necessarily because I don't know much about him, but I just kind of assume
convicted rapist.
I kind of just assume that all famous people have got something terribly heinous going on.
Yeah, piece of shit, that guy. But I would say in terms of like the name, it kind of does it sound random number generated a little bit. But like, you know, it is what it is.
Aren't you famous too? No, I'm not famous.
Sale.
Like 10 people know who I am.
There's a fantasy league for Valorant?
I literally have less fans than some people have friends. I have no friends. So it evens out. The same amount of people know me as know normal people.
Let me ask you something. Do you like when your monitor shows you things?
Well, that is what I bought it for, generally.
Yes. So you like it when like it shows you exactly things as it is, right?
It's never showing me exactly what it is. I mean, it's
as close as you can get.
Yeah, it's the Plato's Cave allegory. I'm not looking at actual people. I'm looking at pixels representing people. But yeah, I understand what you mean. I'm looking at shadows on the wall.
Yeah, exactly. No, so it's not odd or wrong for someone to choose light mode.
Sorry?
To choose the light mode, the instead of night mode, like night mode, dark mode, the light mode.
Okay, and what about that?
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's in fact, light mode is preferable on certain websites, like VLR.
Correct. I knew you were an ally for it. I knew it.
Yes. And you know what? I agree with you. Anyone who uses dark mode is not an ally to women. I agree with what you just said. Get out of that one, chat.
I get upset that I can't change Spotify from dark mode to light mode.
I mean, I don't do it on every website, but definitely VLR. VLR is light mode. Does YouTube have a dark mode? The idea of YouTube not having a white background seems crazy to me.
Loud just wants to full gamble into that. 3 players are moving through. It makes sense. The camera's so deep down towards the seaside for 2Es.
You know, people have to get like the Chrome extension to make Google Docs light mode or dark mode. Don't have to bother.
Dude,
I take it as it is.
I do all of my writing in either a Google Doc or a Notepad file that is full bright, full whiteness, and it keeps me up until like 5 a.m. I literally stayed up till 8 a.m. a couple of nights ago writing in a Notepad file, and the fucking artificial light just tricked my little monkey brain into thinking that it was still daytime. I mean, and by the time it got around to 8 a.m., the sun was rising again and my room was bright, and I couldn't sleep, and that's exactly how I want to live my life.
No, you get it. You know ball. It's like
I don't want to be lulled to sleep while working. I'll lose focus.
No, if I'm working, I'm working.
Exactly. If I'm staring at a screen, I want to be staring at a screen.
Exactly. It's like, for me, the next wave of 2Es, if you get at least one, okay.
No, he is not winning this one.
And
we're going map 3. It's alright. We can talk about nonsense. This is going map 3 for sure.
My thing also, my little, oh, that's a cool replay.
Yeah, they've done a different one.
If you need to take a photo or need to do a broadcast, you don't have a light with you, just Google the color white, and then whatever shows up, like if the color is white, that'll just give you like a free like light, like a key light.
Okay, I do that to some degree because I just open my web browser and it defaults to the Chrome like new tab, which is basically white. The idea that you Google the color white is like such an unnecessary extra step to get maybe like 1 lumen of extra light coming out from your screen.
No, because I have a Chrome extension that shows. Yeah, because like, I have a Chrome extension that it's called Momentum that shows like nature photos and has like nice quotes, so I feel good about myself. So I don't have like the basic Chrome extension.
That is strange. That is strange.
It says, "Welcome, Elizabeth. What's your goal for today?" And I'm like, good question.
Wait, it says, "Welcome, Elizabeth. What's your goal?" And you say, "I would like to know what the color white is." Again, I keep having to check. Your fucking algorithm thinks that you've just forgotten what white is. Jesus Christ, she needs to be reminded 3 times a day.
This is what my new tab looks like. Almost sent that to Google, the assistant coach of Cloud9.
The pulse plant utility
I see. So your new tab has like a background of a mountain or something.
And that changes daily.
I get you.
Yeah, so sometimes I'm like, oh, like do my laundry, I'll put it there too.
Sorry, sometimes things are going on in my chat that I have to intercede on. My Chrome background is Fat Yoshi, smile. Somebody else, like funny fat or fetish fat. What are you talking about? It's Yoshi.
Wait,
it's Yoshi.
Hey guys, as someone who's fat, what the fuck?
Get help. Get help, chat. Get help.
What are you, huh?
Yoshi is
facing map points.
That's not a valid question. There should never be fetish Yoshi content out there. I don't care about the fabric kind of it. Fetish Yoshi content.
Thank you so much for the raid, you guys. Coming in and talking about fetish Yoshi content. How you doing? This is Sideshow. You might know him for the VCT. You might know me from VCT. How's everyone doing?
React on that.
Why am I kink shaming? Okay, we gotta get past this. Some kinks have gotta be shamed. Some kinks have to be shamed. You're not allowed to get away with everything. Some of them are not good for you, or for your partners, or for your mental health. And I think jolking it over fetish Yoshi content is like one of them. It's gonna rot your brain, guys.
If you're looking on the side of Vinny, he has one more flash. They get shock dart. They're just trying to push KRU away if they can, so that they can run back into this double.
Why does your chat say you wanted a fucking milk carton?
That they wait here for
a milk carton.
This is again utility.
Oh yeah. No, I did. Yeah.
Just like they did on Pistol.
I had had a bit to drink. You know how like there'd be the classic male thing of like, oh, the beer goggles, you know, how many beers would it take you to fuck that bird? For me, it's like cows and milk bottles and plants with large mouths and stuff.
Now you have a 13-2 answer, so they had an even better result after losing the first map.
I'm gonna stop you right there, all right? We're good.
Yeah.
We're good. We get it. That's clear.
I wonder. I mean, what's gonna happen? I feel like we just have two.
My chat goes, cows, fucking things that move.
No. I mean like fake cows, like Miltank, you know.
They made mistakes on that map, and honestly, were there that many?
Like not a real cow.
Play from KRU overall.
I mean, too.
I'm a vegetarian. If I'm not gonna eat a cow, I'm not gonna eat a cow out. You know what I mean? I've drawn the line much earlier.
After our first two, and we are split as we head into map 3. Don't go anywhere.
Unrelated but kind of related. I'm so surprised your chat has not made you take like the kink quiz online or like the Rise security test.
I think they have at some point.
They have? Okay, because when I like joined my acapella group in college, first thing I had to do was take that at 18. I was like, what? The BSM test, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't made you do that.
Timthy J2, thank you for the gift.
Oh, I just gave them an idea. No, guys, that's fine. Don't do it.
No, we've already done that. We've already done that, chat. We've already done that. We've done that bit. We've done that bit. We've done that bit. Anyway, we need to tune in because the next map is going to be serious business. It's split. It's a decider. It's where Cow and Zine went crazy last time these two teams played. It's got some serious potential.
Is more moral than intercourse? If you think eating a cow is less objectionable than eating it out.
What I'm putting to you is that those are different depending on whether they're with humans or with animals. Now, I don't want to morally project onto you, but my ethical framework makes a significant difference between humans and non-consenting cattle. Whiskey Swan, thank you for the 15 viewer raid. What's up? Welcome in. If you want to treat animals the same as humans, then actually I think that's okay. You just have to be aware that the animals can't consent. Okay, so we're gonna focus in. We're gonna be Valorant pilled. We're gonna be split maxing. We're gonna be split maxing KRU and Loud cells. Valorant pilled. Skibbity Rizzlers. Jesus Christ! I'm just trying to get us away from the cow talk. Yeah, there are still children in my fireplace.
Players are taking a little bit of a fiver, a chill out break for a minute here as we get ready for split. And When you look at those score lines, 13,
what are they?
13,
some kind of Skittles or M&Ms or something?
13-1. So who gets it? Flip a coin. Let's find out next time.
This chat is now in Wahoo
I don't know
mode.
anything about Valorant. I don't know ball. I don't
People
know
have been telling me that for years, man.
That's what I mean. We have the blanket problem.
So does do they even out? Do the +2s
like
even out basically?
That's the final ending for everybody.
Okay, we're getting really dark here.
Hey, listen, I didn't bring it up.
The prompter says.
I was just trying to take a nap.
The prompter says crew crazy comeback. Can we up the energy a tad?
Okay, sure. I'll give you a bit more energy. That was a crazy turnaround for crew.
It was.
Because they come out with a new competition,
I feel like
a new look onto Haven.
nobody
struggled with in the past, I think,
is giving a shit about these maps. I'm on board with Bren. I'm on board. I'm on board with Bren. These are these are kind of silly games. Isn't it supposed to be +1? I think it was +2, wasn't it, for crushing somebody with a 10-round score?
Of necessary time allotted to relive that absolute.
Well, I'll be honest. I'm a little bit.
What happened on Haven?
And I think that is about what? That is all.
I'll be honest with you.
Okay, let me break
it. Go for it.
I think.
Okay, so side, Loud.
I think Loud struggled a lot to be able to get into sites before Crew had just stacked them. Even though Crew's early round and mid round was not that great. Yeah, I think Vinny's IGLing struggled quite a bit.
Was able to play exactly where the sound cues were, and if you don't work the map efficiently and effectively and create a series of unknowns on
how was C9 NRG? First map was pretty good. Then Cloud9 turned up on. I mean, map 3 was quite good as well. Map 2 was pretty cheesy and shit and had a long tech pause.
Rarely able to get it into a winnable situation, and even when they did get into a post-plan situation, they couldn't quite even.
-1 by losing for 10 rounds. So both of these teams have ended up being +1 net.
That's why this game was fast.
Even though they both got rolled. So it doesn't even out. They both got +2 for the win, but -1 for the loss.
Briefly though, right, on that Yoru and Wyatt. I mean, it really is impressive what he did with this agent.
It's very impressive, and I have a fun fact.
Yeah, Kesnet was hitting good shots, but Dishi was on map 1, so
this guy has played 6,553 rounds of recorded competitive Valorant matches, and not one of them has been on Yoru.
Wow. Really? He'd never played Yoru before?
Which is I mean,
I kind of assumed he would have played it at some point.
Sense, but when I look at it on paper, there's no way. But it is true. And he showed out. Great debut. He looked really, really
I
good.
think it might be a close map 3, but
on that
who knows?
It felt like Loud.
Look at the first blood percentage. It was 40%. He was 6 for 1 on first kills. It was, he was phenomenal.
So now, though, of course, that kind of puts a lot of pressure here on Loud. You start this thing off nicely. You think that you got it in the bag. But then
map 2 for NRG was 14-5.
The wake-up analogy came through.
But Adam was right.
They were right. Bro, they were right. Coach Adam was right the whole time. So now we get ready for Split here. What should fans be expecting as we get ready for this?
Who the hell knows?
I don't know if you agree with me.
Okay.
When I think of Crew, if I think of a map for them, it is Split.
Yeah.
I associate.
I think of Bind personally, but I see what he means. They have played a lot of Split.
So many bangers on that map. Even going all the way back.
They normally play close games though on Split, I think, rather than crushing people.
Like against Sentinels. And it's always been a map, even since then, where Kesnet does.
They got an 8-4 comeback in Champs 2021 against Sentinels on Split
Certainly possible.
by winning Pistol and Bonus.
The Yoru again on a map where we've been seeing some Yoru.
I wouldn't mind it.
Have the games been one-sided at all? Every map has been one-sided so far.
Obviously, we were seeing a little bit of that.
I think you can still run double duelist on that map
Yeah,
as well.
every map has been one-sided so far, Spoon.
But you're exactly right.
All day.
I think if there's any kind of blueprint to follow from that.
What is your favorite Italian brain rot animal? Does everybody have a favorite specifically Italian brain rot animal?
At the beginning of rounds, but they were overly cautious.
I can't even think of an Italian animal.
You have to play disrespecting it until they showcase that they're actually going to be doing the trap plays itself.
What's an Italian animal?
if they continue that blueprint,
a spaghetti?
More, and they want to
what's a fucking Italian animal?
As well. It's another comfort pick for him. I think that could work wonders.
Oh, it's a meme thing. Okay.
An absolute abysmal beginning for them.
Definitely. Interesting too, just on the side of Loud.
Has he not seen Bombardiro Crocodilo? No, I have not.
And they immediately
no, I have not.
Breach before a lot of other teams were, so I'm expecting them to just continue to, lean into that, as obviously it's good.
Hot take: showering in the morning is bad no matter what kind of person you are, and everyone should shower at night. Do you know how much you sweat at night? I would imagine you sweat more at night than you do throughout the whole of the day, but that is a guess from me. But I reckon it's probably similar. Just shower twice? Some people don't fuck with that because it dries their skin out or fucks with their hair or something. This glue head sleeps in the heat. No, I'm not sleeping in the heat, but I'm still sleeping under a blanket. I swear to God, I think if you look it up, most people will sweat more during the night than they do during the day. I'm gonna Google it. I feel like that's my intuition. Sweat day versus night. No, we're not going to get anything out of that because it's talking about night sweats. Water loss, sleep versus awake. That's not giving me anything either. Hello, wait a second. Insensible water loss during sleep. From the American Physiological Society. Is this what we're talking about? Yes. Hello. Hold up. Hold up. No, this is not a paper. This is a... Insensible water loss, sleep. Insensible fluid loss. Here's a paper from the National Institute of Health. It's estimated to be between 40 to 800 milliliters per day. Okay, but when we're asleep and when we're awake. Fuck. Can't find it immediately, so we should probably... Oh my god, watch the game. Jesus Christ.
High rate of effect, and that's going to be a push right towards the A orb. They're past it already from the side of KRU. A triple kill for Kesnet, and the dash out is for beautiful safety on that one. Still up again, and he'll use it a second.
Lightly damaged as Kesnet gets away, but who needs double satchel? You could just hold W and use a dash to escape.
Why not?
But that is also
I feel like you guys don't think you sweat during the night, but you definitely sweat during the
night.
night.
The kills as soon as the bears come up, and Kesnet's looking for the ace.
Crowd's already in it. They're gonna search. We got the trifecta running around. Kesnet gonna be in the front here.
I'm not interested in some chat GPT looking ass answer unless it provides a source.
Say wait here, family photo if he tries to push.
You do sweat during the night, but not to the extent you do during the daytime. I mean, I suppose it makes sense if you're doing any kind of physical activity.
Sure.
I'm just thinking for a sedentary ass lifestyle like mine. I feel like there might be something to do with being under the duvet the whole time. Oh my god. Little Kesnet ace on the pistol round that we nearly missed the beginning of. Kind of did miss the beginning of.
First day back of VCT Americas is going to lock in the eye by power ace. Getting that PC giveaway for your first ace of the week. $100 gift card going out. And be sure to be following eye by power.
Anyway, what was the point of this? Why were we discussing this?
Your ace as well.
It's only natural that we get the cast.
Oh, because I was thinking about showering at night or during the day.
It almost feels like Vinny's like, hey, let me help the crowd. Let me help the fans in the chat. get their own PC limiters right out the open against Vinny here. Although joking aside, he did a good job isolating the
I'm a morning guy, but that's just because I grew up doing it. It's not really. I haven't really decided at some point to do it. But I think it's a nice way to start your day. A shower. Whereas getting into your bed ever so slightly damp coming out the shower, I don't really fuck with that feeling. I like feeling clean when I get into bed, but I don't like the feeling of not being perfectly dry. And don't just tell me to towel off more. I'm talking perfectly dry.
He can't really run down towards middle with the double initiator util when you have crossfire set up towards the bottom middle on the attack.
When it's a night shower, it's not right before bed. I don't have time to schedule that kind of stuff. Hello, what's going on there? So he's just found a free kill on Kesnet, and he saw Mazzino cross.
Making sure here that Kesnet continues to find his groove. Now back at the Jet in this tiebreaker map.
Oh, he missed the first shot.
Mazzino.
Oh, that's brutal. Oh, that is brutal. That's bad.
Threw down a bite at the feet of Mazzino and had
what part of your body remains wet? That's not the point. It's not one part of my body. It's not that I'm not toweling off my ass cheeks.
I'd rather buy a stinger than a Spectre.
It's just that my skin right now feels completely dry. I'm aware that it's not. There is going to be some level of moisture. Otherwise, I'd just be like a fucking raisin. But when I come out of the shower, even if I've thoroughly toweled off, there's like a slight... I'm feeling more moist than usual. And it feels strange on the bed sheets.
As they are just cleaning up the members of crew.
HP, I don't think so, but at least some players are there.
Oh, that.
No.
Well, that could be a way of losing the 2v5. And it's not planted for them.
Oh my god, wait, oh my god.
Hello. They made a reload noise. You made a reload noise, Adverso.
Maybe, they heard you.
It's over.
Dude,
Crew completely beefed that. That push out through A was a disaster.
No respect given to Adverso that he's going to try to swing out to try to surprise some players, but that is just a lack of protocol coming out here for Crew clearing out towards the spawn. The Viper rolls are
Liz, would you say you're as dry now as you are when you get out of the shower?
Some sort of lurk in that because of the double initiator.
Slideshow, if you had to have a limb amputated and the drop to let you keep it, what do you think you would do with it?
Like, when you get out the shower and then towel off, would you say you're just as dry right then as you are right now?
No, because I sweat a lot.
Wait, so you're...
I'm very, very sweaty.
Wait, but are you saying you're drier after toweling off?
Yes.
Oh, fucking hell, that's the exact opposite of what I was trying to showcase. You haven't been any help at all.
I mean, I genetically I get it from my dad. We both sweat a lot. Like they actually in Americas they changed what they put on my makeup, like the primer, because I sweat so much, and they had to like change it to a product that makes me stop sweating.
To try to work back towards this middle because of potentially this wall pulled up by Shy. They're trying to.
I run so warm that I used to take cold baths as a baby.
Cold baths.
Yeah, cold baths. Like, not like tepid or like lukewarm, like cold. And so my parents like took me to the doctor because they're like, that's not normal for a like infant.
Yeah, that does seem strange. Why are you running your own fucking baths as an infant?
Well, I wasn't. I wouldn't take a bath unless I had a cold bath.
Right, I see.
And so they took me to the doctor because is it high blood pressure? Is her heart rate too high? Like, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the doctor's verbatim response to my parents was, no, she's just weird.
She's just a strange child.
Just a strange kid.
You just got one of the oh, that is nice. Alright.
From Digizine was so clean.
Nice.
If there were to be any danger in the round, it has gone now.
Another little small mistake.
Sideshow, if you had to have a limb amputated and the doctor let you keep it, what do you think you would do with it? I'll tell you exactly what I would do with it, actually. My wife would turn it into a piece of art and mount it somewhere. she loves dead things.
When I did theater, I was a dancer in theater.
Things,
I used to have to redo my entire face of makeup. I'm not going to act 2 if I was dancing. I was sweating so much. To answer your question about the toweling, I am like significantly drier after the shower than I am. Even like at night, I sweat a lot at night, like a lot.
All the weapons easily upgraded for those that were alive.
I was just talking to my chat about this. They wouldn't believe me. The people sweat a lot in the night.
Oh my god, no, yeah, I do.
Even if you don't notice, you do.
So they're doing a little info sourcing as they get onto the map, but it looks like KRU is.
I have to constantly negotiate with my wife not to bring bones into the house that she finds out on the fields when she goes on walks. She's like, honey, I found a sheep's spine.
Wearing his fancy necklace.
And I'm like, please don't bring the sheep's spine back in. And she's like, no, don't worry, a dog ran off with it before I could find it and clean it up.
Stop like the early aggression from KRU's side. They still have the fault line.
So we have we have like 4 dead things in the house.
What?
No, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe like 5 or 6. I'm not sure. But we would have a lot more if I didn't compromise.
Actually go for the clear here. A little reckless on that one, thinking it was going to be clear for a little bit longer, I think.
If he gets his 3rd kill,
okay, good shutdown from Azino.
That might have to force Loud to activate.
And they still have paranoia.
But nobody rotated yet from
no paranoia from Melza? You don't want to try to stop them getting in? What are you saving it for, buddy?
Oh, the flash. Nicely played, but it actually didn't cut the corner.
Did the flash get anyone?
Shy gets that, I guess.
Get it back down to get that one. Still had Mazzino for safety, but it's not even needed.
Let me ask you something. As someone who is married,
it is going to be a bloody one.
A whole ass partner.
Yep.
So I grew up with parents.
Yeah.
Yep. I grew up. My parents didn't sleep in the same bed because my mom liked to sleep with the light on, and my dad just liked to sleep in the darkness. And they're married 30+ years, so like that was their system. That's how they worked it out.
Yeah. Did they have like? Did they fuck in your bed then, or what? Like where was the? Did they have like a middle zone where they would? Do you know what the arrangement was?
You know, my dad's coming over tomorrow actually, because he's selling our childhood home that you're talking about. So I can ask him then if you want.
Right. Okay. Sorry.
But
making sure that flank, making sure Viper isn't as useful as it is.
Where were you going with this?
I wanted because you as I'm assuming you run like hot at night, like is what you were saying.
I don't think I do. I mean, I run hot generally, but like, I just was trying to tell my chat that even if they think they don't sweat at night, they are losing.
Oh, your body functions. You like, yeah, babes. You still breathe too. Fun fact.
Oh, Mel's down to 3 HP.
But like, as someone like, I'm assuming you sleep in the same bed as your wife.
I do.
That's usually the arrangement. Does that not make you like? Because that's a whole other person with like body heat.
They're getting quite a bit of focus.
Yeah, I don't struggle with that. She does. So she tends to, like, she uses a weighted cooled blanket. So we actually sleep in the same bed but with different blankets. Because she likes a particular style of. Oh my god, the amount of triple spray downs in this game has been silly.
It's crazy.
I think there's been 3 triple spray downs already and it's round 5.
He might just hear Adverso.
And even if Adverso dies, though, well, yeah, he will. I was gonna say Vinny.
Damn.
At least
who did you prep for this?
KRU.
For the last 2 players where Adverso be rotating from. But that said, they chose the weak side of that site to hit, of the map to hit over on B for Loud.
Apparently, sleeping in separate beds is one of the biggest pieces of advice that people give married couples to help their marriage last longer. Which sounds very counterintuitive, but I think it's because people generally get better sleep, basically. And if you're not pissed off every time you go to bed or wake up, it's better for the sustainability of relationships.
I mean, I remember I was confused once. I thought like my parents just like didn't like each other as a kid. I was like, hey, like mom, like why don't you sleep in the same bed as dad? Like, is everything okay? She was like, oh no, it's like just it's purely because like I sleep with the light on because I wake up and read. But he needs complete darkness, and like that's just our arrangement, and like that's how. And they're 30+ years.
Especially when the Viper is able to delay.
And dare I say that's pretty slight.
So Shy
Crew have misread this. Rotating 4 people off B right as the re-hit comes through.
Shy delay. Orb up as well. Nicely done here. They kind of allowed the fight to come through last time and took it as it hit. So here they just want to give Loud a bit more trouble and delay. 4 for Crew over towards A on this save. So they think they're playing off of what is a fake here.
That's 2 gambles now for Crew. The first one is, hey, we're making noise down towards middle, but then we're rotating back towards the A side. Shy stops the B side, and then they're full gambling that there's going to be an A side hit. Yeah, it looks like a lot was invested for Loud to get the round, but getting the round is important.
Respect the Crew. I mean, they're going to usually have something that can actually turn the rounds, as we've seen throughout this series already. So Loud really can't.
I had a very strange interaction with my wife actually today. She's been looking after some cats, and they're lovely, and she keeps like showing me videos of them and stuff like that. And then she sent me a message that said, I realized why one of the cats is so shy. It's a tripod.
We've seen a lot of the 2 kills
come
up as well.
I didn't understand what she meant, because in my head, tripod means you've got a big dick. And so I was like, why is she talking about the cat being shy because it's got
there's one.
A big cock.
Brother in Christ.
But she meant it was missing a leg.
That's where no one else's mind went.
Really? You've never heard of people being called like a tripod or a stool or something? Because they have 3 legs?
No, a tripod. That's like they call animals like bipedal. They have 2 legs and they stand on them, right? Like it just makes sense you're talking about an animal. And also like it's like using like animal sciences, like 3 legs is harder to aggress and defend.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, I was just being stupid, because you would call that a pentapod.
Yeah, no, you
right?
were. Love you, homie. That was the fucking stupidest thing you ever said.
Yeah, like a big randy tomcat would be a pentapod.
Once they enter the site, I should say B heaven. So
what?
A lot of the times they're
and then,
easily able to get in if they just tuck Digizine.
And then I guess you're going into silly territory.
That has been really successful.
That's when we get into silly territory.
Very silly territory. Very silly territory.
You're.
To see if he can stop the bleeding.
What's your sign, Josh?
Is that a very British thing, Jack? To call somebody a tripod? Maybe it is.
You mentioned the ults that Loud carries over. There was a Viper's Pit that I saw.
It's so interesting because I love wrestling, right?
Yeah.
And one of the most popular wrestlers is British.
Yeah.
Named Will Ospreay. Big fan of Assassin's Creed.
Called what, sorry? Will Ospreay?
He's Will Ospreay.
I swear to God, that's the name of the character from Pirates of the Caribbean. Isn't that the name of...
Isn't that Will Turner?
Oh, Will Turner, not Will Ospreay. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But I haven't even seen the movie and I knew that. But he, like, I don't know where he's from. But he was like,
in their attempt for the pulse plant.
Do you like wrestling? Sorry, I turned your chat on. Yes, I love wrestling. Nosuke Takeshita is my favorite wrestler. But
we've seen
like
quite a few times. Cowanzine's over there for the initial
his tagline is literally like bruv. Like people will come to shows.
Oh, he's that kind of.
Sign.
Yeah.
He's like, bruv.
Right, he's like London.
So they can know where Loud is moving, but they
London wrestler.
Successful attack.
I wonder if they're going to try to maybe.
He must be. If he's saying bruv, he's got to be from London. If he isn't, that's...
He is from, oh boy, Havering at Bauer?
Sorry? What did you just say?
He's billed from Essex.
Oh, from Essex. Okay. Yeah, that also makes sense.
But he was born... Here, I'll put this in your chat.
That's vents open. You still have Astra as well,
that seems
and that's going to be Pancata coming back around. He might actually get a noise on Teo, on Adverso when he comes back to the site here. Really great positioning for the audio cues to come through. It's Loud feel comfortable. C1 at screen, and no, sight is...
I don't think I've ever heard you say bruv once.
No, it's definitely not a northern English thing to say.
Do you have anything in your vernacular that's like classic Northern England, like people will be able to point it out?
Yeah, definitely.
The amounts of ults available with the exception of
for example, if I was happy about something, I might say, oh, I'm well chuffed with that.
Chuffed?
Yeah, chuffed. Oh, chuffed to bits about that one.
I love it.
That's very northern English.
Gonna have to hope for those. All eyes are gonna be on.
There's a bunch of others as well.
Left side. Nice job by Loud working the early portion of this map as a default, figuring out that they can get a kill on these crew pushes. Melzer or someone is always pushing from an extremity here. And Loud is able to get some successful first.
Am I co-streaming the games tomorrow morning? I'm starting at 11 to do the Trace Wolves game. I'm not gonna do the one at 8 AM my time.
Is Zach Saber English? I can't remember if he's English or Australian. I think he's English because he said pain nurses, and I was like, fuck yeah. He's English, yeah. He's from Kent.
Towards that B site, but I like to think here with a double initiator play, you could get some good map control in the very beginning of
I feel like you'd like wrestling, Josh. I feel like I just gotta take you to a show and you'd like it.
I've been to wrestling shows before. There is a lot to appreciate, but
they haven't added too much early aggression.
It's not something that I would want to spend my time on. I can appreciate it as a entertainment form, but I'm not into it.
But on the buy rounds, it just takes a little bit longer.
I want Crew to get
you don't know
into
anything about John Cena
game.
becoming a bad guy, then, do you?
I mean, yeah, because Golden Boy was talking about it when we were in Bangkok.
Oh boy, I was sure he gave you the lowdown.
I think that's actually a read by Loud. That was an arm grab, and they're gonna push.
I'm gonna need Kesnet to do something this round, please. Please don't have round. Please don't have Loud just run away with this.
Finally get that Viper's Pit out. Entry from screens is pretty much null and void. In this rotation, they don't even have Pancata towards the site yet, but it's a great look from Melzer to know that.
Okay, we're looking alive.
With the speed of the round.
And that's a weapon pickup. So you're now looking at Blade Storm, 2 rifles, and a Stinger to retake. So the pit is actually a great decision from Loud in hindsight.
They're going to be able to throw themselves in.
This
pit's going to get a little bit more closer too. They might be able to enter at the same time and create some chaos. A lot of pressure on DG here to find somebody. Melzer, could he get another one?
They're running out of time.
Did they not see where that salvo?
And there it is. Melzer does
oh, wait, maybe? Wait, get on it. Oh, they're out of time.
That's going to be 2 weeks coming back through. No time in the end as they stretch it
Damn
just far enough.
I mean, damage doesn't really matter when Vinny has 7k and DG has 6k.
Oh, true.
But yeah, it is a bit of damage.
The point of that positioning of how they played that pulse plan wasn't going to delay with the double initiator.
He took attack too, right?
I wasn't paying attention. I'm not sure.
But he was basically in a small pocket of that pit.
Lucid Memes, thank you for the 6 months. He wins Peak Sentinels or Peak G2.
So at least now that Tui's stays alive from screens,
I mean, they played at different metas, I suppose. So,
but they made it happen.
Probably. Not sure.
Speed is up here for
I guess you could say Peak Sentinels because G2 were playing kind of at their peak and Sen still took them to 5, but I don't know. I like the way the G2 play, personally.
We still have the operator holding the A line, so you can bet the rest of crew is focused on this mid B site.
That's a big kill to get because it's the first time that Shy is really trying to set up a little bit more aggressively towards
Ready for this?
This
masterclass incoming.
No, he's just gonna get a
yeah,
drone in his
don't worry
face.
about it. No, don't worry about it.
Wait, he went off the line.
Towards the extremities.
Are you shitting my dick?
Tragedy. And now this drone is pulling everybody over to A, and B is completely empty. I don't understand why crew are biting so hard on these kind of things. They're getting completely cooked. I feel like Vinny's attack side calling was so rough on Haven, and now here on Split, everything's working. It feels a little random when the maps are so one-sided, but back and forth. It feels more random than when the rounds are back and forth.
It feels like this game has been a lot longer than it actually has been.
Oh yeah, this has been a quick game.
That space is still going to be known as clear, though, as crews start to enter the site.
Here comes the post-plant spam.
My favorite meta.
They have Tejo stunned for this as well. No, they don't. They used it close.
To stop the plant, ready for the garage.
Not liking this.
All right.
Oh, they got spam on it.
7-2 as Loud close down on another round.
Do you take another attack? That was the question.
In the back of the site for
Dude.
I mean, at first it continues to be great here from Loud.
Even when they're in position to win the rounds, we're not getting close.
And this smoke right here, yeah, it was nice for at least Melzer to try to get
my God.
The site for the defuse, but the other two players were just waiting to swing off whoever was spraying.
My gun doesn't do that.
I will be watch partying EMEA, yes, but it's not on until next week. But yeah, I will be, Hugo.
Give Melzer at least some sort of chance to try to go for that defuse. And now Loud.
All right, pit out, Kesnet behind, stun. Oh my god, they can't. Kesnet was fucking frying map 2, and now he's just getting nothing out of these situations. Dude, I'm fuming right now. I wanted at least a good map for map 3.
Right.
Usually has some
they could still recover this though.
They're going to backpedal off
of A4 half wouldn't be too bad.
As we come up on 1 minute in the round, and B, not looking great for Loud as that ultimate from Viper.
He even got an ace. Yeah, he
used it to try and fucking
aced the pistol round, and then they haven't won anything since then.
Yeah, you don't really have anything to try to clear out towards that pit that Shy let down. You
still Josh, what week are you working?
Tui, so they could start
week
playing
3.
with the up and down walls.
My week! Oh my god!
Week 3 and 4. 3 and 4.
I'm week 3 and playoffs.
Yeah, mid 3, 4 and playoffs.
Rotate and they're guessing wrong.
Oh my god, the besties.
Open sight for Loud to plant with.
Loud,
and they're
Vinny
just
is calling them going into the right spot every time, man.
Vinny!
Digizine grabs here. I think they'll just stay in the corner.
But KRU are also leaving. The time is running a little low, and they're looking for the mid player instead of trying to go to the opposite side of the Viper's pit.
This was one of my biggest issues with Sentinels during kickoff. They would just take fucking forever.
They were a bit slow during kickoff, but they're turning up the tempo a little here. Oh, where's the spacing? Why didn't Melzer back up? And why didn't Shy go through the smoke at the same time? That was so badly coordinated. Melzer was so far ahead of everyone. No, other way around. Mazino was so far ahead of everyone.
And get such tremendous results out of it. The paranoia was thrown inside the site, but not in the line. That could really blind the full backline site.
Honestly, yeah, this is exactly like my performance when I played Waylay. Get an ace on the pistol round and then finish the half with 10 kills.
So that was a little bit of a miscomm here where Melzer could have placed his paranoia to get the best results. Staying ice cold is Pancata.
It is, yeah.
Oh, don't give me another tag timeout. Just figure it the fuck out. Just stop talking to your coach. Just get this over with, man. You're killing me. You're killing me.
13-1 situations. We end up here on split, and it looks like Loud has it ready for the long game, and they continue.
What was the flat chat Brad for this?
KRU. All 4 of us went KRU, even though we thought it was close. So it was a fraudulent guarantee. It was so fraudulent as well.
I think GB lost the over/under. We're not going to get a 13-1, right? So.
What'd you guys say for
worst result
NRG?
Here is a 13-2,
I think we Dryad went for C9. So the rest of us.
She always gets it right with that shit. You all go something else, she'll always pull it out.
She's cooking. But she also went with KRU, so you know.
So this
it'd be tough for her to go 2-0.
They won't have anything to work with.
Then again, the rest of us are going 0-2, so she's doing better than us. Come on, KRU. Show me some life.
Look alive, kids.
Yeah, look alive, for God's sake.
A-side fault line salvos.
Alright, so heavy A pressure at the beginning of the round. You can't anchor B heavily right now. Unfortunately, they picked incorrectly. If Loud just decided to go there. And they get the kill on both of them. They double Outlaw and then finish off with the pistol and it's done. It's a good buy from 2Es.
And a hashtag 1 HP towards the end.
Yeah.
Old school tactical FPS players would know the hashtag 1 HP. That said, though,
Mimi is not silver. Mimi is. If she plays regularly, Mimi's like diamond. I think. She might be ascendant, but I think she's diamond.
They're going to be able to get, especially now that 2Es only has 1 HP. He can't really move back to re-clear the spots unless he gets his team with him. So that means for me that the utility might be utilized a little bit earlier on the side.
Did you know that if the team starting on attack wins the pistol on split, they win the map over 90% of the time?
And surprise them with a close range stinger fight.
That stat
they have to do something to close the distance.
Doesn't make sense.
Just a stinger shot to the shoulder. All they needed.
What do you mean if they win the pistol on split attack side? Do you mean that you've looked at all of the teams that won the pistol on attack side split, and they had a 90% correlation to winning the map. Because, like, yeah, the better team is going to win the pistol a lot of the time as well. You have to look at the second half pistol at, like, even score lines if you want to do any proper analysis on pistols.
Somehow it's turnaround in the advantage of KRU.
Okay, thank you for the wolf.
Wait, this is so losable, but it's also so winnable.
He's already moved himself off the spike, making sure there's no trailer for him right now.
Did he not see the person coming?
And that's what they were waiting for.
All right, there we go. See?
Very patient.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Distraction. They'll go ahead and get that defuse over towards Melzer as well, closer to the points.
Maybe we can make a game out of this. KRU just need another.
That way, 8-3 as KRU bite back with a thrifty, albeit a little late.
And props to Shy to run through the Armageddon and the Salvos to meet up with his teammate so that they could work together with, again, closing the gap, leveraging
I'm saying it's not a good stat because you're getting a lot of
2 versus 4 at that spot.
Selection bias. Because you're already selecting for who wins the pistol, you're more likely to select for the team that wins the map. They're not independent. You're acting as if they're independent, but the way that you've constructed the data pool, they're not.
They pay for their mistakes.
They're actually
closing the gap rather, and Kezin has an op
like
to work
on
with
any map, any side, the team that wins. If you look at a large data set, the better teams are more likely to win the pistol and win the map. So when you do analysis of pistol rounds, you look at like 6-6 on 6-6 halves. If you win round 13, how does that influence the outcome? Because then you've already taken as even games as you possibly can as your sample.
Peek out finally, just as the smoke starts to come down.
Because they already lost at Verso, so at the minute
the average is only 70% though.
So you have to go for jiggle peaks, and the patience displayed by Loud
if you knew what the average was, then yeah, that might be interesting. So what the average for other maps is, you win the pistol, you win 70% of the time, but on split attack, it increases it by significant margin. Yeah, that's more interesting.
Close the lead 9-3. And the odds are ringing true now. You mentioned Digizin, probably one of the series we've seen off the least so far.
Yeah,
as he just picks it up. So yeah, very interesting to see there.
Yeah, but that doesn't work. The tackle.
Right time for both of them, and looks
people need to be taught statistics in school.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Beautifully done as the gas was dropped, and they were not prepared for that.
Okay, Melzer is finding some big moments.
There we go. Can we have a talent show match? Will you play Waylay? I promise to.
What, sorry?
If we ever have a talent show match, will you promise to play Waylay?
I will not be playing Waylay now.
Any of that smoke, they know how good Kesnet could be anchoring solo on a site. And when they pull back in a scenario, they have zero information of where their players could be. There was a pinch no matter what. Even if Melzer didn't get a 3K, there was still somebody behind. So great job by KRU.
Honestly, it's an 8-4, but with this series, it is incredibly hard to tell who it's going to be. We're going to be right back after the break. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this.
Alright, A4. That is actually winnable here. KRU getting those final 2 rounds is mega important for them. But they also need like another ace on the pistol round or something. Plus then a good attack side where they make huge value out of the fact that Kesnet is playing Yoru somehow, which... I don't know about that. I don't know about that. What is my main? Spectator? When I was playing Valorant properly, I would play Smokes or Sentinel sometimes, but like Killjoy, not proper Sentinel. Yeah, because it's on Jet, sorry. My brain's broken. How is Killjoy not a proper Sentinel? Because it's like the easiest role in the game to place your util. Whereas if you play other roles, you have to actually think about where you put your utility.
We hop back into map 3, second half. Crew with
let me zone in again. My brain's leaving my body.
We're gonna now watch Kesnet if he can be the spearhead, the Jet diving in.
So on the defense side, they're doing quite a lot of fighting. They're doing a lot of pushing out, but they're getting caught a bunch, not clearing areas, and allowing Loud too easily into the sites, I think. Those are the major problems. And then they actually fought them a little bit more on 11 and 12. So now
we'll have to see if this second one is just as aggressive from both teams. Here we go.
Okay, they're expecting some kind of big aggression now through A.
Early drone spotting too. That might actually up the tempo of Crew to start getting.
Is Shy going to use his orb over here, or what's happening with this orb?
At top B heaven was the breach. Now they know that Kawadzin's playing the
The fuck?
A-site again.
Okay,
Strong
my
anchor
stream just refreshed. Did the orb go heaven? Must have done.
Over towards this A site, but looks
She's
like
easier than Cypher? Yeah, definitely.
Instead, and allow Crew to go for the plant.
At like a decent level, Killjoy's way easier than Cypher. Way easier.
Side allowed, so they should be able to get some good trade shots in. Melzer with the push, so that will delay what's coming down the back hall from spawn area. Still got Verso just outside the site.
I'd say Killjoy is easily the easiest sentinel to play in
waiting
ranked.
a very long time here. I mean, look at the position of where Adverso is in the pulse plant. Just so easy for him to play Salvo towards the end while the rest are just delaying.
Vinny gets cool.
Have to move quick for Loud.
This is looking pretty good for Crew. I do like the way that Crew play post plants. I think they normally have very good post plant setups. They don't play like dynamic post plants where they move around and try to take areas of the map. You know what I mean? Like if Loud start retaking through screens, they're not going to try to rotate very much. But they play their spots, they play their crossfires, and they play their setups very well. I think that's always been a big strength of Crew.
It was just easy pickings in the end here for Crew.
It's winnable.
Winnable. They heard you wanted a game. They're like, anything for Joshua?
Yeah,
is your actual name Joshua, or is your full name Josh?
No, it is Joshua.
It's Joshua? Nice. Work. Fellow name shortener.
Takes the moment to get the flash. Oh, nicely done with the utility. Pankata had no place to hide. Actually trying to dodge out on that fault line because it's
Loud trying to buy time so that they can get in through heaven here. They're going to flood.
So good at denying this spike plant, could give Loud enough time to get back in, but hell is just that for them.
Are they charging up anybody's ult here? Not really. Mazina's still quite far away. Yeah, keeping all of the weapons online and actually keeping all of the armor on everyone apart from Kesnet. Only Kesnet took damage. So the money is going to be booming. They don't even have to spend on armor.
In their gun round. And still
have you ever had Girl Scout cookies before, Josh?
Yes, I have. Overrated.
Displaying the cleanest defense on the side of Loud if you
the
want to
Thin
maintain
Mints
this lead.
are decent, but there are better mint-based biscuits out there on the market.
Surprise on the A side, nobody was there. Tried to go
like?
for control, nobody was there at pistol.
Oh, I can't remember. Not really sure. I mean, if you like more of like
Thin Mints in the freezer though?
I have not. I've put them in my mouth.
So the tech is to put them in the freezer and then put them in your mouth. Kind of like vodka, you know?
Right. Vodka and Thin Mints, both available
vodka
from Girl
and Thin Mints
Scouts.
are right there, bro.
Another late lurk coming right here from Melzer.
It's going to be huge.
They have got DG. Yeah, that is nice. Okay, winnable round again. Melzer is coming alive at the end of this game.
Melzer is doing this for you, Josh.
Into a position that might be somewhat of an advantage, or at least where they think they have an advantage.
Yeah, and there's already a smoke towards heaven. They have a second smoke if they want to use it. It'll be a perfect way to do it because the salvo's just delayed the plant for Crew's in. So there's that second smoke to allow a safer plant.
Maybe this is
and
me.
Even a safer escape. Paranoia
But Loud's attempt at comboing salvos with anything, stun-wise or vulnerabling-wise, is just
you're not going to
too,
use this
like,
flash anymore.
Tad
you're
off.
Just gambling here on the high-low, and you know from this position it's decent because the salvos were already used by Kawadzinho.
One battle star for Pankata actually just puts it out towards that left side. The concuss misses because of the high-low and the pressure.
Oh, he's giving away his position. Oh, he almost got the spray transfer as well.
Melzer can do it, anyone can.
NT, but also was definitely winnable there.
NT, but also step the fuck up, Melzer.
I mean, Melzer really pushed away that
Melzer's so good this game.
The re-push out into B main I quite like as well from Loud, but they did get eventually cleaned up.
And right here, just a lack of trigger discipline coming out from Melzer because they never checked that back.
Yo, Thinking Man's microphone, what the hell? Thank you for the 20 gifteds. That's the Euler coming through. What the heck was that for?
It had to be a very clean one.
Never gonna guess the score.
You're never gonna guess the score? No, I'm actually not gonna be able to guess the score. I'm gonna guess. Okay, I'm gonna go crazy. This is a 14-12 game for KRU. I'm still believing. I'm still fucking believing.
Pancata was ready for that. Already threw up a smoke. And now we'll reset the round for a bit. We'll start seeing at the minute mark here.
W microphone, what are you talking about?
I think my favorite thing
It's Thinking Man's microphone, that's his name.
Hey, meta.
A lot of space.
Is you can like time things so well to it. Like, do you need a drink of water? Has reach util and Tehu util already been used? Good, you have like 30 seconds. Run and get a glass. You know what I mean?
So very nice
like,
damage, but they still. It's gotta be Loud having a bit of trouble.
Take the fastest piss of your life, you know?
The Wahoos are going crazy right now. The Wahoos are going crazy.
Is going to be called out by the lurk of Shy. And KRU's looking to re-hit towards B, but there's a Bermuda Triangle set up by Loud.
Forceful through heaven. That's actually, they're all gonna try to drop out.
It does get a bit annoying when there's like 20 in a row.
How the last round happened. Loud.
Oh, Pancata got that into the smoke. Adverso tried to wrap around through CT, hoping to catch somebody. Ah, what a whiff! What a whiff! Shy could get them both here. No. Bro. Adverso went for the big wraparound, thinking that somebody from Loud would be playing passively, but they're not playing passive, they're always walking forwards. Loud are playing like B main or like pillar, they're always playing some aggressive position.
We're in this pack for life!
Yeah, look at Kawanzin, he's like walking into B main on defense. They need to be worried about that.
We'll definitely give enough time for the rotates to happen.
Wait, I can't take another pack.
So again,
the voices have ended. Thinking Man's microphone, thank you for the gifted the bells as well.
Be thinking we have a great chance to win this. The fault line, almost everything was used for heaven there. They hear all that utility and then see KRU drop.
They just droned out.
They're almost dropping in just
all the way out A.
Good stun, good stun.
To retaliate against.
Good nade though as well, and good spam. That's nice from Loud. Loud are doing a great job of picking up outlaws whenever KRU are on light armor. Every time they've got an outlaw.
And that's what we're talking about. Double initiator utility to support the jet to move through, and it's just going to be a selfless play. That said, though, you're supposed to draw some players in the process, and unfortunately, he got snuffed right away. And that's not going to leave too much left for KRU
done here, watch.
to convert this round.
Not a thing done.
Loud overextends, just like we currently see Vinny back towards that spawn.
Exactly. I think Vinny has the team more himself. Once they have an advantage, take positions where all the knowledge is just fed to you. You're pushed up that far, you know where the move is going to be, and everybody is
Melza has spike.
4v2, they still have a bit of work to do. Shy is still
can Pancata go down? Can you reload, Shy?
Pancata is trying to figure out where he is.
Oh my god.
Oh, he knows.
Oh, wait, they've cooked him. They've cooked him. And they have ult to pick up the spike.
Holy shit, you're shitting my deck, bro.
Where's the spike?
Exactly.
Easy stuff. Easy stuff. Oh my god, and Shy wins that as well. Shy's just won him the round.
Shy gets away with so much shit.
He does actually, yeah, he definitely does.
Oh my goodness.
I was saying, Loud knows where KRU's coming from, but it doesn't matter at this point. They're going to hit their shots.
Started off so well though with Loud.
Losable.
Avoiding the fault line on the top of the balcony to get the first pick and drop the spike, and then everything else that followed. It wasn't necessarily overextension, but hold that thought. Vinny's trying to actually commit into the retake.
Smoke after the smoke.
It's over here. It's over.
To clear through this.
And Vinny.
Already dwindling. One shot comes up clean. The break. Oh, the stop. Shy still brings in the aim.
A Shy
4K. For a 4K on the round. And honestly,
do we take attack, Loud?
That's the thing.
I think the tank pose somewhere around here would be a good idea.
It was lack of communication of what gaps were still out there that KRU could
Then again,
overtake.
at the end of the day, what was this? This was just Shy walking through B main and killing 3 players. So it's not like that was a tactical problem.
Shy to sneak through on the left side, be out of the vision of Penkata, and get the backstab kill on to
Desperately needed though. Knocked them down on an eco too. This is actually a route back into the game. Oh, they are taking a tech time out. Oh no, it's a tech time.
Oh no, Donnie, my goat.
Mazino's screen has stopped working.
You're right. I think
All the momentum.
The cables out.
With the way KRU is now playing, we saw Loud bring a conversion round back very nicely, where Kesnet dashed into mailroom, got that judge kill. They started to go crazy, but I think maybe KRU identified.
Did you ever answer my animal question from the other day?
Distraction in Loud. There's
animal question.
If like it was ethical and the animal was like happy to be in this position, like to be a pet, what animal would you want?
Yeah, I think I answered, but now I can't remember what the answer was. I definitely said something.
On stage as we get a monitor fixed up. Thank you for your patience, and right back.
I can't remember.
What would you say now?
What would I say now?
Yeah.
What would I have as a pet if they wanted it?
And it's like ethical, like it's not like it can be in like you have the proper facilities for it.
And is it domesticated? Or even if it's not a normally domesticated animal, like for example in this universe, can I have a polar bear that's friendly to me?
Yeah.
Oh well then fuck yeah, I'm taking like a polar bear or some shit.
Taking a polar bear?
Yeah,
one of the
why
3
not?
natural predators to humans? I love it.
Yeah, but it's like domesticated and shit, right? So it doesn't eat me.
It's just there's the I was watching a YouTube video of someone going to like the.
Oh, I said a coati. You're right. I said a coati. And coatis are amazing. Yeah. Have you ever seen one?
No.
Have a Google. They're like they're very sweet. They're super sweet animals. Oh yeah, the cost of feeding the polar bear would be mad. I was just thinking.
Well, you would. I think in this world you have all the facilities and things necessary.
All right. Okay. Well then, yeah, I'd like a polar bear and a saddle. And I'd like to ride the polar bear.
Saddle? You want to ride the polar bear?
Yeah, I want a fucking golden compass, that motherfucker.
Although you're seeing
I want an attack polar bear.
Just try to close that gap of Lucky being played by
it's so D&D coded of you.
So you're just trying.
It is actually, which is weird because they don't really. I guess it would be an owl bear in D&D. Go on, go on, Melzer. Let's fucking go.
But that is all moves once again because KRU has been grouped up towards the A side.
There's bears. You can absolutely like. I would just say it would be like a winter bear. If you can fuck a bear in Baldur's Gate 3, you can get a polar bear.
Yeah, you're not fucking a bear. You're fucking a druid.
You're fucking.
The druid.
Josh, are we really gonna semantic this?
But the druid.
The druid turns into a bear.
But the bear knows it's a druid.
Right, but like in its physical form, it is a bear.
But it can consent because it's a druid.
No, absolutely. That scene is an excellent example of affirmative consent. Genuinely,
well,
beautifully done.
I haven't watched it actually.
But okay, so you.
To pop up as soon as possible. So
but he can't talk English or common.
You know that they changed that?
Where's my next orb?
They changed that in the most recent D&D.
Another one in spawn. That should be Kesnet.
That druids
can
talk.
Yeah, druids can communicate in wild shape.
No, wait, that's so fucking. Wait, what?
I think so, yeah. I think they also.
That's crazy.
I think they also nerfed counterspell and
why does every
smite or something.
They start closing that gap. 2 rounds, they lose.
It's either the like most recent rules or the ones that they're about to release or something.
Counterspell now requires its target to make a Constitution saving throw. What the fuck?
Yeah, Counterspell and Divine Smite they changed because they were just overpowered basically. So they reduced the power of them and they allowed you to talk inside Druid wild shape.
Exactly. He could still lose his position, lose his life. There's still
I need to get a D&D game, but I just don't know anybody where I live. And I can't be arsed sifting through the weirdos. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, have you seen the memes about like the online ones you find randomly online and they're just so incredibly problematic? I miss playing D&D too. I think I'm gonna try to be in an online Pathfinder campaign, which I'm excited about. But I would love to play in person.
They're kind of trying to figure out if they can.
I love the new D&D rules, bro. They made
got my big old dice bag.
Absolutely broken its peak.
I haven't looked into them that deep. I haven't looked at the Pact of the Blade stuff.
See the reason they're doing it. They're just
I offered to run D&D in Toronto. Yeah, like running a one-shot is fun, but having a campaign though, that
someone in my chat went imagining the vertical stream if Sideshow was riding a polar bear.
Dude, why don't I try to get a game going in LA? No, we can't get a game going in LA though because it would be with different people every time because they rotate the talent.
To be set up here to close that line.
Have to do it online, and I don't really fuck with online D&D. All right, come on, crew. All right, so they go for a ramp take. 2 players, both on Heaven, to start. These players are not rotating just yet. A ramp control. I like this. What the? Okay, they're just sending it into A. Alright, that's fine. Where was that stun going? I think they were supposed to be stunning screens.
Towards the spawn and all of them staying towards the spawn area.
I do like this pit. This also allows you to go like this and then play for the plant from Heaven. Can we get 2 players going Heaven like now? Oh, they're gonna tear hole instead.
Beautiful tear hole.
Interesting. Why not do that the other way around though? Anyway, doesn't matter.
Good work.
Yeah, it is just a save round.
They're pulling back.
It looks like they're going to be saving on this.
Gemma, I'm talking to Josh, your favorite man. Here.
Is that your cat?
Yeah, one of mine. Yeah. She's the one that like genuinely hates men, but like hearing stuff from you for some reason.
Oh my God! Thankfully, he gets that kill.
I'm a cat whisperer.
Because you look at the amount of economy of money that's left.
My Bee's cat, which is now our cat, was extremely afraid of everybody and afraid of men. So I just laid on the floor for hours singing to the cat until it eventually came over and was curious enough to make friends with me. I have patience for animals.
The thing is, I want you to know the cat wasn't going to be like, you know what, maybe I'll give him a chance. It was, what the fuck is this guy doing? That was like me.
Instead of vertically like they were trying to, that just did not work for him. But credit to Crew.
My mom came over because the whole childhood house being sold thing, and she just wanted a place to like lie down because her back was hurting, and I was like, yeah, come over. And the way my cat pretended, like they have cats pretended, like they have not been fed in fucking days.
Yeah.
This woman walked through the door. Oh, those bitches! I raised them so well, but it's so annoying.
Pagata took a lot of damage there. I'm wondering how Kesnit's going to find value from this attack up. This does not seem like a great idea. You've been running it back with Kesnit rifling. Oh, they've swapped it over to Mazzino, so they're going to go for the eggs. They've just used a lot of their defensive util.
Yeah.
They're whipping their breach ult with 45 seconds left. Oh my
they're
God.
Holding it. They're going up ramp. It's not gonna. Oh no.
There's 3 players here now with breach ult.
I think one of the things they're so ready to stop.
Oh my God, there's 30 seconds
Oh my God,
left.
we did it.
But Melzer and Kesnit both dodged it.
Jesus.
Wow, they full wrapped up Heaven and then popped out with Kesnit. That's actually quite nice from Crew.
Yeah.
And these players were so late to rotate because they believed in the breach ult. Jazine was nowhere near with the showstopper.
I guess the attack up found
Sure, I guess. It certainly didn't hurt them, which was my concern.
Yeah.
Nice. Crew are back.
Nice round, Crew.
I said that this was going to be a 14-12 win for Crew.
2 versus 3.
Okay.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it.
Definitely taking the stronghold
I got timed out in Sliggy's chat. Hi, Sideshow. I'm not sure I want Sliggy's sloppy seconds. What did you get timed?
Why are you timed out?
Yeah, exactly. What did you get timed out for, buddy?
Don't be shy. What'd you get timed out for?
Were you being rude to one of the players?
But KRU definitely has full control.
In showing us a spicy attack now, where they've kind of faltered on some of their other maps. KRU is finding the footing on the aggression.
I'll have a look at that afterwards, Retro. But this game's heating up.
In the face of
saying pie gets you timed out in Sliggy's chat. Dude, he is really running a fucking 1984 level operation over there, isn't he?
I went in Sliggy's chat one time, the first time I ever went in Sliggy's chat. And someone was like, yeah, the VCT Americas people are all just like TikTok, like, rotted, like, broadcasters. And I was like, okay.
Oh, that's so true, though. Incredibly true.
I know, I was like,
we're either TikTok brain rotted or old. There's no in between. Because, like, Golden Boy, me, and Vansili, old people.
Yeah.
Everybody else, TikTok brain rotted. Honestly, maybe I'm TikTok brain rotted as well. No, there's no way. There's no way that Kesnet is getting a double kill out of that situation. That should never be happening.
Oh my god.
Huh? Huh?
Somehow gets two while he's stunned and everything.
His opponents
the way
are
I'd be typing in all chat right now. I'd be letting them know these bitches fucked up.
That's crazy. Loud are crumbling under the pressure.
Please take another attack, Loud.
2 versus 4. I respect this because you could buy the next round.
Yeah, like, in my chat, I was doing unban requests, so I was looking at them earlier today. And, like, a guy got timed out for making a... Like, I'm not going to say it was overtly anti-Semitic, but it was definitely anti-Semitic joke. And then he was like, your mods are running the channel like the Nazis they profess to hate. You have lost a viewer today, good sir. So that's the level of like people that we're getting rid of, you know? And then the people getting banned from Sliggy's chat are just saying like pie lol.
Take the lead on split.
Dude.
Oh my god.
God.
Oh my god, it was literally a knee shot to Vinny too.
Oh my
it is bonkers.
Look at this. The view, the watch party's pumped and ready for more of this. 2 rounds away for KRU to solidify.
There we go. Take another attack. Oh,
it looks like we will get another Loud timeout. Your last one. Deliver information to the team, reset the mental, and prepare.
I once got timed out in TMV's chat because of the Vicky.
Very possible overtime.
Yeah. Both teams definitely showing
overtime. 14-12 maybe?
More comfortable playing the attack side. Both teams.
Can we raid Sliggy and say pie? I think he would count that as a hate raid. I think I would get banned off Twitch.
I mean, that there's been a lot of, not necessarily a lot of shenanigans, but a lot of different looks that they were doing. The first shenanigan that we just saw, the fault line dash 2 right-click classics, is probably unheard of and
Castradazi, thank you for the 5 months.
We're not ready for that. But when you're
I'm glad I can help with your indigestion.
Very good into the post-plant scenario, staying within the site exactly. The delays that they're using for util is basically not to allow Loud to get into the site, right? So
and it feels like Loud's delaying to delay without a follow-up.
Exactly.
Sliggy is building a positive community, the likes of which I could never dream of. I've given up on that dream years ago.
They have a pit. They could start closing things up very early. It seems
I respect his attempts at trying to create a more beautiful, loving world.
Oh man.
They go for this buy. Could be one of their final ones. It's going to be a low buy as we come into the next.
They are sending it ramp here while Kesnet just watches B main. Hey, Kesnet's watching B main. I don't think they've been pushing it very often.
Is it just a standoff between DG?
Yeah, this is just
right now,
this is just op sightlines touching tips basically. They're like barely going past each other.
Good exchange of utility for a stalemate for the A ramp control, but a fast pivot from KRU to move inside the A site. Kesnet's just with the up. He's trying to duel against Digizine, which is
Digizine is actually rotating a lot earlier this time, so his showstopper's gonna be here for the retake. Like pretty early on. This could be a successful round for Loud.
They don't even need that yet. 4 screens.
They need to be rewrapping screens. Please push ramp to heaven. They went into sight instead and just killed everybody. Shy just killed 3 of them. How did Shy get a 4K? I don't understand. Dude, the decision actually to go into sight because of the Cosmic Divide was the correct one as well. I was like, oh, they need to go heaven like a fucking moron. But actually, as soon as that Cosmic Divide comes out, they do need to go through onto sight. How were they allowed to go through the Cosmic Divide so cleanly, though? I guess they all went elbow on the retake?
Loud actually got paid off, goddamn.
Loud got paid off? That's your analysis of this game? I gotta be honest, I was kind of tuned out after the 8-4 first half, though. It was a bad first half from KRU.
This grudge match between KRU and Loud. Both of them tied 1-1 so far.
KRU is just playing everything so fast. You're not seeing any fault line setups that Loud's trying to play off of.
Xeno one-off. Adverso one-off. Pancada stunned, dashed on, blinded again. Dude, their attack execs are very solid. They spot exactly where the Loud players are and then just nuke them.
Look at how they communicated to enter the site, and even in
Pancada needs to be popping his smoke and playing around it there. Needs a star down on the floor.
Incredible comeback.
What did I say? 14-12? I don't think it's happening. Folks, I don't think it's happening. What a fucking weird game of Valorant. Fracture, super one-sided to Loud. Haven, super one-sided to KRU. First half of a split, super one-sided to Loud. Second half of a split, super one-sided to KRU. Bizarre.
GG.
Bonkers game. Bonkers game.
But KRU comes out with the victory.
Aye.
So difficult for Loud.
Yeah, I don't think today's matches were good. They were a bit of a poor viewer experience, but that comeback was fun. Who looked the best today?
Going back into an eco, going back into these broken buys.
Oh my gosh.
Probably C9.
An answer.
But I gotta be honest, I'm not sure that C9 would beat KRU.
In the very beginning, we had like what, a 7-0, 8-0 scoreline, maybe even 9.
I'm not sure they'd be Loud. I mean, the KRU Loud game was bizarre.
On the side of Loud, they came out with a vengeance, but then after that, going into the rest of the series, Adam was right. They just needed that map to wake up. And it looked pristine in that.
It's a weird one. Whenever you have games like this where they're super one-sided in one direction and then another, there's a ton of stuff that Loud and KRU did well, but there's also just tons of stuff that they did really badly because they got stomped on some halves as well, or on some maps.
They had a plan. The second map, both teams had a plan. We saw a bit more of a fight, but KRU we know is good on Haven, and here.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what to take away from this. I think one of the things that I definitely have taken away is that NRG do not look like they're fully back yet, if they ever will be. And I gotta stop underrating Cloud9 because they're a scrappy fucking team, but it does get the wins. And then as for KRU and Loud, I have no idea.
Once they took their side on the attack.
I mean, I guess the stuff that we learned about KRU and Loud is just what maps they're looking alright on. Because I don't think KRU actually played Haven that well, even though they stomped on Haven.
We've seen teams be able to stretch those times or work those times differently, and it looked like it was just kind of one mode here for Loud, and if they couldn't hit that, it wasn't coming out for them.
Yeah, great for KRU overall to just maintain that tenacity.
It's very weird. I kind of feel like Loud were the better team today.
Close out that second and third map, and
but then
the watch party is quite
that doesn't make any sense.
Of their team, of the display of KRU.
They also had a shit map on Haven, and then just got completely flattened on that half, so that doesn't make any sense really, does it? I don't know. Weird game. Weird game.
Whether it's a series like this where they look behind, but they can still find and muster up the strength and the strats to get it through. This is
I still believe in KRU to be decent in their future games. Who do they play against? Anyway, let's listen to the interview. Let's listen to the interview.
Good to see it now. Both teams as well in their games when they did have a bit of a lead, closing that out.
So Dryad got both of her predictions correct today.
That closed it out. So we're going to set it now down
She's a genius.
For the Verizon post-match interview.
KRU gets the win after a crazy series against Cloud. And I'm here with Mazzino. Mazzino, congratulations on this win. The first thing I wanna ask you is,
how is your VFL looking right now? Fucking terrible, I would imagine, because
that first map that you guys needed to wake up. This was the wake up call.
So I only had
from that first map to win the second and third?
NRG players in here. I had Finesse and Som. I mean, Som played well, but Finesse is Finesse getting me negative points? No, because he didn't get crushed, did he? He just lost the map.
As Adam said,
he's just getting me like a couple points.
We were very much asleep on that first map and probably out there.
Why would you put Finesse? Trolling? Literally, Finesse was the most picked player in Fantasy.
Damn, guess Cross gonna beat G2.
Going into the second question is...
Finesse gave it 8 points? That's actually good. That is actually pretty fucking good.
Very good for KRU. I think we go back the years and we for sure remember you playing there. So tell me, what is it about this map that made sure that you make that comeback
6
on the map
points?
as well to close it out?
6 cost? 6 cost? 8 points? That's a tick in my box.
No, yo siento que el hecho de como poder como tener trocaciones honestas o tener como lugares de caos es lo que como que nos da la ventaja frente a los demás equipos.
Yeah, it is true that historically this map split is iconic for KRU, but it's just going into the honest duels and also going into the chaotic fights. That's what
the
always
honest
KRU, and that's why
duels.
we're good on this map.
The honest duels is such a funny way of putting that.
Well,
anytime we take honest fights, we win. We just lose those dishonest fights.
Was it we were working on the post plans for you guys, or what was the plan to make sure that you made it go this way?
Como una clave para post-plan de nosotros, diría yo, como tener una idea clara y seguirla, simplemente como seguir la idea que tenemos y seguirla como grupo.
The plan for the post plan was just having a very clear idea of what we wanted to do and then execute it as a team and all go together with this one idea. And then my last question here is that next match is going to be a big one, is against Sentinels. So how are you feeling about it?
Oh, the next one's against Sentinels.
Va a ser un partido divertido como el de hoy día. Yo creo que vamos a mostrar una mejor cara porque obviamente ahora teníamos un poco de nervios y ahora los dejamos. Pero va a ser un buen partido. Vamos a dar todo para ganarlo.
Truth is,
so many
against
unknowns.
Sentinels until you told me, and it should be a good match. We were a little nervous for this first match, but we don't have those nerves anymore, so it should be a good matchup. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. Mazzino, thank you so much. And then we're gonna send it to match point.
They play against Sentinels next. I think I will struggle to predict KRU after their close win today. But it is entirely possible that they win.
So much, Dan Dryad, for that
it is
good stuff there
entirely
from
possible.
Mazzino. Now we are joined here at the match point. It's our little gimmick at the end of the day. We like to have some fun with the players. We got KRU standing by. We got Versal. We got Kesnet here to have some fun. And you know, I'm gonna play a game because you know I like to play games. Yeah. I'm a weirdo like that, so we're gonna do it. It's a little fun one. We're gonna break the ice a little bit. It's called Agree to Disagree. Really simple. I'm gonna say a statement, and then you guys are going to have to rate thumbs up or thumbs down if you agree.
What statements has he got?
Cool. All right, great.
I'm gonna play along.
Agree to disagree. G2 is the scariest opponent in Americas.
Agree.
Disagree.
Agree.
I disagree.
Disagree. Yeah? Disagree?
Yeah, me too.
You agree? You agree? Okay, collective.
Okay, who
collective as a unit disagree.
Yeah.
Who's the scariest then?
Team?
I think... Oh, I don't know.
You don't want to give it up? He doesn't want to give it up on it.
I don't want to give an answer, but I don't know. G2 is really good team, but I don't know, that's not so scary.
Do you think any team is like scary?
Yeah,
I think
they're tough but not scary.
Yeah, it's the better team I think in the league, but it's not scary.
Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, I was told the panels are double-sided, so you could share.
Yeah.
I should have known that. It's my game, so you know I'm pretty terrible. Okay, well let's do our next one. All right,
I guess playing against like MIBR or something would be scary because you want to beat them, but Aspas is just a nightmare. That is a disagree. That is a thumbs down.
I think
that's a thumbs down.
More powerful than
Waylay.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll see any Waylay at all? And I mean, Kesnet, are you gonna?
I don't think Waylay is gonna.
I like it. I like it very much, but my team doesn't like it. So
yeah.
I think you have powerful there, but you have to try more mechanics, more in ranked games to
I
get
think
more
Oxy is going to use it.
Yeah,
Oxy, yeah.
I mean, Oxy has talked about that he really likes it, but I just don't think it's as
See
good.
it today, but we did it. But I mean,
Aspas, I don't see why Aspas would want to play it either.
So, all right, next one. Agree to disagree. The Alpha group.
I just feel like almost anywhere there's a
group.
duelist that's better.
So that's the Alpha, and that is the Omega.
Alpha is
and you
stronger
guys are
than-
in the Alpha group. So do you think your group is better than the Omega group? Agree or disagree?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree too, but I think Omega is more stacked, you know?
Yeah. So you guys think you're just better? You're better looking. You make better food. You have more friends.
Better, yeah.
You're just better, you know?
I don't
I like that. I like that. Okay, next one, and I think this one's a pretty.
Dude,
fun
I don't know.
one.
I
This
think
year will
I don't
end
know which group's
in
better.
LATAM dominance. Agree?
Maybe the group on the right.
I agree. I love it. I
LATAM
love
dominance.
it.
The softball question.
Okay. Let's talk about this, then, fellas.
very much.
Well, okay. First things first. Let's talk about the first map.
Yeah.
Okay. What happened?
I think we were so cold, you know?
Yeah.
We are so, I don't know how to say, but...
Yeah, cold's perfect.
Yeah, cold's perfect, but we don't have reactions. We let them play, you know, and they're getting momentum, and we can do anything about that.
Yeah.
But in the second map, I talked with the guys. I said...
Pero espérate, es el primer mapa. Just first map now.
Just first map now. That's it.
Yeah, no, but let's talk about the second map then. What do you think?
I think we doesn't enter in the flow state, you know?
Yeah.
I think we lose 3 rounds and they getting momentum and that's it.
Yeah.
They did get crushed a bit by
I was gonna ask how,
the alt cycle and
as the
stuff.
leader, how do you look to aim to fix that in the future?
Well, I think the emotions are so powerful in the game. So if we were so sad in the game, you know.
Yeah.
I think we didn't react to the plays they're doing, and I talked to the guys in the second map. Guys, we have to wake up. You know, we have to wake up because they are. I don't know how to say this word.
Oh, they were just they're on like gas.
Push.
Oh, they were pushing you guys. Yeah, they were pushing you guys to your limits. Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, no, and for you, Kesnet, because I mean, we were. We always hype you up.
That was a
going into these games 'cause
strange
you always do
way of miming pushing us.
But it did feel like you started off a little cold.
Happy
this time
people
around
are
as
so
well.
charismatic.
And
Yeah,
why do
it's
you think that is
infectious
for
when
you?
people are feeling good about
the team
something.
started really cold, so
it was
I
just
agree.
it's the whole team.
Yeah.
And then we win like a team, you know, like.
Did the second map win being so lopsided, like one-sided, did that surprise you that you were like, oh my god, we destroyed them in map 2?
Because I think they played the default comp and it's so much faster, so much easy to read.
Yeah.
And we adapt to the meta, so they play like the.
Yeah, I mean they were playing the old like.
Isn't it laughing at Adverso's
They
English?
play like
I was
a
not
keeper,
expecting.
So we have a good read about them.
And we talked about on the desk briefly. That was your first official game on Yoru.
It did feel like they had a complete read on what they were doing on Haven. But I also don't think he was playing the Yoru
I
well.
was scared a little because it was my, I don't know, just flash myself and things like that. Just have a really bad TP and things like that, but it was really good. So, and the voice support me really
It did
good,
work
so
very well,
it's really easy
but I don't think he
like this.
was actually
one final question.
playing it that great.
What happened to the hair, bro?
I needed to fix it.
You were doing it for me, bro. I had no hair.
I'm a huge fan, so I do it for you.
Poppy, come here. There you go.
Perfect, perfect.
My brother from another mother right there. There you go.
He's got that Bren looking hairline.
All right, folks, so
It
let's
doesn't
go
look like
ahead
Golden
now
Boy.
that day
It's
one
like the
is
Bren
in the books. Let's
Vegeta
look at the
hairline, you know?
standings and see where we are right now in this competition here. KRU Visa right at the top of the leaderboard where they belong, damn it. At 1-0, they got themselves another
NRG, obviously
championship
worst team in the
point,
league.
which is huge
We all
going
knew.
in
We all knew
to
this.
the,
We all
champions at the
predicted
end of
this,
the
right?
year.
We all
And
predicted
I
this.
believe, if I heard
We all knew
correctly,
this
you
was
guys
gonna
have
happen.
Sentinels coming up next.
Okay, I'm gonna dip out here. Shall we find somebody to raid? Because it's after 3 a.m. my time at the moment. After 3 a.m. my time at the moment. I already said that, dumbass. Who should we raid? Should we send you over to Super TF? I haven't raided him in a while. Oh, well, let me ask Liz if she's going to continue streaming. Liz, are you going to carry on streaming or are you ending?
I'm going to carry on yapping and stream.
What are you streaming?
Maybe some Valorant, probably Genshin, but more yapping about Valorant for a little bit.
Oh my goodness, you're a Genshin player?
You didn't know?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've told me before, but I blanked it out for the sake of our friendship.
Yeah, I actually study the lore of Genshin every single night.
Sorry?
There's really detailed, nuanced lore in Genshin Impact that takes inspiration from real life histories and cultures and religions, and it's really complicated, and I like to learn about it. And we're not going to yuck anyone else's yum, Josh, okay?
Of course.
I'm not here saying, oh, I think it's really weird that you want to fuck Milk Tank. I'm not here out here saying that.
I mean, maybe you should be out here saying that, to be honest.
Maybe I should be. Maybe when we three see you again, maybe I'll come to a decision.
Okay.
Maybe I'll come with a little PowerPoint about why you should get into Genshin Impact lore.
I'd like you to weigh in on something for me, Liz, before I send the people in your direction. I have. Why did Retro permaban this person? I did say that I wanted people to be permaban more often, though. So this person was spamming. I was doing a thing earlier where I was having to name 100 musical artists or bands or whatever, and this person was giving me advice. Oasis, Pearl Jam, Nirvana, Limp Bizkit, Guns N' Roses, Arctic Monkeys, Blur, Foo Fighters, Deftones, Red Hot Chili Peppers, spamming over and over again, cheering with it, blah, 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 blah. And then Retro banned them, just perma-banned them. And the Dan FPS hit me back with the, I humbly apologize for what I have done. I made a mistake. I was just trying to help. I understand why I was banned, but I also feel like a permaban for this is kind of harsh, considering I've done nothing negative in the channel before. I will also sub if I am unbanned. Thank you.
Unban him right now. Oh my god.
Well, I think it's actually against terms of service to like people. Surely banning somebody and saying I'll only unban you if you sub to me has got to be against.
No, you're not saying that. You're saying, hey, you made a mistake. All good. This is a kind of like a course correction sort of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I see. So we hit him. So what you're saying is we hit him with the unban, and we add a note to the user saying, saying
music connoisseur, very passionate.
I didn't need your help. I got to 100 musical artists in a perfectly reasonable time. 26 minutes is actually above average for that kind of challenge, and I'm not ashamed of my performance.
Good. Be proud of you. No,
right.
I probably have to name 100 musical artists. Not
a permaban is harsh. Don't feel the need to sub, but if you want to, I won't ban you for it. Okay, he's been unbanned.
Amazing. Welcome back, homie. He's waiting here this entire time. He's like, thank you.
Sean Gare's viewers, hello. Welcome in.
Hi, Sean.
I'm just about to end my stream, unfortunately. That is grand manager of Shopify Rebellion, yeah. Leave the cam on for the night. What, and just sleep here?
Sleep stream!
I'm not going to do a sleeping stream.
You know, you be the kind of person to do like the big puffer style, like if they donate a certain amount of money, something will blast from the speakers.
I did want to do a stream, and I still want to try to pull this off at some point this year.
Scrandle time, Mr. Egg.
Where if I get the predictions correct, I have to keep streaming until the next day.
Oh my god.
So, at some point, you're desperately trying to get the stream, the prediction incorrect. But like today, if I had tried to get some of the predictions incorrect, I probably would have got them correct anyway. So
yeah,
I really want to do that, but I need to buy like a dog bed to sleep in or something, because I'm not. You know what I mean? Because I'm not just sleeping on the floor in here.
Right, because you're everyone's favorite bitch, right?
That's not exactly what I had in mind, but sure. Okay. I'm adiosing for the night.
All right. Good night. Sleep well, sweet prince.
I shall. And
goodbye.
For Sideshow viewers, I will, or anyone viewers, to be honest with you, I'll take whoever I can get. I'll be back in 7.5 hours to co-stream Wolves against Trace Esports. We're going to be focusing on that rather than T1 Zeta, Shilai, All Gamers, or DFM Global. We're going to focus on Wolves Trace because I think that's actually the best game apart from DFM Global, but I'm not going to be awake for that. So, like, DFM Global is going to be great, and if you're going to be awake in 4.5 hours, you can watch TMV or somebody do that. But yeah, I'm not going to do Scrandle with Liz. I'm gonna watch. Who will be rooting for? I think I'm rooting for Wolves in that one. I think I'm rooting for Wolves. All right, peace.